She is the only 3th-level princess in the world. Yet upon awakening, she was cursed by the people to become the weakest of mushrooms, cast into an unfathomable mushroom den. Just as the princess believed she was destined to be devoured by a monster, she was astonished to discover that in the abyss, where one would expect a horde of demons, not a single creature could be seen. Instead, there were mushrooms that should not exist, occupying every corner of the abyss. Why, in the perilous depths of this underground dungeon, were there these mushrooms from the lowest tier of the food chain? And so many of them? Wait, why are they gathering around? At this moment, as the master of the mushroom garden, you feel that you have been rather distracted lately, leading you to frequently commit trivial mistakes. Indeed, within your mushroom garden, there is an uncontrollable surge of mushrooms. You wonder if it has grown without connecting to the fungal network and simply dropped to the ground. Remarkably, it is a pink mushroom cap standing out amidst a crowd of blue and gray caps. This is a mutation. Fortunately, remedying the situation is quite simple. Once connected to the mycelium, you only need to adjust it to the channel of the fungal network. However, why is its resistance so fierce? This uncontrollable mushroom, when faced with the ones you dispatch to establish a connection, begins to dart about chaotically, knocking over several others and trampling the mushroom garden into disarray. Frustrated, you command your army of mushrooms to encircle it, trapping it so it cannot move, and finally establish the connection. Get away! What is this absurdity? The moment this mushroom connects, you are bombarded with its piercing shrieks, causing your mycelium to tremble. An irrefutable command for silence is transmitted through the fungal network to each mushroom, and instantly, the entire garden comes to a standstill. Something is amiss. The various regions are functioning normally. After some time restoring the operations of the mushroom garden, you finally direct your attention to this peculiar mushroom. You realize that this is certainly not one of your own. It is an outsider. How strange. How could an external mushroom have entered this secluded corner? For where did you come? Who are you? How are you communicating with me? Wait, how am I even speaking right now? This creature seems to be in disarray, unable to articulate its thoughts clearly. You decide to pull up its profile. Health, 3,280. Level, 28. Vengeance mark, upon death, transfers to the killer. Adapted, contract the killer's life essence, gaining an additional 3,000 health. Dragon elixir, provides comprehensive, high resistance. Permanent transformation. Unless dispelled, the transformation effect will persist indefinitely. 3,000 health. A super pink mushroom with full resistances at level 6? Your eyes, if you had any, would be nearly blinded by the brilliance of this revelation. Though your garden is populated with many mushrooms, the basic variants all adhere to standard 5-dimensional attributes, residing at the bottom of the food chain. 3,000 health is a threshold that ordinary mushrooms can barely reach. Of course, subduing it would be a simple matter. Yet the fixed effects it possesses are truly enviable, to the point that you wish to consume it and seize its powers. That it is indeed a rarity to encounter someone capable of communication. Furthermore, judging by the panel before me, it is highly probable that this creature is human as for birthing living beings. You have not yet descended to such depths of inhumanity. Calming myself, I relinquished the grip on the creature, allowing some space to ease the pressure. Suddenly, a voice resonated within my mind, causing great distress to Iana. To this day, she remains uncertain whether the entity before her is human or demonic. All she knows is that the creatures nearby are under its control. Is this a continuation of a conspiracy? If someone is to execute me here, let it be. So why must you also meet your demise? Would you kindly maintain your composure? The foreign entities exhibit a remarkable lack of decorum, disrupting my mushroom garden without so much as an apology. I am the sovereign of all mushrooms in this realm. You may address me as you wish. And what shall I call you? Mushroom Lord, Iana. She pondered how the terms mushroom and lord were intertwined. In her understanding, mushrooms were mere lowly beings, often consumed by creatures of higher levels, even when they reached their maximum potential. Yet, the scene before her seemed far beyond what a mere level 10 creature could possess. Moreover, the communication method was reminiscent of fifth-tier magical manifestation, yet it was evidently more than that. Since the connection was established, Iana's perception expanded from a mere few meters to an extensive range, becoming increasingly vivid, akin to receiving the awareness of all surrounding mushrooms. Iana found herself incapable of discerning the true strength of this mushroom lord. Regardless, she attempted to feign her own identity as a mere creature of the streets, devoid of any name or status. How about I bestow a name upon you? Let it be ineffable difficulty.He, oh her surprise. The entity seemed to possess knowledge of her thoughts. Could this manifestation of thought also bear a telepathic quality? The previously dispersed creatures began to encircle her once more. Was she to be eliminated for her deceit? Thankfully, at the last moment, as the space between them dwindled, the creatures halted. The voice echoed her mind again. I am quite amicable. Provided you do not engage in petty trickery otherwise, I would not hesitate to enrich the soil with more fertilizer do. You understand? Iana, with a whimsical cap, decided to share her identity. I am Iana St. Clair, daughter of Duke Amara. A noble woman, indeed. The world outside bears a structure reminiscent of the medieval era, which explains the blessings of the church and the presence of the fruit of life. Transforming into this creature while possessing 3,000 health points regardless of the world. Having a good father is a shortcut in life. Pray tell, how did the esteemed daughter of a duke find herself in my company? Having revealed her circumstances, Iana felt no further need for concealment. She recounted the tale of her fall and responded to all inquiries with candor, seizing the opportunity to acquire considerable information. For instance, she discovered that she was situated in an underground realm within her family's territory, a deeper region teeming with monsters. It was no wonder that the surroundings were rife with such creatures. Additionally, she learned of the myriad races outside, while humans stood on the precipice of war against the vampiric denizens of the demon race. The two traitors who wish to bring about the demise of Inanna are likely in collusion with vampires. Moreover, you have realized that this local inhabitant, Inanna, appears unable to perceive the panel otherwise. He would not attempt to conceal his name. Perhaps this panel is a concealed boon bestowed upon the hero. In any case, with your bountiful rewards, you now regard this pink creature with newfound favor. Inanna, you have now transformed into a creature of whimsy. What are your plans moving forward? Surely, you do not intend to turn me into fertilizer. After enduring a wave of pressure, Inanna now harbors a tinge of fear towards you. I assure you, I wish to return to the surface. Inanna not only yearns to return to the ground, but also seeks to find his father to lift the transformation curse and exact vengeance upon the two traitors. Upon hearing this, you cannot help but chuckle. I, too, desire to reach the surface. Yet as you can see, we are both mushrooms. How shall we traverse this subterranean world teeming with terrifying fungi to ascend to the surface? Speaking of which, the passage leading upward from our current level lies within the lair of a fire demon. A fire demon, mind you, is a high-tier monster of at least level 55. Even without the transformation, it would be impossible to defeat it, and encountering such a foe poses a grave threat to one's survival. By the way, won't your noble father come to your rescue? One would hope so. Inanna recalls the traitor's words that his father is doomed, leaving him uncertain. The pink mushroom cap visibly droops, reflecting his despair. Indeed, having turned into this creature, he is unable to wield his most adept magic, making the prospect of returning to the surface seem bleak. Well, since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable. You must be quite famished after all this commotion. Let us first partake in some nourishment. We cannot allow you to perish of hunger, especially with this newly discovered delicacy at hand. From the mushroom patch emerges a green-capped creature, guiding Inanna along. Inanna, too, feels a pang of hunger. Is that you? Yes and no. All mushrooms here are a part of me. In truth, you possess a mushroom essence, though you prefer to keep this matter to yourself. Inanna nods, half understanding. They soon arrive at a military blanket woven from mycelium. You thoughtfully demonstrate to Inanna how to feed. You direct the creature to lie down, allowing the mycelium to connect and deliver nourishment. Within 5 minutes, the replenishment is complete. Observing this, Inanna's cap changes color in astonishment. What compels a mass of mycelium to penetrate the body and inject something unknown? This scene proves difficult for Inanna, who has consumed food solely through his mouth for 16 years, to accept. You do not rush the child to eat. He must not yet be sufficiently hungry. In his desperation, he will recognize the need to feed. Eventually, his waning strength compels Inanna to recline upon the military blanket. He experiences a sensation of nourishment flooding in through countless connection points, accompanied by a profound sense of satisfaction. Such bliss persists until the mycelium ceases its supply, prompting Inanna to rise as a mushroom, feeling unexpectedly content. Wait, what am I thinking? Inanna, have you turned your brain into a mushroom? Indeed, my mind is transformed into a mushroom cap of a lovely shade of pink. You remain oblivious to Ilana's inner musings. Upon finishing his meal, he began to introduce the various sections of the mushroom garden. You're already familiar with the cafeteria, and you've seen the poultry cultivation area. It's the very spot where you knocked me over. Do you see that rock wall? Beneath it lies the mining area, and over there is the breeding zone, home to some armored beetles and slimes, all possessing a certain aggressiveness. Feel free to wander there. Have you noticed the gigantic mushroom to your right? That is the division area, which is rather complicated to explain. You'll understand better if you explore it yourself later. Avoid heading in that direction. Venturing further will take you beyond the mushroom garden's boundaries, and it is unsafe. While you diligently elaborated, Ilana was left in a state of shock from the very first word. What agricultural estate? What breeding zone? Ilana felt that you were not describing sections of a dungeon, but rather detailing a fully functional little town. Surely, she thought, they were still within the confines of the besieged dungeon. But what are the other mushrooms? After all, they were merely a cluster of mushrooms. How could they occupy such an extensive territory in the perilous depths of the dungeon? The man's mind was a whirlwind of questions, growing ever more bewildered, finding the depths of the dungeon utterly bizarre, devoid of any common sense. Meanwhile, Duke Amara's fingers clenched tightly, turning pale, the mahogany armrest creaking under immense pressure. Once more he repeated his butler, Eric, sweating profusely at the nape of his neck, yet articulating each syllable with clarity. After deceiving the young lady in your name, Pero and ventured first to the besieged dungeon and then crossed the border, fleeing to the Empire shadows. From the direction, it appears they sought refuge with Duke Sigismund. Cursed traitors, cursed vampires. The solid wood armrest was crushed under the Duke's grip, his pupils swirling with rage. Ilana is still alive, the mark of Zwazone remains, and the vengeance mark has not shifted. I must rescue her. As the Duke prepared to unsheath his great sword, intent on disregarding everything to save his daughter, Eric could only shout. After you departed from Sigismund, your feet would inevitably tread blood, flattening High Bastion. Once High Bastion falls, there will be no defenses left to uphold. At that point, not only your ducal territory, but the entire Southern Federation will be in peril. So, do you expect me to watch Ilana perish? The flagstones beneath Alama's feet cracked, spiderweb-like fissures expanding relentlessly. The aura of a level 70 pinnacle human warrior bore down on Eric, forcing him to kneel. The Diamond Tier Adventurer team, Silver Whale, was operating nearby, secretly commissioned to search for the young lady in the besieged dungeon, while you create the illusion of leaving, luring Sigismund to come forth, and then strike him with a decisive blow to avenge the betrayal. After speaking all at once, Eric nearly collapsed. Gradually, the pressure on Eric dissipated as Ilana settled back into his chair. He extended his hand, solidifying Ilana's coordinates into a crystal, which he handed to the butler. Proceed as you suggested, inform those adventurers to bring Ilana back alive, and I shall grant them a city. However, if anything were to happen to my daughter, the old man, deep within the underground realm, in the mushroom garden, I began to seek assistance in locating Inanna, whom I still knew nothing about. That to the edge of the breeding zone, a hint of terror flickered across my face as I observed the scene before me. Beside the deep pit where the slimes were cultivated, a hollow-bodied chick was filled to the brim with ordinary mushrooms, which it was feeding to the slimes. As the chick reached the mushrooms, one of the slimes sprang up and ensnared its foot, dragging it down into the depths. In the next moment, slimes surged up from the pit, enveloping the chick completely. The ensnared chick struggled, appearing as though it might still be saved. Your slime is devouring the chick, I heard a call amidst my busy tasks, momentarily diverting my attention. Realizing I should send a new chick over, I recalled the warnings about the dangers of the breeding zone and the advisories to avoid that area. Eager to clarify that I did not mean it that way, I hesitated as I watched the chick among the slimes, now utterly motionless and beginning to disintegrate. I swallowed my words. The underground world is indeed cruel. In this harsh environment, one never has a moment of respite. The chicks possess intelligence only to the extent of following commands and finding their way, requiring constant vigilance and dexterity for both breeding and harvesting. Moreover, the boundaries of the mushroom garden are periodically beset by various mushroom incursions. Even with LV5 mental coordination, managing all this proves to be quite laborious. It is a rare feat to muster the energy to guide a male through this familiar terrain. Though not overtly expressed, I felt a surge of joy at having someone to converse with, sparing me from the need for soliloquies to maintain my linguistic skills. However, after that, I had no time to attend to him, allowing him to wander freely while I focused on the mushroom garden's perimeter. the fire gnats were approaching in droves once more. These insects, resembling mosquitoes yet slightly larger than the chicks, average around LV20 and, while not the strongest beasts in this area, are undoubtedly one of the most bothersome. They are agile flyers, often appearing in swarms, and they seize any opportunity to pierce the solitary chicks with their sharp beaks, posing the greatest threat during my developmental phase. Fortunately, I had already devised a mature counterstrategy as the swarm of fire gnats descended. The chick, with its resinous mushroom cap replaced by a nozzle, forcefully expelled a cloud of slime. This slime possesses strong adhesive and corrosive properties, preventing the fire gnats from taking flight, forcing them to crash land dead on the ground. Clusters of purple mushrooms released dumplings with displacement effects, incapacitating the fallen fire gnats. Soon, after losing 7 companions, the remaining fire gnats fled without a backward glance. Yet, I knew these creatures lacked memory. They would return, each armed with a shell, to deliver the finishing blows to the incapacitated fire gnats. The corpses of these monsters were subsequently discarded into the mushroom garden, becoming fresh fertilizer. The sin of greed triggered the plunder skill, as my high-temperature resistance leveled up to LV5 and then LV6. Upgrading it further would be beneficial, enhancing my high-temperature resistance even more. Point 1 could attempt to clandestinely traverse the lair of the flame demon, to glimpse what lies above. Upon opening the interface, one finds race, Mushroom Monarch, level, LV42, health, 420420, mana, 804512450. Racial trait, mana harvesting. The strategist can draw upon the ambient mana, continuously providing experience. The master can decompose corpses to obtain nourishment and experience. Title, the sole title of greed among the 7 deadly sins, randomly seizing from corpses. Skill, fixed enhancement mosquito slayer, increasing damage to mosquitoes by 10. The hero is not constrained by race or level, capable of randomly acquiring a special title or skill. Yet, your panel lacks any attributes. Your true form is simply an unremarkable mushroom. A T level 42, possessing merely 420 health, is the quintessential state of a mushroom. The notion of having over 3,000 health, like a nana, is utterly absurd. As for your exceptionally high mana, it is fundamentally an aggregate of the entire mushroom garden. The most ludicrous aspect of your panel is undoubtedly that hero title, which you yourself find preposterous. How could a solitary mushroom possess such a title? You have never encountered your summoner, unaware if he is a mad sorcerer or a deity with eccentric tastes. However, one thing is certain. The individual's mind is indisputably unhinged. Is there truly someone who would intentionally summon a mushroom hero? Yet, it is precisely due to this title that, thanks to the privileges of a hero, you have drawn greed, continuously seizing the skills of the subterranean monsters, and ultimately arming yourself with these skills to launch attacks, for being pursued by slimes for sustenance, to now cultivating land in the corners of the hierarchy. The journey has been fraught with hardship and tears. It is difficult to fathom how you would have fared had you not drawn greed. The likelihood is high that you would have metamorphosed into something larger. Thus, the question of why you were summoned as a mushroom has nearly become an obsession, second only to your desire to ascend to the surface. After resolving the flames, you finally have the time to observe what the newcomers are doing, sneaking off with the excavated purple gold. After dealing with the fire mosquitoes, Lin Jun finally had time to see what the new little friend was doing. Ah, they're stealing the dug-up amethyst. For the magic crystal mushroom garden is flanked by rock walls on both sides, which look like the bones gnawed by a giant beast, with dark gray rock layers covered in honeycomb-like erosion holes. Some depressions are filled with dark purple crystal clusters, scattered throughout the rock walls and around these amethysts. The magical energy concentration is always slightly higher than in other areas. The so-called mining area is where these amethysts are collected. Although inserting this purple crystal into the soil won't directly turn it into nutrients, it can attract the free magical energy in the surrounding air, improving the efficiency of the mycelium in collecting magic. In the mining area, there are many putties equipped with chitinous shell skills, which generate a thick shell on their mushroom caps and then use it to chisel the crystals from the rock walls. To be honest, the level 4 skill's shell hardness is insufficient, resulting in low mining efficiency, and the putties can easily die from their own vibrations, but given the limited conditions, It's already quite good to be able to extract anything. Inanna had her eyes set on a fist-sized purple crystal that had been mined, straining to grip it with her short legs. What are you doing? Lin Jun? The pink pooty suddenly trembled, tripping over the purple crystal beneath it. Don't suddenly speak in my head. Do we have any other way to communicate? Get used to it. Inanna thought for a moment that it was true, but she still felt like she might not be able to adapt to someone talking in her head any time. You have so many magic crystals here. Picking up the purple crystal again, Inanna couldn't help but sound excited. Magic crystals? Are you referring to these amethysts used for fertilizing the land? Fertilizing? Fertilizing the land? A blue-hatted pooty jumped out, using its short legs to lift up a large mushroom cap nearby, revealing a half-buried purple crystal underneath. You actually use magic crystals to fertilize the land? What else? This is magic crystal. This is something that can be used to make magical items, serve as the base for magic circles, and even the small fragments can be used as casting materials. How can it be used for fertilizing the land? Inanna looked heartbroken, making Lin Jun feel like it was a waste of resources. Did you forget this is a dungeon? But besides fertilizing the land, it does have other uses. Suddenly, a mycelium tentacle extended from under the mushroom, activating the skill, bind LV3, wrapping up a piece of purple crystal the size of half a palm, binding the pooty and the magic crystal together. Subsequently, an endless stream of magical energy surged into the magic crystal, causing it to change from dull to glossy, and then from glossy to sparkling, with the overly filled magical energy putting the entire magic crystal in an overloaded state. When the crystal started to crack and emitted a mournful cry from the weight, the pooty bounced with the magic crystal onto an empty space. Boom, it exploded. The shockwave from the explosion made Inanna tumble again. Quite powerful, right? This thing is great for dealing with monsters. On the ground, Inanna didn't know what to say anymore. A C-grade quality magic crystal, with slight processing, could serve as the main material for a silver-tier adventurer's staff, was used here as a disposable item, releasing an explosion equivalent to a level 4 fireball spell. Even the most unworldly nouveau riche in the Federation wouldn't waste such valuable magical materials like this. To know, even the magic crystal embedded in her exclusive wand was merely of B-grade quality. By the way, you haven't said what you want the magic crystal for yet. Suddenly returning to the main topic, Inanna, who was still scolding Lin Jun for being wasteful at her heart, blurted out her purpose. I want to use it to cast spells. After saying that, Inanna felt guilty again, as she wasn't sure if Lin Jun would see her ability to cast spells as a threat. If Lin Jun thought she was a threat, her life might be at stake. Oh, didn't you say that after turning into a pooty, you can't cast spells anymore? Lin Jun seemed to have no consideration of threat, only full of curiosity in his words. Inanna, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly explained, just try it out. Maybe casting through the magic crystal can bypass the limitations of the pooty body. Then give it a try. Another tentacle extended from under the mushroom, wrapping around the magic crystal beside Inanna and reaching out to her. Inanna instinctively took 2 steps back, but was still tangled up, with the magic crystal strapped to the top of her mushroom cap. Be careful. These tentacles are very fragile. Don't break them. After all, it was a skill that was stolen. Using mycelium to forcefully employ it, one couldn't expect it to truly hold firm. Hearing this, Inanna dared not move recklessly, concentrating her energy on casting. Light spell, a spell that even apprentices can easily cast. An orange-yellow light orb appeared above Inanna's head, flickering as if maintaining its magical power was very unstable. It flickered for a while, and Inanna seemed to find the trick. The brightness finally stabilized. Got it. It really works. Inanna excitedly bounced on the spot with her little short legs. Snap! The binding tentacle instantly broke. The magic crystal fell to the ground, and the light spell extinguished as well. The mycelium tentacles really were very fragile. Sorry. Lin Jun, however, paid no attention to the lost mycelium. His entire focus was on Inanna's spell casting. Try casting it again now. I can't without the magic crystal. Failure doesn't matter. Just go ahead. I want to see what's different. See? Inanna didn't quite understand what Lin Jun meant, but she still tried to cast a light spell on her own. Then, unsurprisingly, she failed, just like she had in countless previous attempts. However, Lin Jun, who had been observing her, saw more. Magic Perception LV4. This was stolen from a magical vine called Noctis Tendril, which lived in the mushroom garden area. They use magical perception to detect prey and then strangle it with their vines. It's worth mentioning that the bind skill was also obtained from them. Although these magical plants are not low in level, since they do not move, in Lin Jun's eyes, they're no different from a meal, and they have already gone extinct in this area. Lin Jun felt a bit regretful about this. Both skills from Noctis Tendril were quite useful, but at that time, he was solely focused on establishing a territory and didn't think too far ahead. Otherwise, he could have left some to breed, just like the rolling beetles and slimes in the breeding area, periodically slaughtering them to extract skill proficiency. In the magical perception vision, Lin Jun observed that Inanna's magical flow during the casting was indeed smooth at the initial stage, but the energy operation became stalled at each node, unable to form a complete closed loop, as if her casting method was wrong. Inanna had just cast the light spell using the magic crystal, so it was impossible that her casting method was wrong now. To Lin Jun, it seemed more like a mismatch between the human and Pooty body structures. Simply put, it was a hardware and system incompatibility, preventing it from functioning. The magic crystal provided an independent environment, which could better match the operational mode of these spells. It felt somewhat similar to how he had to modify the Pooties before they could use corresponding skills. Can you use other magic now? Lin Jun knew she was a dual system level 4 mage, and he wanted to see more spells. I'm afraid I need to practice more. I'm not very familiar with outputting magical energy using the Pooty body, and also, this magic crystal has some cloudy areas that interfere with casting since it hasn't been polished. I need to get used to it. Cloudy? The purer the magic crystal, the better? Lin Jun really had no concept of this. He only knew that inserting it into the soil could gather magic, and he thought that some effect were different due to size. As for using it for self-detonation, purity didn't seem to have an effect. Of course, it is said that the staff of the great mage Zoria is embedded with a completely pure S-class magic crystal, which triples the power of any spell cast through that staff. An S-class? There's even a classification system. Wait a moment. Soon, in Inanna's confusion, two Pooties came over, pushing a large, crystal-clear magic crystal in front of her. Hey, A-class magic crystal? It's the size of an arm. You. Why do you have such a good magic crystal? You think I've been here for a long time? Lin Jun wasn't sure how long he had been in this world. Deep in the dungeon, there was no day or night, no seasons. But he felt it must have been 2 or 3 years. Even if he counted from the time he established the mushroom garden, it was no short time. This entire rock wall was his personal mine, and after mining for a long time, it was natural to have some high-quality magic crystals. However, Lin Jun collected them not because he knew their value, but simply because the clean purple crystals looked better, attracting magic and serving as decoration around his body. With this, can you cast other spells faster? You let me use this? Really? Even though Inanna wasn't very familiar with him, she could tell that this guy truly loved magic crystals, or rather, magic-related things. Of course, I also want to learn more spells. By the way, Inanna, I haven't asked you yet, what spells do you know? Lin Jun could indeed see on the panel something like Light Magic LV4, which only indicated that the highest level light magic she could cast was level 4, but he wasn't sure what specific spell she had. Each type of magic has a wide variety of spells across different levels, and some spells have many variants, such as transformation spells, which can be subdivided into turning into an eagle, a dog, or a Pooty. Inanna stood still for a moment, seemingly recalling the spells she knew. Lin Jun felt that if she were still in human form, she would definitely be counting on her fingers one by one. Let's see. Water, snake technique. Water mirror refraction, ice blade, purification, healing light, invisibility, lighting, water creation, energy protection, quagmire technique. Gulp. That's it. That's quite a lot. Then try using quagmire technique on this Pooty. A mining Pooty that was smashing rocks with a shelled mushroom cap was moved to the empty space where it had previously self-destructed, while a tentacle extended from under the mushroom to help Inanna tie the A-class magic crystal to the mushroom cap. Be careful not to break it again. It's the last one here. I'll be careful. Magic power surged from Inanna into the magic crystal, and unlike the previous time, this time, as soon as the spell was cast, the surrounding magic power surged in, and the A-class magic crystal above Inanna's head looked like a little vortex devouring magic power. No wonder it can be used to make a staff. With such a massive infusion of magic power, any spell's power would definitely multiply. It's out. The mining Pooty sank slightly, and the originally solid ground turned into a puddle of mud. The Pooty tried to lift its foot, but got stuck and couldn't move at all. In fact, the quagmire technique should only serve to hinder movement. Even if enhanced by the A-class magic crystal, it should have increased the range. The mining Pooty couldn't break free purely because its shell was too heavy, and the Pooty itself lacked strength, causing it to be pinned in place. Let's try using Ice Blade on it. Huh? Is that okay? It might. It's fine. Go ahead. It's just a Pooty. Even if it dies in the mushroom garden, it'll just turn into fertilizer and recycle, so the loss is minimal. Then I'll let go. Before long, an ice blade formed in front of Inanna, and this time it startled her. Unlike the quagmire technique, the ice blade, enhanced, changed quite intuitively. The blade, which was originally less than a meter, exceeded 2 meters with the enhancement. Moreover, the deep chill emanating from it made Inanna clearly aware that its power had likely increased considerably. Go! The shell clashed with the ice blade, and with a crisp sound, it was cut through, stopping only after slicing through 3/4 of the way. The power was impressive enough to make even Lin Jun think it was great. After all, that was a level 4 chitinous shell. Lin Jun himself needed 2 hits with his level 6 mushroom cannon to break through its defense. And yet the ice blade of the same level cut through more than half in one go. It's unclear whether the spell itself was strong or if the A-class magic crystal enhancement was powerful. Perhaps both contributed. Magic is really impressive. If I could use spells myself, it wouldn't have been so painful in the early stages. But it's not too late now. Even though I can't cast spells for the time being, having a helper who can use magic allows for some plans to ascend to higher levels to be attempted. Of course, I'm not talking about taking down the fire demon guarding the passage. Lin Jun had seen that creature through the sacrificed scouting putty. Although the level difference was too great to see any detailed information on the panel, just the fact that it was level 64 made it clear that it wasn't something he could aim for right now. But who says you have to go up through the passage? Inanna, do you want this magic crystal? You want to give it to me? Huh? Is this mushroom being so nice to me a trap? After just experiencing betrayal, Inanna was now quite cautious, let alone the fact that the other party was Lin Jun, a creature of unknown true form. Of course, it's not for free. If you cooperate with me to hunt some monsters, it will be yours. Okay. Hearing that there were conditions made Inanna feel relieved. She really wanted this magic crystal, but if Lin Jun offered it to her, she wouldn't dare take it. But hunting monsters? Speaking of which, this is the deep layer of the dungeon. There are so many strange things in the mushroom garden that she almost forgot about that. But to think that a mushroom would go hunt monsters. How do you plan to hunt them with putties? But what kind of monster are we hunting? Earthworms. Do you know them? Earthworms? That sounds familiar. Or have I heard it before? Ah, I remember. Sorry. Are you referring to those huge ones with skin like rock that like to dig holes deep underground and eat ores every day? Lin Jun thought for a moment. That's right. Are we going to hunt the larvae of earthworms? The adults. Aren't the adults at least level 45? Requiring a complete gold-level adventurer team to safely hunt such large monsters? Mr. Lin Jun, I'm only level 28. Inanna's mind was filled with, me, hunt earthworms? Even if I'm not transformed, I'd be swallowed whole in front of an earthworm. Is this mushroom out of its mind? A mushroom wants to hunt earthworms? You seem to have a bit of a misunderstanding about my positioning. Looking at the incredulous expression of this pink putty, Lin Jun suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken her to the edge of the mushroom garden to see yet. No wonder she was so distrustful of her own strength. Hunting earthworms was something he had wanted to do for a long time. These worms had a skill called high-temperature drilling. It could generate high heat to brittle the rock, then use its rotating mouth parts to shred the stone and swallow it, expelling unnecessary components from its side gills to reinforce the tunnel walls. If he could acquire this skill, it would allow him to dig a direct passage to the upper levels within the rock wall, without risking sneaking past the fire demon. However, these worms had excellent digging abilities. If they couldn't defeat them, they would just burrow away, and given their large size and thick blood, it would take a long time to kill them, even when they were at low health. He had tried once before, and the result was significant losses with nothing to show for it. But after just seeing Inanna's quagmire technique, Lin Jun felt hopeful again. Earthworms would probably struggle in the mud. However, before that, it was indeed time to train with the new member. It's not that we need to go hunt the earthworms right now. You still need to practice using this magic crystal, right? It's a good opportunity to set out with the expedition team and get some hands-on experience. Expedition team? 6. Fire mosquito nest. What? What is this? At the boundary of the mushroom garden, 120 putties are lined up neatly in 6 rows. 40 cannon putties. Magic storage LV4. Mushroom cannon LV6. Precision LV4. 40 slime putties. Magic storage LV4. Mushroom cannon LV6. Digestive slime LV3. 20 hallucinogenic putties. Hallucinogenic spores LV4. Chitinous shell LV4. 20 bull horse putties. Storage sac LV4. Entanglement LV3. This is the configuration of Lin Jun's 14th expedition team. It's not that Lin Jun wants to cram all the skills into one putty. It's just that the more skills a putty has, the more magic power and time it consumes to produce. The increase in consumption is also a curve. So keeping the skills within 4 is a cost-effective and practical choice. So there are so many types of putties. Inanna felt her knowledge was lacking. She had never heard of so many subspecies of putties. Some have mushroom caps that look like pots. Some have shells all over their bodies, but differ from a mining putties in that their shells have many pores. There are even some with tentacles. How great would it be if I had tentacles too? Then I wouldn't need to tie the magic crystal to my head. Lin Jun, you said they are the expedition team. What are they going to do? This is a dungeon, so of course, they're going to hunt monsters. Earthworms? Inanna looked as if she wouldn't go if it was earthworms. She really didn't think earthworms could be overwhelmed by putties just by numbers. I already said it's not earthworms. This time the target is fire mosquitoes, those parasites that fly into the mushroom garden for no reason, living by plundering instead of producing. This time we're going to wipe them out from their home. Lin Jun was also fed up with being harassed from the sky every few days. He had already found the lair of these fire mosquitoes. The reason he hadn't gone to eliminate them earlier was actually to sustainably increase the skill of high-temperature resistance. Now that high-temperature resistance is already LV6, wiping out the fire mosquitoes in one go might even raise it to LV7, which is sufficient. Moreover, now his preferred escape plan has changed to using Inanna to hunt earthworms instead of sneaking across the eyes of the fire demon. So there's even less reason to keep these pesky bugs around. Let them serve their last purpose and become the sharpening stone for the team. Inanna, stay in the middle of the team and follow my commands. Understood, understood. Once she heard they were going to fight mosquitoes, Inanna felt relieved. She knew about fire mosquitoes. Their average level is LV20, and their straightforward attacks are not difficult to deal with. The tricky part is that they can fly and have evasion skills, making them hard to hit, and they like to appear in groups. However, facing them, she could rely on magic to protect herself even if she couldn't defeat them. Speaking of which, this can be considered a war, even though it's a war between monsters. In the past, the old man never allowed her to engage in military adventures. Facing it for the first time made her a bit excited. However, the putties are marching in perfect formation, even better than an army. Is it because they're all controlled by Lin Jun? That is indeed the reason. Thanks to the skills of subservient control, mycelium network, and mental integration, Lin Jun controls these putties like in an RTS game, though it consumes more energy points. It is also because of the advantage of unified dispatch that he can stand firm in the dungeon with putties that have an overall attribute of only 1. After all, using strategies like luring the enemy in and feigning attacks on a group of monsters with almost no intelligence is a genuine dimensionality reduction attack. However, this time, no strategy is needed. Strategies are only necessary when weaker sides face stronger ones. And now, compared to fire mosquitoes, I am a strong one. Isn't it refreshing to charge in with F1, F3? It can also showcase my strength and boost the confidence of the new recruits. The so-called deep layers of the dungeon refer to the term for layers below the 10th, as there are no clear connections between different tiers from here on. The entire deep area has countless interwoven three-dimensional passages, linking one large cave to another. Just like how the fire mosquito nest and Lin Jun's mushroom garden are connected by a passage over 50 meters in diameter. Along the way, mushrooms are growing discreetly in the crevices of the rocks. These serve as Lin Jun's extended eyes and also help him expand the mycelium network beyond the mushroom garden. He can control single putties to scout far away through subservient control, but if he wants to control putties on a large scale, he must rely on the mycelium network. This means that if the opponent is smart enough, they could completely bypass and destroy these connection points, causing Lin Jun to lose control over the expedition team. But who says the opponents are a group of monsters with intelligence similar to machines? The short legs of the putties made a pooty-pooty sound as they echoed in the passage, and suddenly, a few red light spots appeared 300 meters ahead. Several fire mosquitoes had spotted the expedition team. Ice blade, a 2-meter-long ice blade shot out, but it had no accuracy at all. The fire mosquitoes didn't even use their proficient evasion, and the ice blade embedded itself in the rock wall above. New recruit, don't waste magic power. Yes, sorry. Inanna then noticed that the putties around her were maintaining a steady speed, showing no signs of stopping because of the appearing fire mosquitoes. A few fire mosquitoes did not approach. Instead, they chose to flee as the expedition team got closer and quickly flew away. Watching the fire mosquitoes disappear from sight, Inanna worriedly asked, will they go back and report? Of course, they will report. Even if they are low-intelligence monsters, they still have the instinct to protect their nest. I'm sure we will soon face a swarm of fire mosquitoes. Inanna wanted to say, aren't you also a monster? Then why let them go? Of course. It was because the distance was not enough to hit. Of course, it's to catch them all at once. Beneath the steaming dome, Hundreds of fire mosquitoes buzzed around the central large water pool, creating a deafening hum. These fire mosquitoes reproduce in high-temperature water pools similar to hot springs. The entire larval stage waits in the pool for adult feeding. So as long as this water pool is destroyed, the fire mosquitoes in this area will naturally perish. The fire mosquitoes will do everything they can to defend their lair. So when Inanna and the putties reached the end of the passage, all the fire mosquitoes' luminous glands glowed orange, signaling danger. Several nearby fire mosquitoes took the lead and flew over. Water snake technique. Once again, it was Inanna. Facing the flying monsters, she couldn't help but cast a spell first. It was better than last time. At least she knew to use the water snake technique, which could somewhat control the direction instead of the straightforward ice blade. But unfortunately, there weren't many good spells. Unfortunately, the target was the fire mosquitoes with evasion skills. The water snake hit one fire mosquito, but it only fell a few meters before regaining its balance. Lin Jun shook his head at the sight. Sigh, new recruit. 7. Huh. Divine artifact? Facing the approaching fire mosquitoes, Lin Jun, who had been neighbors with them for a long time, was not worried at all. Waiting until they flew within a 50-meter range, several slime creatures finally sprayed out digestive slime, showering the unsuspecting fire mosquitoes. The fire mosquitoes that fell to the ground tried to shake off the slime and take off again, but as the hallucinogenic mist from the slimes enveloped them, they completely lost their ability to resist and were smashed to death by the hallucinogenic slimes one by one. However, it wasn't over yet. More fire mosquitoes surged in, and Lin Jun and the fire mosquitoes engaged in a frenzied battle at the entrance of the passage, facing fire mosquitoes that outnumbered them several times. Even though the hallucinogenic spores blocked the space below and restricted the fire mosquitoes' attack directions, Lin Jun couldn't intercept all the enemies with slime. Occasionally, fire mosquitoes broke through the firepower net, stabbing down with their mosquito proboscis to pierce the slime, only to be paralyzed by the hallucinogenic spores on the ground. Ice blade. Water snake technique. Inanna also received good news here. She finally took down a few fire mosquitoes, even with their eyes closed. The overwhelming swarm of fire mosquitoes could hit their targets. Now, the evasion skills of the fire mosquitoes in this scenario had become almost useless. Casting spells to kill monsters for the first time made her so excited that she laughed out loud. Compared to this, the hunts she participated in before really couldn't be considered battles. However, this excitement was short-lived, as a fire mosquito that broke through the firepower net suddenly pinned one of Inanna's turret slimes to the ground, startling her momentarily. What if that fire mosquito had targeted her? Lin Jun, what should we do now? So many slimes have died. Just a dozen slimes. This is just the beginning, right? A certain being hiding deep in the mushroom garden sighed about the rookie's lack of psychological resilience. However, Lin Jun still gave a suggestion. Stop using attack spells all the time and use the illumination spell instead. Illumination spell? What good is that? Inanna couldn't understand, but she remembered her promise to follow orders and cast the illumination spell anyway, as it consumed very little mana. To Inanna's surprise, as soon as the illumination spell was cast, the swarm of fire mosquitoes immediately fell into chaos. The fire mosquitoes in the front row started to dart around like headless flies, some crashing into other fire mosquitoes behind them, while others simply dove headfirst into the hallucinogenic mist below. Inanna was stunned. It actually worked. Lin Jun was also surprised. Huh, you didn't think it would be useful? I just didn't expect it to be this effective. Quickly extinguish it. Keep casting. All right. The deep area was always dim or only lit by faint light. Seeing that the fire mosquitoes still had eyes, Lin Jun wanted to try using a flashbang tactic, but he didn't expect it to be so effective. At such times, the superiority of mushrooms that didn't rely on eyes to observe things was evident. With the help of the illumination spell, the fire mosquitoes, which were already no match, became even weaker, dropping in large numbers. When the number of fire mosquitoes could no longer surround the entrance tightly, these almost mindless monsters seemed to finally remember the taste of fear, fleeing and disappearing into other passages, leaving behind an empty fire mosquito cave and a high-temperature pond full of larvae. Finally, it's over. Inanna plopped down, even though they had been at an advantage all along. After casting several attack spells in a row and then using over 20 illumination spells in one go, Inanna felt completely exhausted with very little mana left. However, although her body was tired, it was her first time personally participating in such a grand scene, and Inanna was still in an excited state. Lin Jun, what should we do next? Next, of course, we collect the loot. The 20 beefy slimes that had been at the back of the group not participating in the battle, began their work, using their tentacles to pack the corpses of the fire mosquitoes into their bodies. The number was about what they expected. The beefy slimes would be enough after 2 trips. By the time Lin Jun decomposed these fire mosquitoes, his heat resistance should level up again. As for this fire mosquito cave, Lin Jun didn't consider expanding the mushroom garden here. This cave was connected to too many passages, sprawling everywhere and impossible to defend. The mushroom garden was carefully selected territory by Lin Jun, with only one side having 4 passages, particularly suitable for hiding and developing. As for the white fire mosquito larvae in the pond, Lin Jun instructed the turret slimes to use up all their remaining mana on the pond, turning it into floating debris on the water surface. Is this all there is to the loot? Looking at the transported mosquito corpses, Inanna felt that there was a slight difference from what she imagined loot to be. What else could it be, Duchess? You think defeating some monsters should yield treasures? Are you expecting to find swords and gold coins in their bellies? Not necessarily. There might be some good stuff in that pond. Pond? The pond floating with pieces of flesh was still steaming, but what was heating it up? Underground magma? Unlikely. The dwelling of fire demons is not close to here, and the surrounding environment isn't hot at all. Lin Jun felt that there was probably something inside that could sustain heat. However, now the problem arose. He couldn't swim. The slimes, while not dissolving upon contact with water, would only enter a state of floating and immobile after being soaked. These fire mosquito larvae had the skill, underwater adaptation. But that meant they had to be transported back for decomposition, obtaining the skill to create new varieties of slimes. While Lin Jun was still pondering a solution, Inanna had already dived into the pond to search for treasure. Lin Jun then remembered that she had LV6 underwater adaptation. The second generation is really impressive. Lin Jun, look what I found. Inanna emerged from the pond, with her water snake technique wrapping around a piece of fragment glowing orange, continuously emitting heat and evaporating the surrounding moisture. The water snake technique couldn't hold on to it for long, so Inanna tossed the fragment onto the ground by the pond. Do you know what this is? Lin Jun originally didn't know, but this thing actually had a panel. After all, Lin Jun had never seen a panel on inanimate objects until now. Artifact, sunstone fragment. What the heck? Defeating a group of LV-20 mosquitoes can drop an artifact. Is a monster drop system poorly designed? There was no other description besides the name. Was it because it was just a fragment? In any case, it was definitely worth collecting for research. Lin Jun, how would I know? But it looks somewhat useful. We can take it back to keep the mushrooms warm. A beefy slime wrapped the fragment in mud to form a large ball and took it away. Inanna had no objections. She was originally working here for that A-grade magic crystal, so the loot naturally belonged to Lin Jun. She was just curious. While Lin Jun and Inanna were happily on their grand expedition here, another group of people on the surface was troubled by Inanna. 8. Reliable Silver Thorn Golden Sunwood Tavern. As one of the 2 taverns in Yafeng Town, the town closest to the Purple Crystal Underground City. Unlike its counterpart that sold low-quality drinks and was filled with all kinds of people, the Golden Sunwood Tavern always had rich, aromatic, and smooth wine in its glasses. Correspondingly, the slightly higher prices meant that the customers who came here were somewhat capable adventurers. However, today, the adventurers who should have been seated separately were oddly clustered on the right side, making the 4 people sitting alone on the left look as if they had taken over half the venue. After all, that was a diamond-level adventurer team, Silverthorn. All members above LV50. It's not that the Silverthorn team is particularly overbearing, but anyone with discerning eyes can see that their atmosphere is off, and no one wants to stir up trouble at this time. Everyone is quietly drinking on the other side, both timid and curious, hoping to hear some gossip to discuss over the next few days. The most eye-catching member of the Silverthorn team is undoubtedly the half-dragon Garl, whose height of 2.3 meters makes him taller than an average person even when seated, and coupled with his reinforced heavy armor, he looks like a wall. In fact, he truly is the wall that protects his teammates, having blocked countless surging enemies in battle to create safe output space for his allies. The only downside is that Garl did not inherit the breath attack ability from his dragon mother. Otherwise, catching the enemy off guard with a breath attack would have made even a savage orc warlord feel despair. However, at this moment, the half-dragon's words sound anything but valiant. It's over. The United Kingdom probably can't stay any longer. Boss, I think this mission is impossible to complete anyway. So why not slip away to the island while they're unprepared? Once we're out of this dungeon, we won't have another chance. Clang. A sharp blade shot off Garl's chest plate and bounced onto the table, while the Shadow Stalker, Night Owl, casually played with 2 other blades in his fingertips. This elf, who had severed countless monsters' throats with throwing knives, was now staring at his front line with the same expression one would use to look at goblin feces. Did you forget that you nearly vomited your stomach out just from sitting on a boat for 2 days last time? And you want to go to the islands? You'll probably die on the way. He continued. Besides, the mission hasn't even started yet. Completing it means we could get a city. Night Owl's eyes sparkled at the mention of city. Who knows why a genuine elf would be so interested in obtaining a human city? Well, you still have to complete it, Garl retorted. You said we must bring the person back safe and sound, but it's already been half a month. Don't tell me you don't know what the situation is for the adventurers stuck in the Amethyst dungeon who Haven T died. It's just the parasitic trees on the 5th level and the tentacle nests on the 9th level. Even if we rescue someone, their brains will be mush. Do you think the Duke will consider that safe and sound? He added, in the best-case scenario, they'll be captured by roaming savage orcs and turned into reserve meat. And by now, they're probably all limbs dislocated. We should pray they Haven T had a mental breakdown from despair. This mission is practically impossible to complete. When the Duke comes to demand answers, Night Owl, you can slip away into shadows, but the 3 of us will get hammered. It's no wonder Garl is so afraid of Duke Amara. Even 10 years ago, when they were all still in their golden and silver years, Amara was already a level 70 powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Although the 4 of them are all over level 50 and only about 10 levels away from Duke Amara, in reality, even if they were tied together, they would merely be enough for the Duke to warm up. The gap in levels becomes more pronounced the higher you go. Not to mention the Duke's extensive skills gained from being at max level for so long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure from the Empire for so many years. Stop. Garl, don't say anymore. Seeing that Garl was about to continue promoting his defeatism, the team leader, Nova, had to interrupt him. There's still a possibility of saving them. If their brains are damaged, that's one thing, but if we can just regenerate a few arms and legs with a bottle of regeneration potion, that's doable. The risks are indeed high, but the rewards are considerable. We can't give up before we even see anyone. Let us treat this as a gamble. If we only end up rescuing a fool, I'll take responsibility and report to the Duke myself, and you guys can take the chance to escape. In reality, Nova also knew his warriors were speaking the truth. If it were 10 years ago, he would have chosen to flee, diving into the Western Islands or the territories of elves and dwarves. Even Duke Amara wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But now it's different. The United Kingdom has been embroiled in disputes with the Empire of the Recluses, and war is on the brink of breaking out. At this time, neither elves nor dwarves would casually agree to let high-level forces from outside enter. The only place to go is the Western Islands. After all, a human cannot actively go to the Empire of the Recluses to become a blood servant for those vampires. However, the islands aren't exactly safe either. The Mist Zone further west is expanding and swallowing islands, and the slave owners on those islands are panicking. If a desperate diamond-level adventurer were to show up, they would definitely be coerced into resisting the Mist. That job is far more dangerous than exploring a dungeon. Weighing it all up, it's better to gamble on saving the Duke's daughter intact, or at least hope that even if we only rescue a fool, the Duke won't directly kill us. However, the team isn't a dictatorship, and ultimately, the decision must be made collectively. As per usual, let's vote. I vote to go into the dungeon. I want to be the city lord. Night Owl also voted in support. I still think we should run now. The half-dragon clearly didn't want to take the gamble. Ivan. The 3 turned to the 4th member of the team, Ivan Netz, who had been silent and tinkering with something under the table. The halfling's small stature was almost swallowed by the edge of the wooden table, and he seemed to have little presence when silent. But as the main caster of the team, his opinion was equally important. Finally, he took it out. A broken, deformed, discarded magic crystal was tossed in front of them, and Ivan eagerly pulled out a brand new B-grade magic crystal, clicking it into the empty slot in his abdomen. The surrounding magical energy surged in, flowing into Ivan's limbs and bones, the violent magical torrent washing over every nerve synapse, plunging him into a dazed stupor. Oh! The entire tavern heard the halfling mage's satisfied moan, and the others looked at him with strange expressions. Night Owl tightly gripped the blade in his hand, barely stopping himself from launching it into this embarrassing teammate's neck. This magic addict, watching the great mage across from him with rolled-back eyes, even drooling, Nova felt a deep fatigue from leading this team. The mission cannot be delayed. Let us call it 2-1. Garl, you carry Ivan. With me and Night Owl in the front, that should be enough. Garl sighed and didn't continue to oppose, simply reaching out his hand to Nova. Potion of magic resistance. Have you forgotten what happened last time when he cast a magic explosion right on my back and almost took us both out? 9. Explosive troops. Fire demons moving. Don't these need to be buried underground? I'm not a plant. Do the people in this world really not distinguish between fungi and plants? The bullhorse puddles have already brought back the fire mosquitoes and the fragments of their larvae to the mushroom garden. Fire mosquitoes, which focus on agility and evasion, have low body strength. Once hit by mushroom bombs or crushed by armored puddles, it's hard for them to leave behind whole corpses. Now they're evenly spread across the cultivation area, and the first batch brought back is already starting to sprout mycelium. These monster corpses, once decomposed, will provide Lin Jun with both skill proficiency and magic power. Each individual fire mosquito, ~He, contain much magic power, but the sheer quantity makes up for it. All this magic power will be invested into the production of new puddles. The mushroom garden can currently accommodate about 300 puddles through natural absorption of magic power, with 100 of them being part of the logistics team to maintain the garden's daily operations. The rest are combat puddles. This time, Lin Jun plans to exceed the limit and suddenly produce 400 combat puddles, all of which will be to the upcoming hunt for earthworms. After the operation ends, if there are still many survivors, we can withdraw again, ensuring the success rate is the most critical. There is no second fire mosquito nest nearby that can easily provide him with so many nutrients. If we fail this time, who knows when we can organize a second round. Lin Jun, look, it seems I've gained a new talent. At some point, Inanna had started using the water snake technique beside her. Lin Jun had seen her use this skill in battle. It cannot be said to be invincible. At least it can be described as completely useless. Not only is the range short, but the power is also weak. A direct hit could not even take down a fire mosquito in one blow. The only advantage is that it can be manipulated to some extent after being fired. But under Inanna's abysmal technique, it has turned into a negative effect. Compared to the ice blade, it was utterly defeated. Inanna probably realized this herself, as she stopped using the water snake after trying it twice. However, now, the water snake Inanna cast was surprisingly swimming around her flexibly, like a small protective azure dragon. This is definitely not Inanna's normal level. Lin Jun decisively pulled out her status panel. Sure enough, her level had risen to LV 30. Even a small portion of the experience from hundreds of fire mosquitoes allowed her to level up twice. A new fixed effect appeared. Favor of the elemental spirit. The elemental spirit will assist the caster in controlling spells. Try using Ice Blade to attack that rock. The target Lin Jun designated was 300 meters away from Inanna. He remembered encountering fire mosquitoes at this distance as well, and Inanna's Ice Blade had gone wildly off course. Let me try. The moment the Ice Blade was fired, Lin Jun knew she had shot it off course again, but surprisingly, the Ice Blade adjusted itself mid-flight and ended up cutting into a corner of the rock. It actually hit. Inanna looked incredulous herself. In fact, if her firing angle hadn't been so absurdly off, the Ice Blade should have hit the mark directly. If it could graze the target, even when so misaligned, the elemental spirit is indeed impressive. Lin Jun also noticed that when Inanna used Ice Blade, the water snake technique surrounding her had not been cancelled. So this is a kind of AI-assisted controllability? It seems that the elemental spirit here replaces the function of AI. Speaking of which, this world actually has the setting of elemental spirits. He thought magic was just simple magic. Moreover, Lin Jun also understood that humans, like himself, naturally gain a fixed effect or skill that matches them every 10 levels, just like his mushroom cannon or mycelium net. Inanna referred to this as a talent. It seems this isn't unique to him. Humans are like this, and probably other races or monsters are too. However, there is still a slight difference. Perhaps it's because Inanna can't see her panel, but this talent is automatically acquired for her, while he has an additional selection step. Lin Jun glanced at his current level of LV 44, still far from the next talent selection. In the following time, Lin Jun immersed himself in a large project called explosive pudding. The good news is that his long-dormant spirit integration skill finally reached LV 6. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control so many puddings at once. Even so, he didn't have time to chat with Inanna. However, Inanna didn't mind. She had recently become obsessed with exploring her new talent. The elemental spirit not only helped her adjust trajectories for self-targeting, but it also actively followed her with a lighting spell, and the water mirror refraction provided 360 automatic defense, which was much smoother than when she used it herself. However, spells like purification and mud technique didn't show much change. The elemental spirit does not enhance the power of the spells themselves. Days passed, and as everything was about to be ready, a strong magical wave suddenly emanated from outside the mushroom garden. Lin Jun, what happened? Why do I suddenly feel so oppressive? It felt like the aftershock of a magnitude 8 earthquake. Even Inanna, who didn't He have the magic perception skill, sensed that something was wrong. Lin Jun directly observed the magical vibrations crashing in waves, making him uncomfortable. Lin Jun checked the surveillance he had set up outside. These scattered, small clusters of mushrooms were unable to provide him with vision, but they could sense the surrounding magical wave fluctuations. Soon, Lin Jun figured out the source of the waves. It was from the direction of the fire demon nest. Knowing it was from the fire demon, Lin Jun felt relieved and casually reassured the startled Inanna before continuing to focus on finishing the explosive pudding project. It's not that Lin Jun wasn't afraid of the fire demon. On the contrary, as the strongest monster discovered so far, he had always been vigilant about the fire demon's movements. If one day he noticed the fire demon moving towards a mushroom garden, he would definitely run away immediately. Fortunately, this had never happened. In fact, from Lin Jun's observations, the fire demon was almost a homebody. Unlike him, who was rooted and inconvenient to move, the fire demon seemed simply too lazy to move. It appeared that soaking in lava could satisfy most of its needs. However, being a homebody doesn't mean it wouldn't go out. So far, Lin Jun had recorded 3 instances of the fire demon going out. Each time it went out, it caused magical wave fluctuations in the vicinity. Just like today, Lin Jun suspected it had gone to fight. However, he had no idea who it was fighting or where, nor did he know what kind of opponent could engage in a big fight with a fire demon. The part Lin Jun had explored was still too little compared to the entire depths. Lin Jun's original smuggling plan was to take advantage of the fire demon's absence to sneak through its nest to the upper levels. However, this plan was still quite risky. The most important thing was that he couldn't control when the fire demon would return. Among the 3 records, the shortest was just a few hours, while the longest was estimated to be 3 or 4 days. The smuggling plan was indeed a gamble with his life, so it was replaced by the digging plan. He didn't know how long it would take for the fire demon to return this time. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen to disturb his hunt for the earthworms. 10. Hunting earthworms. The puddings were all set. Every single pudding, including Inanna, had their magical energy filled. Not only had they consumed all the magical energy from the decomposed fire mosquitoes, but even the stored energy was completely depleted. Naturally, the magical energy collected afterward would not keep up with the consumption, meaning this batch of puddings had no chance for a second replenishment. The hunting operation would take place today. 400 puddings squeezed together was quite a spectacular sight, with the vast majority being cannon-type puddings. Earthworms are not only huge in size, but also covered with a thick rock shell, making them immune to both hallucinogenic spores and digestive mucus. As for the shelled puddings, there was no need for them. Being hit by the attacks of such heavyweight creatures would result in instant death, regardless of whether they had shells or not. To defeat such worms, Lin Jun could only opt for damage output. Of course, there was still a plan. These worms, which dig around underground all day, feed mainly on various minerals, and their favorite snack is naturally the specialty of the amethyst dungeon, magic crystals. And Lin Jun just happened to know how to detonate magic crystals. In the team, Lin Jun specifically prepared 10 special puddings. Their hollow abdomens were stuffed with magic crystals, and they were equipped with magical energy storage skills to provide the energy needed to detonate the magic crystals. For this hunt, Lin Jun had basically taken out all his savings. The magic crystals that were originally stuck in the soil of the mushroom garden to accelerate magical energy collection had all been dug up, directly causing the natural collection efficiency of the mushroom garden's magic energy to be halved. These magic crystals served as bait to lure the earthworms out and as the first strike against them. As for what would happen after the first strike, it would depend on how effective Inanna's mud technique was. Do we really have to go? The pink mushroom hat shakes as she prepares to cross at least 15 levels to fight the earthworm, and she feels no sense of security at all. Recruit, I remember the hiring fee has already been given to you, right? Inanna felt the large A-grade magic crystal above her head and couldn't bring herself to say that she wanted to give up. It's just too tempting. Not only does it allow her to cast spells in her pudding form, but the spell's power is almost doubled. The amplification effect is far beyond what that small B-grade magic crystal could provide. If things really take a turn for the worse, I permit you to run away, and I want to take back the magic crystal. Lin Jun appropriately relaxed the conditions. Although Inanna still wanted to say that with her short legs, she might not even be able to escape, she thought about it and figured that having permission to run away is better than not having it at all. The pink mushroom hat nodded, indicating a consensus was reached. Allowing Inanna to escape wasn't tea out of Lin Jun's kindness. It was simply unnecessary to let her die for nothing if things went south. After the battle at the fire mosquito nest, Lin Jun also realized that magic was indeed useful. Puddings could be produced again, magic crystals could be mined again. But where could he find another magic-using companion who was easy to command like Inanna? This journey was much longer than the one to the fire mosquito nest, and Inanna even felt like they had taken quite a few detours on purpose. However, they encountered almost no obstacles along the way, only running into a large black and white spider halfway, which Inanna swiftly decapitated with a tracking ice blade. The destination was a shattered cave. It couldn't even be called a cave anymore. The entire space was filled with the passages left by the earthworms, and describing it as drafty would be an understatement. After observing, Lin Jun found that there were several new passages compared to the last time he came to explore. He placed the self-destructing puddings and the magic crystals on a relatively intact patch of ground, while other cannon puddings were scattered around the dilapidated cave. Lin Jun didn't assign Inanna to another location, but let her stay at the edge of the passage they came from, slowly channeling magic into the magic crystals. The magic fluctuations emitted by the large number of magic crystals made even Lin Jun feel greedy. Inanna also knew the specific plan. Looking at the pile of magic crystals, she felt a deep sense of regret. Boss Lin Jun was a spendthrift, using even some A-grade magic crystals as explosives to increase the success rate. Although they weren't as big as hers, they were still A-grade magic crystals. This pile of magic crystals alone could invite the Diamond Squad to kill 10 earthworms. Yet now they were just meant to blow up the earthworms. It was truly a waste of resources. After the magic fluctuations spread out, they didn't TC the earthworms immediately. Instead, some other monsters showed up. There were the black and white spiders they had encountered earlier, as well as deformed monsters with sharp fangs. However, they were all blasted to death by the surrounding puddings, causing no trouble at all. To Lin Jun's surprise, he even saw a LV-35 Minotaur, also known as a bull-headed man. This was the first time Lin Jun encountered such a classic monster. The Minotaur clearly had a high level of intelligence and retreated upon seeing their formation from afar. If they had encountered it at a different time, Lin Jun would definitely have tried to communicate, as both were intelligent monsters. Perhaps they could coexist harmoniously, but today that would have to wait. Finally, a continuous tremor came from underground, and the rubble at Inanna's feet shook violently, with some newly opened tunnel entrances shedding debris. An unfortunate pudding was crushed into a puddle of mycelium by falling rocks before it could even begin. It's coming. When do I cast the spell? Should I cast the swamp spell now? At this critical moment, Inanna grew anxious again. Stay calm, Inanna. I will tell you when to cast it. Don't panic. Lin Jun gently advised Inanna to stay calm, but he didn't notice that his tone was tightening uncontrollably, and beneath the calm tone was an uncontainable excitement. They didn't keep the two waiting too long. The ground on one side of the cave suddenly collapsed, and a large worm shot up from the ground, instantly devouring 20 puddings in its massive mouth. Level LV-49. It was exactly the target Lin Jun was after. The earthworm. Here it comes. The earthworm's body bent in midair, clearly targeting the magic crystals. None of the puddings fired. Lin Jun even stopped and nearly panicking Inanna from casting a spell. Just a little longer. It's not time yet. Magic surged wildly into the magic crystals, and the magic fluctuations grew increasingly intense. Just as they were about to reach their peak, the enormous mouth descended, engulfing the 10 puddings along with all the magic crystals. 1, 2, boom! The earth-shattering explosion tore apart the earthworm's massive mouth, and several meters of rocky armor burst from the inside. The flying rock fragments shot out at a terrifying speed, causing considerable casualties among the puddings. The entire mouth of the earthworm was completely blown apart. As for its head, Lin Jun wasn't quite sure where the earthworm's head was, or if it even had one. He only knew that despite sustaining such injuries, it still hadn't lost its vitality and was struggling in pain. The remaining body writhed violently, and half of its worm body slammed against the surrounding rock layers, causing a collapse, while the remaining digging legs frantically clawed at the ground, trying to burrow back underground. Inanna's body trembled violently, and Lin Jun's command exploded in her consciousness in a dissonant tone. Swamp spell. Quickly. 11. 2v401, epic victory. The magic crystal above Inanna's head lit up, and she nervously cast the swamp spell. The once solid ground beneath the earthworm instantly turned into a quagmire, and the rubble that had been dug up became muddy water. However, the thickness of the swamp was limited, deeper underground, at the end of the giant worm's body. The ground remained solid. Relying on that small section underground, the earthworm was still slowly trying to retreat underground. Lin Jun certainly wouldn't just let it escape. Inanna, keep using the swamp spell, don't stop. All right. At the same time, the puddings, which had been suffering damage, finally began to fight back. The popping sounds of mushroom cannons ringing out continuously. Lin Jun concentrated the firepower on the cracked parts of the earthworm's rocky armor. The earthworm's health continued to dwindle on the panel, and at the speed it was burrowing down, it wouldn't be able to escape. It's going to work. The hope of breaking out of the underground city is within reach. After that, they just needed to temporarily move over and consume the earthworm to gain its skills. And he could dig up to see the sun again. It had been so long since he had basked in sunlight. But why is the ground shaking again? The direction of the tremor is... Inanna, run back. Huh? Still focused on continuing the swamp spell, Inanna completely failed to react, only instinctively taking 2 steps back. In an instant, another giant worm burst through the rocks right in front of her. The protruding rocky armor grazed her, sending Inanna flying into the passage as if she had been hit by an uppercut. Inanna? Inanna! No response, and Lin Jun hurriedly opened the panel. She had lost 400 health. Fortunately, she had over 3,000 health points, so she was far from dying, but it was clear she had fainted. Nearby, 4 puddings picked up the unconscious Inanna and the A-grade magic crystal that had fallen on the ground, retreating deeper into the tunnel. Inanna was temporarily safe, but the situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. The suddenly invading second earthworm was rampaging around the cave, crushing numerous puddings to death. The mire that trapped the injured earthworm was gradually hardening without Inanna's maintenance, and the speed at which the earthworm burrowed down was noticeably increasing. Why was there a second earthworm? Was it attracted by the excess magic crystals, or do these worms have a sense of camaraderie that leads them to help each other? There was no time to think. The second earthworm was definitely too much to handle. Lin Jun could only focus fire and continue attacking the injured one. Ignoring the continuous casualties among the puddings, Lin Jun unleashed his firepower with all his might, as long as he could bring its health down to 0 before it escaped. What? Are you saying I was knocked away by another earthworm? 23 puddings, and one who had already awakened but was still confused and somewhat excited, Inanna. This was all the strength they had retreated back to the mushroom garden with. The injured earthworm ultimately managed to escape with its last sliver of health, and the remaining puddings suffered heavy losses under the attack of another earthworm. Worse still, many areas had collapsed, preventing many puddings from returning to the tunnel they came from, and they could only be abandoned helplessly. The only silver lining was that the magical fluctuations from the battle had scared away all the small magical creatures in the vicinity. They didn't encounter any further attacks on the way back. Otherwise, they might not have returned at all. Lin Jun now felt like a stock trader who had lost everything after diving into the A-share market. All his savings were gone. Fortunately, there was no mortgage lending in the underground city, so he still had the mushroom garden. The sorrows and joys of mushrooms do not connect. While Lin Jun was secretly lamenting his losses, Inanna was in a good mood. She didn't know Lin Jun was hunting earthworms to escape the underground city, nor did she know how much he had gambled on this hunt. In her view, it would be fine to organize another hunt later. Surely they wouldn't have 2 earthworms every time. All she knew was that Lin Jun kept his promise, and the A-grade magic crystal that was retied to the mushroom cap finally belonged to her. Inanna decided to start calling Lin Jun boss from now on. As for almost being bitten by an earthworm, she felt nothing at all. She suddenly fainted, and thanks to her LV4 life recovery, she woke up with full health. She had no impression of being injured, feeling like she had just earned the magic crystal while lying down. She even thought that maybe she could obtain a new A-grade magic crystal on the next hunt. In a corner of the mushroom garden, beneath a large mushroom, at the end of a 10-meter-long passage formed by mycelium, there was a 3x3 underground space. Lin Jun's main body, an unremarkable blue mushroom, was here. Also present was a special pudding exuding a powerful aura. Unlike the other cannon fodder puddings, this one had been nurtured since the establishment of the mushroom garden, with skills and levels raised to Lin Jun's limits, making it the strongest pudding. It was Lin Jun's exclusive mount. The question before Lin Jun now was, should he honestly spend a lot of time to accumulate power and hunt earthworms again? Or should he return to the original plan and risk using the super puddings to sneak him up next time the flame demon went out? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the channel between the deep layers and the 10th layer in the flame demoness layer, it's so hot. Is this the deep layer of the purple crystal underground city? It can't all be lava zones, right? Are you sure that young lady will be in a place like this? Night Owl uncomfortably tugged at the collar of her tight-fitting outfit. She had no resistance to high temperatures and could only barely stand here after drinking a bottle of flame protection potion. Even so, it was still very uncomfortable, and she just wanted to leave quickly. A cooling spell fell on several people, and Night Owl finally felt more comfortable. It truly saved my life. The light on the staff faded, and Ivan smiled and nodded. A half-human, half-demon mage is pretty reliable when he isn't suffering from magical addiction. Team leader Nova held the positioning crystal and sensed it. That S right, the directional indicator, was approaching horizontal, indicating they were in the upper half of the deep layer. But this is the deep layer. I might not survive here for a month. Unlike the clearly defined first 10 layers, each of the previous layers had its own characteristics, magical creature level ranges, and usable rules, etc. Night Owl believed she could survive easily on her own as long as she had a strategy. But the deep layer was different. It was characterized by chaos, with magical creatures of all levels present. More critically, the magical creatures inside could roam, meaning that each time adventurers came down, they might encounter completely different situations. Just like the information they had from 3 years ago, which said that there would be a LV-59 flame demon at the exit of the channel. But now, apart from a sea of lava, there were no magical creatures at all. Of course, this was a good thing. It just meant that the deep layer had undergone changes, and that information had become outdated and lost its reference value. All right, once we find her, we'll know how she survived. Half-Dragon Gal, as Tone was no longer as dejected as before they set off. The two worst possibilities, parasitic trees and tentacle nests, had already been ruled out. In his view, the chances of a young lady surviving with a healthy mind were much higher than he had previously thought. It probably increased from 2 to 20. 12. Adventurers arrived. The dim tunnel was filled with a nauseating smell, and the green blood of the giant spider dripped continuously along its own web. Arachno, like its spider relatives, was forever relegated to the label of giant spider monster in the mouths of most illiterate adventurers. Only those who truly understood them knew that this was a special giant spider capable of weaving toxic webs. The thick webs were extremely eye-catching, and weak magical creatures would avoid them from afar. But there were always some magical creatures that, relying on their strength and power, never took webs seriously. Arachno's prey happened to be these guys. However, today it was clearly outmatched. A giant axe struck precisely into the center of the spider monster's head, smashing it to pieces. Who? The bull-headed, human-bodied creature panted as it lifted the axe and flicked it slightly, shaking off most of the sticky blood. Standing at 5 meters tall, its muscular body heaved with each breath beneath its fur, making it an exceptionally strong individual even among minotaurs. Under its frenzied attack, the hunter had become the prey, but it was not unscathed. The toxin from the web had spread through its left arm, and its LV-5 poison resistance could only prevent further spread. Losing an arm in the short term would make survival in the underground city extremely difficult. Fortunately, this problem wouldn't trouble it for long. A pitch-black dagger emerged from the shadows, gently twisting around the Minotaur's thick neck, and its throat was easily sliced open like tofu. Watching the Minotaur twitching on the ground, Night Owl emerged from the darkness and complained to the other 3 who had just arrived. At least a level 40 Minotaur. This thing could serve as a treasure chest guardian on the 8th layer. If it weren't for its poor state, I would have had to exert more effort. I feel like if we keep wandering around like this, we will inevitably run into real trouble. Nova, how far do we have to go? Nova touched the guidance crystal in his hand. Almost there, the change in direction is getting larger, indicating we are very close. Gal, help me cut open its abdomen. Ivan pointed at the spider's corpse and ordered his teammates. What for? The bodily fluids of the giant spider monster were already foul. Gal, with a reluctant expression, took out a dissection knife and cut open the spider's abdomen. Sure enough, a strong stench wafted out, and he quickly waved his hand and stepped back 2 paces. However, Ivan, with his eyes shining, rushed forward, unfazed by the horrible smell, and reached in to pull out an organ. It was indeed an arachno. Its venom sac was the best material for preparing the poison cloud ritual. Watching Ivan take out a beautifully crafted box and carefully store the stinking venom sac, Nova directed the others to continue moving forward. He had a premonition that in no more than 3 caves, they would reach their target. In fact, after passing through another cave inhabited by a few fire mosquitoes, they arrived at their destination. Outside the mushroom garden, the 4 of them looked at the scene before them in disbelief. A group of Pudges had actually occupied a territory in the deep layer? No, rather, how could there be Pudges in the deep layer? Indeed, all levels of monsters could be found in the deep layer, But that certainly did not include the utterly unviable Pudges. Not to mention, wouldn't the fire mosquitoes next door treat them as a buffet every day? Gal opened his mouth, and after a long pause murmured, "If it's here, I think I understand a bit why that young lady is still alive." One of them approached. A Pudgy waddled over on its short legs. Ivan then remembered to use the detection spell to investigate. Sure enough, it was LV1. Skills? Yes. Meanwhile, someone reacted even faster. As the Pudgy approached, the figure of Night Owl vanished. Shadow, shifting LV9. As an experienced adventurer, he would not be distracted by the seemingly harmless scene, and he struck with full force. In an instant, he appeared behind the Pudgy and slashed down with his black blade. Boom! Night Owl, be careful. Ivan's warning came a bit late. Fortunately, it was just a small explosion and did not really harm Night Owl. However, as she emerged from the smoke, her face was covered in soot, and she stared at Ivan with a fierce gaze, almost ready to question him directly. Sorry, it's just so rare I got distracted. I've never heard of walking mushrooms that explode. The others don't seem like ordinary walking mushrooms either. Nova pointed at a few cannon mushrooms nearby, timely changing the subject. Ivan used the detection spell again. Those can fire magical cannon attacks, but the power isn't great, and they don't seem very aggressive. Indeed, their group had actively taken out one self-destructing Pudgy, while the other Pudges showed no reaction, neither attacking nor fleeing. Very strange. Should we clear them all out? Night Owl asked, but her body was already preparing to move. She was still holding back her anger from just now. However, Nova pressed her down. Wait, the Duchess is still in here. We don't know what might happen if we cause chaos. Since they pose little threat and don't attack, let's just go in. Stay alert at all times. The last sentence was directed at the half-dragon, as he needed to protect his companions from sudden attacks. Heal wounds, LV7. Shield domain, LV8. Group defense boost, LV8. The half-dragon casts several protective skills in succession. All right, let us go in. Long before they entered the passage connecting to the fire mosquito nest, Lin Jun had sensed them through the mushrooms in the passage. The great mage Ivan had not noticed Lin Jun, who was secretly monitoring the entire mushroom garden, and their conversation was heard word for word by Lin Jun. However, he couldn't understand. As expected, the language spoken in another world was not Earth's language, right? Communicating with Inanna through mycelium was actually a kind of mental local area network. What was transmitted was thought rather than language, so there was naturally no language barrier. Now encountering someone who truly spoke another world's language, he indeed couldn't understand. Although he couldn't understand, he had not seen humans in all these years. And now he encountered a group that clearly came for the mushroom garden. There was a 99% chance their target was Inanna. He just didn't know whether they were there to kill her or to save her. Inanna had a tracking mark, which must have been placed by her Duke father. So this group was most likely there to rescue her. In fact, even if they weren't, Lin Jun currently had no good way to deal with it. It was that he was unwilling to protect the little follower he had picked up, but he only had 40 combat Pudges and 100 logistical Pudges at hand. The four on the opposite side were all at least LV52, with the highest at LV58. Each one was higher than the earthworms, and they had a bunch of reasonably matched high-level skills on their panels. With this lineup, even if he brought out his strongest Pudgy, he would have no chance of winning. As for escaping, they were precisely targeting him. So where could they take her to escape? Looking at the silly pink Pudgy still practicing magic in the garden, Lin Jun felt he should remind her. Inanna, what is up, boss? Someone from your family has come to pick you up, probably. My family? Probably? They could also be here to kill you. Oh, the young Pudgy's mushroom cap trembled as she looked around for signs of outsiders. What should she do? If they really were assassins, then she was doomed. Is there no hope of winning? Seeing Inanna harboring fantasies, Lin Jun mercilessly analyzed the situation for her. Think about it. We can't even escape from this layer, but they can come down easily from above. The gap in strength is very obvious, right? What should I do then? Prepare to self-destruct with magic crystals at any time? Die together? At least die with dignity. That makes sense. As the Silverthorn team reached the center of the mushroom garden, they saw a pink Pudgy with a large magic crystal on its head, surrounded by swirling magic power, ready to self-destruct at any moment. Lin Jun had even thoughtfully arranged for two Pudges to stand beside her, making her look much more imposing. Setting off such a large magic crystal would be far more dangerous than the previous encounter at the entrance. Night Owl immediately wanted to take advantage of her speed to eliminate the threat right away. Shadow Bind, as expected of teammates. Ivan's first move was a spell that restrained Night Owl. Calm down, you reckless one. At Ivan's reminder, Night Owl finally noticed that Captain Nova was looking at the pink Pudgy in front of them with great excitement, feeling the direction of the positioning crystal in his hand. There was no doubt that this Pudgy was their rescue target, Duchess Inanna St. Clair. Nova immediately knelt on one knee and performed a standard noble salute to Inanna. Lady Inanna, we are adventurers sent by your father, Duke Amara, to rescue you. I apologize for scaring you. He also gave a glance to Night Owl, who was standing there holding a dagger. He was now extremely grateful that he had stopped Night Owl's plan to clear the area before entering. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if the Duke found out that the adventurers who were supposed to save his daughter had become marked by his revenge. Gulp. The fear was not just from the Duke's personal pursuit. The Adventure Guild would definitely issue high bounty orders to clear their names from such a mess. At that time, they truly would have nowhere to hide in this vast world. Thinking of this, Nova couldn't help but shiver, and his gaze towards Night Owl became increasingly unfriendly. She had indeed been getting more reckless lately, and it was time to hold a reflection meeting when they got back. How would I know? The Night Owl, who had been glared at, murmured as it put away its weapon and knelt down in the captain's posture. Although unable to understand the conversation, seeing several people kneeling before Inanna allowed Lin Jun to confirm their intentions. Inanna was so excited that she bounced up, still holding the unstable magic crystal. Lin Jun quickly urged her to calm down, warning that if she blew herself up, it would be a huge joke. The old man. My father really came to save me. Inanna was unaware that she was under a locating spell. After hearing the words of those two traitors, she had thought that the Duke would be too busy to save her. Just moments ago, she had suspected that the people before her were there to eliminate her. But now she felt a mix of overwhelming joy and tears that didn't come. Boss, did you hear that? We can go out now. Once we're out, you can fill my family's private woods with mushrooms. The old man will definitely agree. We can. Boss, why aren't you speaking? Lin Jun, a puffball, slightly smaller than the A-grade magic crystal on Inanna's head, approached her. Newbie, you've done well these days. This is your reward. Don't mention me to these people, and I wish you good luck in the future. Lin Jun finally responded, but his reply left her puzzled. Don't you also want to go out? Why? Miss Inanna, can we communicate this way? The voice, as usual, rang directly in Inanna's mind. But it was Lin Jun who was speaking. Inanna looked at the half-elf old man before her and realized he was using a telepathy spell. It's great to see you safe and sound. I know you've been subjected to a solidification transformation spell, so don't worry. Once we leave the dungeon, we'll prepare a reversal ritual for you. Please bear with it a little longer. Ivan felt that the girl before him was shy and somewhat introverted, which didn't quite match the information they had gathered earlier. However, the locating crystal must be accurate. This must be the Duke's daughter. Considering a young girl suddenly betrayed and hanging by a thread, it was normal for her personality to have some changes. Miss Inanna, could you tell us what you've been through? I don't want to say. Inanna recalled Lin Jun's words and, after some thought, chose not to fabricate a story, but to remain silent. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Ivan took the initiative to ease her. It's fine. This isn't really an inquiry. Ivan was well aware that there might be secrets hidden in this mushroom garden. Otherwise, the Duke's daughter wouldn't have survived here, and she seemed to get along well with the puffballs. At another time, he would definitely have explored to satisfy his curiosity. But now, this was a task related to the reward for a city. The pink puffball that had become the Duke's daughter would need to be helped in holding down the Night Owl, even if it meant spraying spores on its head. Not to mention any small secrets here. We'll be heading back soon. Is there anything you need to take with you? At Inanna's signal, Ivan took out a box to store the later magic crystal. As for the one on Inanna's head, she insisted on keeping it tied. Ivan simply replaced the fungal tendril originally used to bind the magic crystal with a sturdy ribbon. After briefly communicating with his teammates, Ivan carried Inanna back along the same route. As they moved further away from the mushroom garden, the connection to the fungal network weakened. Without the vision provided by the fungal network, Inanna suddenly felt as if she had returned to the moment she was transformed into a puffball. Loneliness. Fear. Watching the adventurer team disappear into the tunnel, Lin Jun, in his strongest puffball form, emerged from his hiding place. He certainly couldn't leave with Inanna. After spending so many days with her, he knew her words were her true thoughts. But Lin Jun could not trust the adventurers. Nor could he trust someone like Inanna's father, a nobleman. He wasn't sure if there was anything about him that these people would covet. Even if he were taken out, he would probably just be the Duke's daughter's pet. And if the Duke discovered that he could gain immense benefits by killing his own daughter's pet, what would he do? This was just a hypothesis, But Lin Jun would never place his hopes on others. Moreover, not leaving with Inanna didn't mean he wouldn't follow them from a distance, using these adventurers to pave a safe path for himself. He placed the fragments of the sunstone he had collected in an S-grade magic crystal beneath the shell of his super puffball. Gathering the only 40 combat puffballs he had, Lin Jun took one last look at the mushroom garden he had created, which had helped him through the most difficult times. Its mission was now complete. Following Inanna's faint fungal network signal, Lin Jun stepped into the tunnel. 14. Why is there a flame demon here? Following the adventurers from a distance, Lin Jun increasingly felt that something was off. Why did this road feel so familiar? Wasn't this the way to the flame demon's home? Lin Jun was well aware that the location of the flame demon's nest hadn't seen any battles. Otherwise, the mushrooms he had arranged nearby would have detected magical fluctuations. Could it be that the flame demon hadn't returned since it left last time and missed them? He had previously thought that these people were coming down through routes he didn't know about. After all, the depths were vast, and there were far more entrances than just one, but he lacked the ability to explore them. Since this was the path to the flame demon's nest, the question now was, had the flame demon gone home? Finally I can relax. Finding the Duke's daughter put Gal in a good mood. Which adventurer wouldn't be tempted by the reward of an entire city? Captain, you don't know how desperate I felt when you mentioned there was a change in direction on the 9th floor. I thought she really had fallen into a trap. Before he could finish his sentence, Gal was kicked by the night owl. Looking at the pink puffball held by the night owl, he remembered that Inanna was still here, and his previous words had been a bit too casual. Ahem. As always, Captain Nova came out to change the subject. Ivan, do you have confidence in lifting Miss Inanna's transformation spell? Do we need to find someone more professional to help after we go up? Ivan didn't appreciate this comment. Do you think I'm worse than those third-rate guys? It's just a transformation followed by a solidifying potion. Do you think that can stump me? It won't be harder than the time I turned you back from the Scarecrow in the Scarecrow Abyss. Nova just wanted to change the topic, but didn't expect to hit Ivan's sore spot, and could only awkwardly laugh. I don't understand. As long as you're confident, that's good. Unknowingly, they had already returned to the entrance connecting to the upper levels. It was still as hot as ever. The night owl, who was already intolerant of heat, felt even hotter while holding a puffball. However, considering that Inanna was still a noble lady, even if she had turned into a puffball, it wouldn't be appropriate to let a man hold her. The night owl could only endure the heat but quicken her pace a bit. In contrast, Inanna and her arms showed little reaction to the hot environment, as she had all resistances at level 6. Wait, the brief voice of the archmage Ivan made the night owl and the others stop in their tracks. The magical fluctuations have changed. Detection spell, night owl. The archmage's voice was calm. Carry the lady. The night owl glanced at Ivan. Although this half-demon often went mad due to his addiction, he was the most experienced in the entire team when he was sober. Without hesitation, she melded with Inanna and slipped into the elongated shadows of a few people, darting into the passage at extreme speed. The moment she disappeared, the entire cavern began to tremble. The magma pools on both sides surged like boiling veins, thick golden red bubbles bursting one after another, sulfurous smoke mixed with heat gushing forth. Night Owl's departure alerted the hidden enemies that they had been discovered, and now they were not going to let the remaining prey escape. With a monstrous roar, a massive figure emerged from the magma pool. Its mountain-like upper body was composed of semi-solidified lava and char bones, the dark red rock shell encasing its body and the molten heart within like armor. At the same time, numerous 1-meter-high flame creatures, seemingly smaller versions of it, leapt out, blocking the way. Gulp! The half-dragon swallowed hard. The fire demon and the lava puppet. Be careful, it's level 64. Ivan, who had already used the reconnaissance spell, revealed the fire demon's strength. There was no time for further conversation. The fire demon swung its massive lava fist towards them. Shield domain. Gal raised a shield to form a gigantic shield illusion in front of him, forcibly blocking the blow. However, due to the level difference, he was far from unscathed, blood constantly seeping from his arm armor. Revival, life potential. Nova took a breath and released both healing and enhancement spells, allowing Gal to barely maintain the shield domain. Another roar echoed, and seeing that it couldn't directly crush these bugs, the fire demon raised a massive wave from the magma pool below. Realizing the danger, Ivan decisively inserted an A-grade magic crystal into his abdomen, and at the same time, cast Awakening to keep his sanity under the turbulent magical energy, even though it would cause him immense pain. Facing the level 64 fire demon, he didn't dare to hold back. unleashing 300 of his full power at once. Ice Ring. The embedded magic crystal provided him with a power boost far beyond that of an ordinary staff. And the ice ring expanded outward with 3 people as its center. It froze the rocky ground and also the few lava puppets, finally colliding with the lava wave and solidifying it just in time. We need to run quickly. The immense pain stimulated every nerve in Ivan's body. He couldn't maintain this state for long. Even with this explosive enhancement, his magic could only barely match the fire demon's regular power, and if they dragged it out, they would undoubtedly die. It was probably not that simple. The fire demon actually took the opportunity while they were holding back the lava to move near the passage entrance, blocking the way for the 3 of them. Seeing this, Ivan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, if I can survive this, I have to go apologize to Chemo. I laughed at her the last time when she said the fire demon had high intelligence. What to do? Should we retreat? The half-dragon glanced back at the passage they came from. It should still be possible to retreat now. No, you all hold on. Nova's tone was as if he had made a decision, and Gal, who had been with him for 10 years, knew exactly what he was thinking. You want to use that? Even so, it might not be able to deal with this fire demon. Ivan remained silent on the side. After blocking another wave of lava, he was in so much pain he couldn't speak, and his last bit of strength had to be used on the next spell. Nova didn't explain, just shot a glance at the half-dragon, who could only choose to trust his captain as he always had. A small branch with 2 tinderbuds was taken out by Nova from his bosom. Lin Jun, who had been observing from a distance, immediately noticed this item with a panel. Artifact. Core of life, wood fragment. Another artifact. Magical energy surged into it, but not just magical energy. Nova's life force was also significantly drained, and his face visibly grew thinner. After finally feeding the artifact, Nova pointed it at a corner of the fire demon's chest. There was a slight crack in the rock shell there. He dared to counterattack only because he noticed this. A tinder bud transformed into a flash of green light, piercing through the fire demon's armor and shattering the molten heart within its chest. The fire demon, which had thought victory was assured, suddenly suffered a fatal blow. Its core shattered. It could no longer support its massive body and fell beside the magma pool, letting out one last weak wail. This being, which had blocked Lin Jun for several years and was the strongest magical creature he had ever seen, died so abruptly. Feeling the still warm fragments of the sunstone beneath the shell, this is the artifact. A Pyrrhic victory. Ivan lay unconscious, his face covered with dark purple patterns from magical corruption. Even his breathing was faint. Nova sat on the ground, his twig-like arms propping him up, occasionally coughing. Instead, Gal, who was responsible for taking hits in the team, was full of life. However, he was the only one left with combat strength and didn't dare to linger. After administering potions to his 2 teammates, he hurriedly gathered the loot and ran off with them to meet Night Owl. After he left, Lin Jun stepped out from his hiding place, pulling out a fist-sized fragment of the molten heart from under a piece of rock shell. It was about 1/10 the size of the complete piece, as the other fragments had been taken by the half-dragon. Strictly speaking, this thing was the fire demon's body and the only valuable part. As for the 10-meter form, it was merely a combat shape sustained by its abilities. Standing in front of the scattered rock shells, Lin Jun felt quite emotional. This imagined final boss of his, before he could challenge it, unexpectedly just died like this. The opponents were merely 3 levels below it. Just because of that tiny flaw, it was counter-killed in an instant. Lin Jun, who had been observing the situation, didn't miss a single detail. The crack on the fire demon's chest armor was likely caused when it went out. In any case, he gained a new understanding of the dangers of this world. Level does not represent everything. The safest approach is to never expose one's true form. Although saying this, he currently had no choice but to expose his true form to danger in order to relocate. The passage connecting the 10th floor was quite interesting. The lower half was not different from other passages in the deep zone, but the upper half featured rudimentary stairs. It was unclear who constructed the dungeon. Lin Jun had obtained a lot of information about the dungeon from Inanna. The young lady, who had never personally entered the dungeon before, had heard various rumors. However, obviously, the origin of the dungeon was not included. However, there was information about the 10th floor. The 10th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon, also known as the Thousand Stone Forest, contained countless natural stone pillars that divided the entire layer into difficult-to-communicate upper and lower sections. Winged wind serpents, known as Haka, resided atop the stone pillars, while below was the hunting ground of the werewolves. Werewolves are not magical beasts, but rather a race of demons, and they were once one of the most powerful races among demonkind. However, ever since the Demon King was slain by the hero 300 years ago, the demon race fell into internal strife over who would take charge. During this time, humans managed to unite various races and barely develop, otherwise, even without the Demon King. The demon race's strength would still overpower the surrounding races. In the end, the vampires achieved victory in the Battle Royale and established the Hermit Empire. Some of the demon clans that did not submit to the vampires migrated to the impoverished lands of the Far West. And there was no interaction between the Hermit Empire and them. The vampires only ruthlessly targeted their long-standing enemies, the werewolves, forcing some werewolf tribes to escape into underground cities across the world, becoming part of them. According to Inanna, aside from the underground cities, werewolves could only be seen on the Western Isles. However, being on the brink of extinction does not mean they are weak. On the contrary, the fact that vampires view them with such hostility indicates that they possess corresponding strength. Without training, they can reach at least level 30 upon adulthood, and their racial level cap is as high as the vampires at level 90, making them a dominant race. Lin Jun once asked Inanna, wouldn't humans and vampires be afraid of these werewolves recuperating in the underground cities and eventually coming out to attack? Inanna responded that there are rules in the underground cities, and even on the 10th level, they could only grow to LV 50 at most. As for crossing levels, that has never happened. Not only have there been no werewolves escaping from the underground city, but even in the adjacent 9th level, there have never been sightings of werewolves. Inanna did not know the specific reasons, only saying that the rules are common knowledge in the underground cities, whether in the Amethyst Underground City or others. After reaching the 10th level, the Silverthorn team did not stop to recuperate. Although there were 2 injured members in the team, they headed straight for the entrance to the 9th level. Werewolves sometimes hunt in packs, and running into them would be troublesome even when the team was complete, let alone now. They planned to rush directly to the safe house on the 9th level. Lin Jun followed the paths taken by several adventurers and indeed encountered no danger along the way. However, he did see an interesting scene. While passing through a passage hidden in the rock wall, Lin Jun witnessed a level 40 wind serpent hunting a rabbit monster through the small holes in the passage. Although it was called a rabbit monster, its panel showed it was a cracked-toothed beast, a creature the size of a brown bear, with sharp fangs and the ability to jump 10 meters high. It showed no fear of the wind serpent's attacks and continuously jumped up to bite it. However, the wind serpent was agile, dodging the attacks several times and taking the opportunity to unleash electric shocks that char the rabbit in various places. By the time the rabbit tried to escape, it was already too injured to run fast. Interestingly, the wind serpent, lacking claws, ultimately used air currents to drag the rabbit-sized body away. Lin Jun initially thought it would eat it on the spot. Both the wind serpent and the cracked-toothed beast were quite tempting to him. They had excellent skills. Unfortunately, it was not the right time. However, the experience of traveling on foot came to an end. A woo, a wolf howl, came from ahead, and it was clear that the adventurers had run into werewolves. As Lin Jun emerged from the rocky path, he saw a half-dragon and an elf being besieged, but the battle was nearing its conclusion. It was not that one side was about to be defeated. Although the 2 adventurers were in a tough spot, they were steadily pushing back the werewolves surrounding them. Lin Jun even saw Inanna participating in the fight. Limited by her line of sight, she could not see the enemy's position clearly, so she kept using the water serpent technique, relying on the automatic targeting of the elemental spirit to attack the enemies. It was quite effective, as she was the only ranged attacker at that moment. Noticing that the group could hold on for a while longer, Lin Jun considered it was nearing the end because they had successfully retreated to the entrance of the stairs leading to the 9th level. Sure enough, in the final stretch, the half-dragon suddenly used a skill to push back the surrounding werewolves and quickly retreated into the passage. The werewolves surrounded the entrance, howling, but none dared to step into the passage. This was good. It meant he didn't have to face the moral dilemma of whether to expose himself to save his former employee. Next, he just had to wait for the werewolves to give up and leave before he went over. Lin Jun had gotten a taste of what rules were. However, he was curious about what would happen if he captured a werewolf and forced it to the 9th level. It would probably die instantly. Otherwise, someone would have discovered this obvious loophole long ago. While Lin Jun was lost in thought, the werewolves had quieted down. They twitched their noses, one by one turning their heads toward Lin Jun's hidden position. Ah, so they really do have a dog-ass nose. A pair of green eyes stared at Lin Jun. 13 werewolves, the lowest at LV 26, immature, the highest at LV 42. This group of foolish dogs looked like they were ready to vent their anger on the one who had just let their prey escape. The dogs generally had the skill, acceleration, so turning and running would likely not work. Fortunately, Lin Jun had no intention of running. Super Pudding transform. He shrank into a ball. Rolling charge LV 5. This was a byproduct of acquiring the chitinous shell skill, extracted day after day from rolling beetles, and eventually, its level surpassed that of the shell at LV5. This skill, which had little presence in the mushroom garden, finally came into the spotlight. Lin Jun rolled towards the entrance to the 9th level. Behind him, 40 puddings were not idle either, unleashing a barrage of mushroom cannon fire ahead. The dogs were quite agile, easily dodging the straight-line attacks, with only one unfortunate fellow getting blown apart by a shot that destroyed one of its claws. However, Lin Jun's goal had been achieved. The mushroom cannon successfully cleared a path. One gray-furred werewolf, not believing in evil, charged in on all fours through the cannon fire and attacked Lin Jun with a claw strike. Dodge LV6. The pudding ball made a small jump and perfectly rolled over the dog's face, crossing it and charging into the stairs. Safe at last. The knockdown werewolf tumbled heavily, and before it could get up, it was hit by 7 or 8 mushroom cannon shots, turning it into a pile of mush. He successfully passed through, but unfortunately, only the super pudding could make it. The fighting puddings left behind did not have the rolling charge skill. Seeing Lin Jun already in the passage, the werewolves shifted their targets to the remaining puddings. It turned out that facing 40 puddings was indeed not a match for 12 werewolves. After injuring only 3 werewolves, the puddings were completely annihilated. It wasn't that Lin Jun felt particularly regretful. These puddings were brought along to cover for his true form and even serve as bait when necessary. It was just unexpected that they were all wiped out after completing just one level. He hoped the journey ahead wouldn't be so unfortunate. After losing the puddings that followed him, Lin Jun's mycelium network could no longer provide vision. He had to rely on airflow perception and magical power perception to observe his surroundings. It was much less convenient. The 9th level was the most disgusting place Lin Jun had ever seen. Everywhere were flesh tumors, and the monsters were all grotesque flesh creatures resembling failed genetic experiments. Luckily, as a mushroom, he had no sense of smell. Just looking at it was enough to guess what it must smell like. However, the journey through the 9th level went relatively smoothly. After resting for a while, the adventurers successfully ascended to the 8th level. However, when Lin Jun also planned to go up, a small mishap occurred. Native monster level exceeded, passage denied. The sudden panel startled Lin Jun. And to make matters worse, an air wall appeared. Although there was nothing there, as he got closer to the stairs leading to the 8th level, the pressure ahead grew stronger, as if it were going to crush him. Is this the rule of the maze? Native monsters. So, I'm also considered a member of the labyrinth family? Unfortunately, this family is not warm at all. No, I want to see the sun one more time. How can there be such a miserable reincarnator like me? Hero. Restriction lifted, huh? He had been preparing to try and force his way down with a rolling charge, but just as he was compressing his air wall, it suddenly disappeared. What is this? A hero's privilege? He took 2 steps forward, and the resistance indeed vanished. What kind of old program is this, with such a long interval between judgments? It startled him. He thought he would have to stay in the dungeon forever, playing a family game of you eat me, I eat you with monsters. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. But why can't he sense Anana's location anymore? On the 8th floor, Lin Jun stared blankly at the 4 magic circles on the ground. Unlike the 2 floors below, the 8th floor actually had stone bricks as artificial building materials, as if he had entered some ancient architecture. But the problem is, besides the 4 magic circles on the ground, there were no paths. Could this be a teleportation magic circle? If so, that would explain why he couldn't sense Anana anymore. So what should he do now? Which one to choose? Of course, choose none. How could he risk stepping on these clearly trap-filled magic circles with his main body? Although it was disgusting, he decided to settle temporarily on the 9th floor, grow some mushrooms, and then use subordinate control to explore the way. Just as he was thinking about this and preparing to return, Lin Jun felt a magical fluctuation behind him. The second magic circle on the left lit up. 3 humans walked out from the magic circle. Word slash, wind blade technique, precise shot, damn. After a brief astonishment, the 3 adventurers decisively launched an attack on the monster before them. They also communicated loudly in a language Lin Jun couldn't understand. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Lin Jun dodged while trying to counterattack with a mushroom cannon. He certainly wouldn't just stand there and take the hits. However, whether he could fight back was another matter. All 3 adventurers were above level 40 and clearly coordinated. Lin Jun wanted to retreat to the lower level, but a wall of ice blocked his escape route. He could smash the ice wall, but the continuous attacks from the adventurers left him exhausted. Skill upgrade. Dodge LV6, LV7. Dodging skills leveled up, but unfortunately, this didn't help much in the current situation. The counterattack from the mushroom cannon was either dodged or blocked. The digesting slime was blown away by the strong wind. Just as the hallucinogenic spores were released, all three drank antidotes. Although they were not as powerful as the diamond rank group that took Inanna away, those who could enter the 9th floor were certainly no pushovers. His 3 trump cards were all instantly countered. Lin Jun was self-aware. Even if his so-called strongest mushroom was placed among those over level 40, it would definitely be considered weak. Not to mention challenging 3 professional adventurers of the same level. But he didn't expect he wouldn't even be able to escape. No, he could still escape. Lin Jun curled into a ball, dodged past the warrior in front of him, and charged toward the archer in the back row. The magic cast by the mage on the side blocked the path between him and the archer. Now, the time, taking advantage of the casting gap, Lin Jun made a sharp turn and dove into the magic circle on the right. As the light from the magic circle gradually rose, the surrounding scenery changed, and Lin Jun found himself in another place. Once again, he escaped danger. If only he'd been hit by that arrow. The warrior couldn't catch up, and the mage was still casting, but the archer's arrow ultimately caught up with Lin Jun. An iron arrow pierced through the strongest mushroom but with this one shot, the mushroom's health dropped by half. But fortunately, Lin Jun's main body wasn't in his so he wasn't affected. Those adventurers wouldn't follow him here, would they? They still haven't shown up, so they probably won't come. It makes sense. After he teleported here, there was no corresponding magic circle beneath him, clearly indicating it was a one-way teleportation circle. It's likely that those adventurers wouldn't step into it casually, whether they knew it was a one-way teleport or not. That was close. Those people almost earned the achievement of slaying a hero. So what should he do now? Looking at the 4-way stone corridor in front of him, Lin Jun fell into thought. 17. Treasure room. Logically speaking, Lin Jun felt that his level shouldn't be low. After all, he was level 44. But why has he been chased around since he came out? After thinking about it, in the same environment, his survival difficulty seemed much higher than that of the adventurers. Not only did monsters want to eat him, but even humans wanted to kill him. Moreover, these adventurers clearly had strategies. Otherwise, how could they smoothly pass through the teleportation maze while he got lost inside? Heaven knows how many days it has been, but according to the previous route, Inanna might have successfully walked out of the maze by now. After the corridor is the teleportation circle. After the teleportation circle are monsters. And behind the monsters are branching corridors. Just like the current situation. He blasted the last barking, yet cowardly, rotting toothed dog in front of him into pieces, following in the footsteps of its companions. Then he randomly chose a corridor to walk through, deciding to either pick a teleportation circle midway or at the end. Fortunately, the monsters on this floor were all below level 40. More accurately, most were between level 20 and level 30. If he got surrounded, he could always rely on his high dodge and rolling charge to escape. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. He first fought a battle with adventurers, and now he has been lost in the maze for so long, his magical energy was running low. Simply put, he was almost starving. Moreover, for some reason, the magical energy in the air on this floor was unusually thin, even if he wanted to take root in place. He couldn't gather much magical energy to replenish his consumption. Decomposing monster corpses was also a source of magical energy, but it was too unstable. Finding monsters was easy. Just step into any teleportation circle, and the chances were high that several monsters would be behind it. But how to bring them back? He couldn't just be a nomadic mushroom, eating wherever he goes. That way, the consumption of taking root would probably not be replenished. He still had to try to find an exit. At least he needed to find an environment with magical energy. He found another teleportation circle. What kind of gambler keeps losing? He had to run into an exit eventually. The green teleportation light lit up. Oh, this time the color is different. Drip. A drop of water fell from the inverted stone cone into a small pond. This magical energy concentration, even without spreading out a mushroom blanket, just being in this environment made the mushroom slowly begin to recover magical energy. It felt like he was swimming in magical energy. No, he had to stay alert. There was probably magic after teleportation. Under the confined dome, gray-blue stone walls surrounded a clear pond. In the space that seemed to have no end, there was a single monster. However, he saw something that was both surprising and reasonable. A treasure chest. A treasure chest made of stone material, but with intricate patterns. Although Lin Jun couldn't logically understand who placed it there, a dungeon should have treasure chests to be called a dungeon. After confirming, this place had no hidden spaces to conceal monsters besides a stone door. After confirming safety, Lin Jun eagerly approached the treasure chest. Native monsters, refusing to touch treasure chests, similar information, a familiar air wall. The discrimination and oppression against native monsters in this dungeon is truly everywhere. Lin Jun did not give up, but instead pressed closely against the air wall. Sure enough, after a while, hero restriction lifted. Originally thought that after the hero gave him the title of greed, it would be used up. Unexpectedly, after coming up, it was needed everywhere. So good. He jumped up and kicked open the stone slab cover above, and, after landing, he jumped back twice to ensure safety. Nothing happened. It wasn't a trap. Now let's see what good things are inside. A blue-green high-collared cloak was taken out. Its equipment, which was somewhat expected. However, this size is clearly designed for humans, draped over the half-human tall puja, half of it dragged on the ground. The high collar was even flattened by the mushroom cap. Opening puja's attribute panel, he found that the original agility of 42 increased to 47. It felt very subtle, like it was somewhat useful, yet also felt not that useful. Is there any active skill? If so, how to use it? He tried to channel magic into the cloak, and on both sides appeared two identical pujis wearing cloaks, which he could control. A doppelganger? The puji on the right, under his command, charged at the wall with a rolling motion. Pop! It disappeared without a trace like a burst bubble. All right, an illusion. Not bad, not bad. Since it was picked up for free, with 5 attributes and an extra skill, Lin Jun was already quite satisfied. He just hoped this cloak wouldn't get too dirty. The cloak was just an extra reward. The real treasure was this place rich in magic. Under magic perception, the place with the most magic was the small pool of clear water in the center. The rich magic in the air was just a small part emanating from the pool. At the same time, droplets of water rich in magic continuously dripped from the dome into the pool, and it was unclear where they were seeping from. In any case, it was truly a treasure. If he could collect all the magic here, Lin Jun even had the confidence to reassemble a large team of 400 pujis. At that time, leading a group of bodyguards who would dare to trouble him in the dungeon, who could withstand hundreds of mushroom cannons. Of course, the space here was too small to accommodate 400 pujis. Lin Jun looked at the only stone door, wondering where it led and if there was any space outside to store pujis. He gently pushed the stone door, but it didn't budge, increasing his strength. It still didn't move. Rolling charge. Dazed, Lin Jun looked at the stone door that hadn't even cracked a piece. What does this mean? The door won't open. Or is it that this door cannot be opened from this side? What should he do now that he fell here? Wait for someone to open the door from the other side? After thinking for a moment, Lin Jun decided to search around again. This was one of the traps of the teleportation maze. Others must have entered here before. Perhaps he could find some mechanism or clues left by predecessors. Soon he made a discovery. Although he didn't find any clues left by predecessors, he found a predecessor. He dug up a skeleton half buried in the grass, not knowing how long it had been dead, and the leather armor it wore was already tattered. Looking at this skeleton, Lin Jun seemed to see his own future. But he was a mushroom. As long as the magic water droplets from the dome kept falling, he wouldn't starve to death. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it and stay positive. The various dangers along the way had also left him physically and mentally exhausted. With food and drink here, he could consider it a vacation. Perhaps there would be a lot of traffic nearby, and one day someone would discover this room. Or maybe after gathering a few dozen pujis, they could smash open this stone door. The super puja extended its tentacles from under the mushroom cap, taking out Lin Jun's true form, an ordinary-looking mushroom, and placing it by the pool. Spores slowly spread, and in the rich magic, the mycelium rapidly proliferated. 18. A person at a dead end Yafeng town, a remote town located at the southernmost part of the United Kingdom, attracts a large number of adventurers and traders due to its proximity to the Amethyst Dungeon. Its prosperity can rival that of some medium-sized cities. The Adventurers Guild even established a regional branch here. Thanks to the resources from the dungeon, this place has quite a few specialties. However, the most recognizable feature of Yafeng Town is not the precious high-purity magic crystals or the various monster materials, but the unique brew of the Rotten Willow Tavern, a notorious murky liquid. Even adventurers who have never set foot here have surely heard of this drink that emits a moldy odor, said to be capable of killing walking mushrooms just by spilling it. With such quality, the owner even mixed in more water than the alcohol itself. Nevertheless, the pricing strategy of selling each cup for only 1 copper coin still made it an irreplaceable drink for low-level adventurers. Naturally, the Rotten Willow Tavern became a gathering place for all low-tier adventurers. In Yafeng Town, if you randomly grab someone, they may not know where the Adventurers Guild's office is, but they will definitely know the location of the Rotten Willow Tavern. Today, The Rotten Willow Tavern was once again crowded with all walks of life. They were gulping down the inferior alcohol and loudly chatting about recent gossip. For example, the increasingly frequent small moves of the Hermit Empire at the border. Or 3 months ago, the Silverthorn team delved deep into the dungeon to rescue a duke's daughter and received an extremely rare and high reward, a city. Nowadays, the name Silverthorn has become a benchmark legend in the adventurer community, and every drinker raising a glass to them has a burning desire for fame and fortune in their eyes. When a weary man with unkempt stubble pushed open the tavern's wooden door, no one cast an extra glance. Such figures were common in the tavern. The man scanned the room and walked straight to a fat man sitting alone in the corner, who was sipping from a wooden cup, savoring the inferior murky wine as if it were a fine brew. The fat man, upon seeing the man sit across from him, called out his name. "Dylan, it's been years. Aren't you retired? What do you want with me? Please don't say you missed this old buddy of mine. I might throw up." "Fatty, are you still doing that business?" The fat man's nickname was Fatty. Facing him, Dylan had no intention of hiding his purpose and directly stated his intention, shocking the fat man opposite him. He quickly glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to this corner, then lowered his voice angrily. "What are you doing? You almost said that word out loud. Do you want to get me killed?" Seeing the fat man fuming, Dylan felt invigorated. "You're still in the business, aren't you? Quick, give me 3 portions." Saying this, he pulled out a money pouch from his chest and pushed it towards the fat man, which contained 27 silver coins. The fat man squinted, not reaching for the money pouch, but instead carefully scrutinizing the man before him. Compared to 7 years ago, Dylan had aged significantly. He was no longer as robust as before, and the calluses on his hands had almost disappeared. "Sorry, Dylan, I can't sell to you. Looking at you, it seems you've long since lost your touch for making a living. We've at least got old ties. I can't watch you go to your death." Dylan abruptly grabbed the fat man's collar, his bloodshot eyes revealing a madness of someone driven to desperation. But the fat man just quietly looked into his eyes. For a long time, Dylan loosened his grip, his entire body going limp as he pleaded in a low voice. "Fatty, I'm begging you, my daughter was poisoned by blood poison during a border mission. I need money. A lot of money. I don't know any other way. Please." Fatty fell silent. Blood poison, one of the most insidious techniques of vampires. Those infected by blood poison do not die immediately. Instead, they are slowly transformed into bloodsuckers in agony. These monsters, converted from humans, retain their memories from before the transformation but cannot suppress their bloodlust, even devouring their own loved ones with tears in their eyes. Only when faced with vampires do they become completely obedient slaves. There are ways to cure it, the 2 most well-known being the church's blessing or the antidote. Both can save the infected before they are fully transformed. However, these 2 options are out of reach for the lower class. The former can only be performed by a bishop-level figure who spends several days personally conducting the baptism, while the latter costs a staggering 50 gold coins. Even if a bishop has money, they may not have the connections to help. Dylan's goal is clearly the latter. So how can Dylan, who is now a shadow of his former self, as only a silver-level adventurer at his peak, earn 50 gold coins in a short time? The quickest ways to make money are either dangerous or illegal. Naturally, both involve the fastest routes to cash. In the depths of the Purple Crystal Dungeon's 5th level, there is a notorious magical plant, the parasitic tree. True to its name, it captures living beings and forcibly feeds them its seeds, turning them into new tree stumps, while the transformed individuals become its moving legs. During this process, the brain of the host is irreversibly damaged. Even if rescued, they are merely a living shell, which is why they are so infamous. However, few know that the seeds of the parasitic tree are excellent materials for mental potions. Due to its inhumane production methods, the United Kingdom has classified it as a banned item, restricting its circulation and the dissemination of this knowledge. But the more it is banned, the higher the profit. Naturally, there will be those who engage in it secretly. Fatty has something called dream powder, which is essential for harvesting the fruits of the parasitic tree. And this is what Dylan wants to buy. However, harvesting the fruits of the parasitic tree is no easy task. The parasitic trees, while not high in level, are numerous and concentrated in the swamp terrain of the 5th level. What's more, they can use the skills or magic of the host they have absorbed. Just imagine being besieged by dozens of parasitic trees, each with different skills and spells. Even high-level adventurers could easily meet their doom in such a situation, only to become new, stronger parasitic trees. This is a magical plant whose danger far exceeds its level. Looking at Dylan, Fatty knew that in order to earn as much as possible, he would definitely go alone. Of course, in his current state, no one would team up with him even if he wanted to. Fatty could almost guarantee he would die down there. But Fatty had a daughter of his own in recent years, and she was his hardest desire. He knew that watching his only daughter slowly turn into a bloodsucker would be a pain more desperate than death itself. Sigh. Fatty let out a long sigh, took the money pouch on the table, and discreetly handed Dylan 5 small bags. 5. This stuff is much cheaper than it was back in the day. I want to charge you as an old friend. If you're lucky, this trip should be enough. Thank you. Thank you. Dylan clutched the bags tightly, as if grasping on a hope, and hurriedly left the tavern. Fatty then picked up the glass of cheap wine and took a small sip. TSK. I lost 73 silver. With a heart so soft, it seems I'm getting old. I'm not suited for this line of work anymore. Perhaps I should retire and go back home in a while. 19. Out of prison, purple crystal dungeon, 5th level, swamp area. Mud mixed with blood seeped through his fingers into the swamp as Dylan leaned against the slippery rock wall, struggling to move due to a penetrating wound in his abdomen. He had failed. He had just begun and had already failed. He couldn't control the lone parasitic tree with dream powder before being discovered. Now, not only was he gravely injured, but he had also lost his weapon, and other parasitic trees in the distance were gathering in response to the signal. Bella. Whispering his daughter's name, Dylan's eyes burned with a desire to survive. He couldn't die yet. Bella was the only child he had with his deceased wife, smart and sensible, with considerable talent. At a young age, she had already reached silver-level strength and would surely become someone much more formidable than her useless father in the future. She had a bright future ahead of her. She shouldn't die now, nor should she live painfully as an ugly bloodsucker. So he couldn't die yet. He still had 4 bags of dream powder, and he still had a chance as long as he could escape the swamp. A dead end. At some point, a stone wall blocked his path ahead. Dylan wanted to retreat, but 5 parasitic trees had already surrounded his escape route, their pale roots twitching, waiting to capture him. If he were in good condition, he might have tried to rush out before the parasitic trees closed in, but now, with his abdominal injury, that was impossible. He grabbed a climbing vine hanging from the stone wall, trying to climb up, but the vine was ripped off entirely, revealing a stone door hidden behind it. Ha! Cough, cough. Ah, hidden room. After all these years, this was the first time he stumbled upon a hidden room. Under normal circumstances, he would be overjoyed, as there was usually something valuable inside. But now, the parasitic trees were less than 20 meters behind him, and Dylan didn't have time to think. He fumbled around and found a protruding mechanism and pressed it. Now, he could only pray that inside there would be a legendary artifact to help him turn misfortune into fortune. As the gray-blue dust continued to fall, the heavy stone door opened inward. Bang, bang, bang. Several magic cannonballs shot out from the shadows, striking a parasitic tree that had extended its roots toward Dylan, cutting it in half. The glowing mushroom caps in the darkness lit up one by one, and rows of round, plump creatures appeared before Dylan. I've been imprisoned for 10,000 years, and now you dare to invade my territory. Truly. What the hell? Why does that Joe Shuren look so disgusting? Life in the treasure room is worry-free for food and drink. Really, quite boring. It's not as good as the mushroom garden, where I can at least fight monsters every day. Life here is so dull that Lin Jun even ate all the glowing grass in the room, gaining a nearly non-mana consuming glowing skill. Of course, leveling up here is quick. With a full pool of high concentration mana, when Lin Jun had collected enough of it, he directly raised his level to LV 47. He then took out that 1/10 of a lava heart he had scavenged, as expected of the essence of the fire demon. Even after being shattered, it still emitted an astonishing heat. If it weren't for Lin Jun's high temperature resistance being at LV 7, the mycelium probably wouldn't even be able to stick to him. After breaking down the lava heart, Lin Jun leveled up again and acquired a new skill, self-destruct LV 3. From now on, he wouldn't need to use magic crystals for self-destructing puffs. Fortunately, the fire demon died suddenly. If it had left a bit of blood for him to use self-destruct, Lin Jun's position might not have been safe, but the 3 adventurers in front would definitely have been doomed. Now the question is, how to get out? He has produced another 40 puffs. Due to limited space, he couldn't go for quantity and could only choose to improve quality, with each pudding equipped with 5 to 7 skills. He had already tried to collectively bombard the stone door, but surprisingly, it couldn't be destroyed. The treasure room must have special reinforcement measures. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to blast a stone with such firepower? As for using self-detonation to blow up the door, Lin Jun didn't dare to do it, fearing that the power would be too great in such a small space, and he might blow himself up. After an unknown amount of time, Something interesting happened. The treasure chest refreshed. After a wave of magical energy, the stone slab cover surprisingly returned to its original position. When opened, a ring was found inside. Unfortunately, it was an offensive magic ring that added no attributes and could only cast Ice Spike 3 times a day. Its power was on par with a mushroom cannon, making it completely useless for Lin Jun. In the following days, Lin Jun could only wait eagerly for the treasure chest to refresh again, hoping it might provide something to help him escape. It would be great if he could refresh a classic teleportation scroll or something similar. However, before Lin Jun could wait for the treasure chest to refresh a second time, the stone door was opened from the outside. Light from outside shone in, illuminating Lin Jun's main body by the pond's edge. This was the breath of freedom. However, the next moment, the puddings tightly blocked the doorway, preventing any potential attacks from harming the main body. After the strongest pudding completed its repairs, it carefully hid the main body within its shell, allowing Lin Jun time to observe the situation outside. An injured adventurer lay motionless by the stone door. Was this the person who let him out? Not bad. Further outside, there were a few trees, humanoid, disgusting monsters. Opening the panel and seeing the fusion parasite skill, Lin Jun figured out what this was. He immediately unleashed firepower, and a few parasitic trees attempted to counterattack with skills, one even casting fireball. However, it was all in vain against Lin Jun's firepower. The fireball was dispersed before it could fully form, instead burning itself. After easily taking down a few parasitic trees, only the weak adventurer remained. Don't get the wrong idea. Lin Jun didn't want to kill him to silence him. In fact, as long as the main body's existence wasn't exposed, he didn't care about the news leaking that a group of strange puddings had appeared in the maze. This person had let Lin Jun out, and if Lin Jun saved his life in return, that would settle things. The problem was, he looked like he was about to die, and his health was slowly and steadily declining. Allowing him to die like this didn't align with Lin Jun's mushroom principles. He had to at least try to save him. The current difficulty was that Lin Jun didn't have any healing skills. The puddings were consumables. If they were damaged, they could be discarded directly, and if they needed repairs, some mycelium would suffice. But he couldn't just use mycelium to patch up a person. Should he call for other adventurers? Not to mention that he had no idea where this was. Even if he found other adventurers, they would probably fight first. Lin Jun remembered the introduction about fusion parasite he saw earlier and looked at the few parasitic trees still stuck in the mire. It seemed this was the only option left. The puddings dragged the already unconscious Dylan and the remnants of the parasitic trees into the treasure room. Lin Jun controlled the mycelium to accelerate the decomposition of the parasitic trees. This was a very unprofitable action, as the mana consumed to accelerate was far greater than the mana obtained from decomposition. But Lin Jun got what he wanted. 7 deadly sins, greed triggered, plunder skill, fusion parasite LV1. The main body personally spread spores on Dylan's fatal wound in his abdomen, and the mycelium gradually fused with the flesh under the enhancement of mana, sealing the wound. It even somewhat replenished Dylan's vitality. In the end, he really used mycelium to patch a person. Feeling this non-human, non-mushroom existence emerging from the mycelium network, Lin Jun felt something was off. It seemed the purity of his organization had decreased. 20. The original mycelium speaker in the pitch-black forest, Dylan anxiously called out while holding a torch. Bella, Bella, where are you? Answer your daddy. Dad, Dad. A weak voice came, and Dylan hurriedly pushed through the bushes, finding his bloodied daughter leaning against a tree. Bella, how did you get so badly hurt? Don't be afraid. Daddy's coming. Daddy's coming. Tears streamed down Dylan's face as he embraced his weak daughter. Daddy, I'm here. I'm here. Take your time. Daddy. Bella wrapped her arms around Dylan's neck, her crimson eyes wide open. I'm so hungry. Her sharp teeth sank into his neck, and Dylan's blood gushed out. In his blurred vision, he saw Bella tearfully swallowing his flesh and blood. Dylan suddenly awoke with a start, gasping for breath. It was a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Where am I? Dylan looked up and saw a pudding disdainfully moving away from him. A monster. A mutated pudding. He recalled the scene just before he lost consciousness. What happened to those parasitic trees? Then Dylan noticed the remnants of parasitic trees scattered on the ground, sprouting mushrooms everywhere. At a glance, there were far more than the 5 that had chased him. These were all done by these puddings? Dylan found it hard to believe. Even if the puddings had mutated, could they really kill so many parasitic trees? But the vague memories before losing consciousness and the current scene seemed to tell him that this was indeed the truth. This was the hidden room. He saw the open stone slab treasure chest. So it was a treasure room. The puddings might be the monsters guarding the treasure. However, the puddings around him seemed to harbor no hostility towards him, and strangely, he didn't feel uneasy. It felt as if it should be this way. So strange. Right, what about his injuries? Dylan touched his abdomen, and the wound was gone. Looking closely, it stirred up turbulent waves in his heart. The wound was filled with mycelium, and even a small mushroom had grown on it. He had seen similar sights on those captured and parasitized by the parasitic trees. No wonder the mutated puddings didn't attack him. No wonder he felt close to the puddings. It turned out he had been parasitized. But he was still quite clear-headed now, unlike being captured by the parasitic trees and bound. Before being completely controlled, he seemed to have a bit of time left. He looked at the remnants of the parasitic trees, still hanging with many tree seeds, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Dylan didn't care about his life or whether he would be controlled by the parasite. He just wanted to get money to save his daughter. If he didn't have enough time, he would entrust the fat man to help him save his daughter. What he needed now was to take the parasitic tree seeds back to the surface. He crawled to a parasitic tree, carefully plucking a seed and stuffing it into his pocket. Looking around, the puddings seemed to pay no attention to his actions. This relieved him, and he collected all the seeds in the room one by one. Enough, this many must be enough. Clutching the seeds, he approached the stone door. Glancing back one last time, the puddings were still going about their business as usual. How strange, watching Dylan disappear beyond the stone door. Lin Jun hadn't exchanged a single word with him throughout, even though he was currently connected to the mycelium network. Saving him was his principle, but that didn't mean he trusted him. Dylan had indeed been parasitized and was on the verge of losing his mind. As long as Lin Jun wished, the mycelium within Dylan would completely destroy his consciousness, turning him into a puppet-like existence. However, that would contradict the original intention of saving him. Let him be, saving lives and delivering tree seeds. Lin Jun has already shown enough courtesy by opening the door, and whatever happens next has nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, this person took such a big risk just for tree seeds. They seem like good things. Should he stock up a bit too? It might be useful later, and anyway, directly decomposing them would only yield a small amount of magic. During Dylan's coma, he took the putchies out for a stroll and hunted some fertilizer back. He also used the panel to observe the surroundings and could basically confirm that this was the 5th level based on the levels. That teleportation maze really makes no sense. It just threw him from the 8th level to the 5th level. Could there be teleportation arrays that send one to the 10th level, or even deeper? Fortunately, he didn't encounter that, silently marking the 8th level as extremely dangerous in his mind. Right now, Lin Jun is most concerned about the location of the new mushroom garden. Although this treasure chest room has magic water, the supply is actually not that abundant, and once the previous pool is used up, this place won't be worth much. Secondly, he has come to understand a bit about how this dungeon operates. It shouldn't let him keep the door open indefinitely, as there might be some mechanism triggered at any time, and it would be bad if he was still inside then. As for rushing out of the dungeon to bask in the sun, he thought about it but didn't dare. The dungeon only has one exit, and he would inevitably run into a lot of humans, possibly even experts. He doesn't want to fall before dawn. It's better to be steady, even if it means being a little late. Now that he can see hope, he can endure. Regarding the new mushroom garden, he wants to choose a location that is both safe and convenient for hunting skills. In fact, he found that this swamp area is quite suitable. Adventurers are unlikely to pass through the dangerous swamp terrain, and even if they do, their movements will be slow. For the lightweight putchies without shells, the ubiquitous swamp is not much different from solid ground. If the mushroom garden is in the swamp, his main body can hide beneath it, which is a fairly safe method. The only trouble is the local residents. When he started dealing with those 5 parasitic trees, Lin Jun didn't take them seriously, but ended up having a tough battle when he went out for a stroll. These parasitic trees like to call their friends for a group fight, very shameless. They have a variety of skills and magic with varying strengths. Lin Jun encountered a parasitic tree that was attached to a level 36 mage, and without checking the panel first, he accidentally suffered some losses, losing a few putchies. He never thought that such a high-level mage would fall to this. It's likely that there are many strong beings parasitized in the entire swamp. If they're S1 over level 50, that shouldn't be the case. The more critical issue is that fighting these parasitic trees actually doesn't yield high rewards, and that is the most important point. The skills possessed by the parasitic trees are quite monotonous, just fusion parasite, entangle, resilience, plus a bit of various resistances. The real power lies in the bizarre moves of those being parasitized. However, Lin Jun tried to decompose these parasitized bodies and found that he couldn't grasp any skills. Even a magic was very little, as if it had been drained from within. Just for the few skills of the parasitic trees. The difficulty of fighting them clearly doesn't match the rewards. But if he adds in the fact that he wants to seize territory to build a new mushroom garden, it seems he can barely accept it. After some thought, Lin Jun still felt that the swamp area was the way to go. With the goals set, once he produces a batch of putchies adapted to the swamp terrain, he can start the strategy plan. 21. Battle in the swamp. The morning sunlight penetrated the wisteria flower curtain, weaving golden patterns on the oak floor. The girl curled up in a velvet cushion was still fast asleep. So satisfying. 3 distinct knocks woke the girl from her beautiful dream. Good morning, Mississippi. The butler Eric's voice sounded from outside the door. The new magic teacher will be arriving soon, so please prepare in advance. Since Inanna was retrieved, Eric has been dedicated to serving her at the Duke's command, arranging her daily life and ensuring her well-being. As for the Duke himself, he was forced to stay at the border due to the small-scale military harassment instigated by the Hermit Empire. Uncle Eric, I understand. I'll be there in a moment. Once the footsteps faded away, Inanna stretched and got up from her bed, starting her grooming. According to custom, there are dedicated maids in the Duke's mansion responsible for helping the young lady dress up. But since Inanna returned, she only allowed herself to handle it. Everyone speculated that this was a sign of the young lady becoming more cautious after experiencing betrayal, and the entire mansion felt deep sympathy for Inanna's ordeal. However, that's not the case. Inanna reached into her pink hair, feeling the back of her head. There, a very small mushroom capped the same color as her hair had grown. Inanna did not tell anyone about her experiences in the dungeon or this mushroom. The former was due to Lin Jun's request, and for the latter, she herself wasn't sure why she wanted to hide it. Perhaps she thought that once it was known, everyone would find a way to remove the little mushroom cap. But she wanted to keep it. After tying her hair up, Inanna went to the window, feeling the warmth of the sun. The weather is really nice. I wonder what Lin Jun is doing now. Did he successfully defeat a landworm after I left? Haha. Yes, blow them up, blow these disgusting things to bits. In the swamp area of the 5th level, a war between putchies and parasitic trees was in full swing. More than 100 lightweight putchies, without shells but equipped with Dodge LV7, were fiercely exchanging fire with groups of parasitic trees. The more Lin Jun fought them these days, the more frustrated he became. And the reason for the frustration ultimately comes down to the issue of rewards. The skill, Fusion Parasite, is quite good. Any humanoid creature with flesh can be parasitized. Among the parasitic trees opposing him, there are a few that use werewolves as their stumps, the easiest type to deal with. The problem with this skill is that there is no difference between level 1 and level 10. This skill can only parasitize dying creatures. And the only upgrade benefit is that it can complete the parasitism when the creature is not as close to death. One could say that adding it or not makes no difference. All the creatures that could be parasitized have already been captured by Lin Jun. So why does he need this little boost to achieve whatever health level he wants? Therefore, there is no benefit at all from this skill. Entangle is similarly just okay. It's useless at higher levels. He relies on elegant bombardment in battles, and doesn't use primitive methods like fungal tentacles. In the end, only resilience is somewhat useful, as it can make the fungal threads tougher, naturally providing some defense for the putchies, and the fungal tentacles become sturdier. It is useful, but really not much. For such little gain, the losses incurred are substantial. In these past few days, Lin Jun has encountered several high-level parasitized beings, each time causing him considerable losses. Now, these parasitic trees appear to Lin Jun as a group of cockroaches, disgusting to look at, yet he has to squash them. After all, he still wants to seize their swamp. It must be said that the swamp is truly suitable for mushrooms. The humidity and temperature are very appropriate, and more importantly, the swamp is rich in magic. This swamp practically exists for the establishment of a mushroom garden. It just needs a little cleaning up. After today's battle, he would have occupied half of the swamp area, making good progress. Watching the parasitic trees turn to ashes in the mushroom cannon, Lin Jun couldn't help but shake with satisfaction deep in the occupied swamp. The parasitic trees seemed to be retreating under the fierce assault of the putchies. Just when Lin Jun thought this round of battle was coming to an end, a wildly spinning individual burst out from the parasitic tree ranks. With its entrance, the rotating roots had already shredded 2 parasitic trees blocking the way. Blade Storm LV8. The parasitized individual actually reached level 45. Come on, buddy. You're already a golden level adventurer. How can you still be struggling on the 5th floor? Isn't that embarrassing? In fact, most melee skills used by the parasitic trees had been severely deformed, greatly reducing their power. But Blade Storm was clearly not among them. Like a tornado, It charged into the Pujus ranks, instantly shredding the nearby Pujus into a cloud of mycelium. The Pujus mushroom cannons were all intercepted by the high-speed, rotating roots, causing only minor, inconsequential damage. And it wasn't over yet. A wave of magical energy surged from the parasitic tree group, generating two muddy water elementals in the swamp that looked filthy. Summoning magic. This was Lin Jun's second encounter with summoning magic. The last time was with the fire demon, which summoned several seemingly strong puppets that ultimately didn't play much of a role. The summoner was hidden among the parasitic trees, making it impossible to tell which one it was. Damn it, the two water elementals were only level 35, but their water flow attacks could easily knock a large number of Pujus away. More importantly, these were summoned creatures. If they died, they could be summoned again. Did that mean using Pujus to exhaust the summoner's mana? The sudden appearance of these two powerful adversaries caught Lin Jun off guard, and the other parasitic trees began to retaliate as well. TSK retreat. A few Pujus attacked the water elementals and the blade storm parasitic tree, drawing attention while running to the sides to lead them away. The remaining Pujus fled at full speed. Fortunately, parasitic trees weren't particularly intelligent. After eliminating the decoy Pujus, they noticed there were no other Pujus around and reverted to a slow-moving mode. After the battle, Lin Jun counted and found that out of the more than 100 Pujus dispatched, only about 40 returned, with half of the losses occurring during the final ambush. The worst part was that after losing the battle, he couldn't collect the remains of the parasitic trees to replenish his losses. It was clear that the next wave of attacks would have to be postponed. Damn parasitic trees. They still had some big cards up their sleeves, but it was okay. The hidden ones were the trump cards, and since they had already been exposed, there would be ways to counter them. However, Lin Jun also noticed a problem. Although his Pujus had evasion skills that allowed them to easily dodge single-target attacks, they were useless against large area attacks like blade storm or water flow impacts. Their short legs couldn't run fast, and they could easily be caught and taken down. If only there was a speed-up skill, like the simple yet practical acceleration that the werewolves on the 10th floor had. His own rolling charge didn't count. It required preparation to curl up, and transforming back took time. Plus, it was inconvenient to use other skills to attack while rolling. He wondered if there were any useful speed-up skills on this floor and decided to explore while replenishing his stock of Pujus. 22. This is called decomposition. Not eating Lin Jun intended to search for suitable speed-up skills on this floor. However, he was looking for monsters that could consistently provide fixed skills. This time, he sent out scouting Pujus to get a look at the situation in the werewolf forest. Unexpectedly, he hadn't encountered any werewolves yet, but instead found this, a dead human. More accurately, a freshly dead human mage, as his blood had not yet congealed. Although Lin Jun couldn't see the dead man's panel, his standard mage attire was quite recognizable. He had evidently sustained severe injuries and fled through the forest, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Unfortunately, he collapsed from blood loss just as he managed to escape, and by the time Lin Jun discovered him, he was already breathless. Human adventurers usually operated in teams, but from the looks of him, he either got separated or his entire group was wiped out inside. Life for these low-level adventurers was tough. They risked their lives just to make a living. According to Nana, there exists a form of resurrection in this world. But this so-called resurrection, in Lin Jun's view, was similar to summoning souls. It required perfect restoration of the body through various means, followed by payment of rare resources that could make a nation feel pain, and finally, a ritual to bring the hero's soul back into the body to complete the resurrection. Normally, nobody would organize a resurrection ceremony, and such occurrences hadn't happened in over 100 years. Most people might even think it was just a legend, and only Inanna, backed by her Duke father, would know more about it. Just this simple explanation showed that this had nothing to do with ordinary adventurers, nor with the nobility. Only truly legendary beings had the chance to experience it. Overall, unlike some anime from his previous life that treated death as a game, in this world, dying meant truly dying. Lin Jun briefly rummaged through the unfortunate mage's satchel. Inside was a small metal plate with the mage's portrait and other information, an ID, a booklet filled with notes that he couldn't understand, a bottle of yellow potion with half left, and a few coins along with some gathered plants. Adding to that was the staff beside him, embedded with a C-class magic crystal, which was all that remained of the mage's possessions. The robe he wore should have been something valuable, but it had been burned away significantly, and the remaining parts were ragged and tattered, clearly worthless. Suddenly, sounds of rustling came from the forest, and several hunched werewolves emerged, armed with wooden bows or sword and shield. Particularly, the sword and shield stained with blood, but clearly well-maintained, stood in stark contrast to the werewolf's shabby attire. They probably just stripped the equipment off the mage's corpse. So, it seemed they hadn't successfully escaped, but rather let the severely injured prey exhaust its last bit of resistance while running. Quite intelligent indeed. The werewolves also noticed the scouting Pudges beside the corpse, exchanged glances, and even mockingly laughed in a very human-like manner. The werewolf with the sword and shield even sheathed his weapon and approached. It seemed he didn't want to quickly finish off the Pudges, but intended to toy with them for a while. The werewolf grinned as he extended his blood-stained claws toward the Pudges, but he didn't succeed. His entire paw vanished without a trace. The pained howl didn't last long before another mushroom cannon blasted the well-equipped werewolf's head to smithereens. The three werewolves behind were startled and quickly tightened their grips on their weapons, looking towards the direction of the attack. It was 7 strange Pudges they had never seen before. As the Pudges launched their attack, the werewolves hurriedly hid behind large trees and retaliated with their wooden bows. Lin Jun had already sent Pudges to transport the mage's corpse as soon as he discovered it. He just hadn't expected to have to fight these werewolves as well. Well, it was a good opportunity to test the new Pudge's power. 2 Pudges curled up and quickly rolled toward the forest, soon finding the werewolves hiding within. Self-destruct LV3. With a rumble, 2 werewolves with missing limbs were blown out. The last werewolf, who had hidden the farthest, was so frightened by this scene that he wet himself, dropped his weapon, and fled into the forest, and Lin Jun didn't bother to chase him. Lin Jun was quite satisfied with the results of the new self-destructing Pudges, as a self-sacrificial technique that killed enemies at the cost of one's own life. Even at LV3, its power was still quite impressive. What's even rarer is that he can cooperate with the rolling charge. Previously, self-detonation required using magic to overload the magic crystal, which couldn't be done in a charging situation. Now, with the skill's self-detonation, the operation has become much simpler. The 2 injured wolfmen that were blown up are severely wounded but did not die on the spot. They are now lying on the ground, moaning in the direction of the Pudges. What does that mean? A plea for mercy? Even if they survive in this broken state, what good would it do? The wolfmen do not seem like a race that would care for the weak, sick, and disabled. Returning like this would lead to a good outcome. Lin Jun has a kind heart and cannot bear to witness such a tragic scene, so he quickly gave them a merciful end. Afterwards, the Pudges collected the items and bodies and moved them to the swamp area. Greed of the 7 sins triggered. Plunder skill. Precision LV4 LV5. Plunder skill. Archery mastery LV1. Plunder skill. Wine magic LV1. Plunder skill. Human common language LV1. The first 2 came from the wolfmen, while the latter 2 came from the mage. Although he didn't find the acceleration skill, there were still some gains. Archery is useless for Lin Jun, but precision has much higher practical value and can be combined with a mushroom cannon. Wind magic looks good, but he still lacks a skill called magic control. Without it, he cannot finally control magic to form spells, so this skill can only be set aside for now. What surprised Lin Jun the most was that he could actually acquire a language skill in this way. This was an unexpected joy. However, he clearly hadn't seen this human common language skill on the panels of other adventurers. He did see an ancient elven language LV2 on Inanna. Is the mother tongue not displayed? Speaking of which, the wolfmen should also have communication abilities, right? Why didn't they drop any language skills? Is it because he didn't draw it, or because the language system is not complete enough to count as a skill? He couldn't figure it out. In any case, he should be able to understand human writing now. Excitedly pulling out that booklet, Lin Jun immediately experienced the feeling of being illiterate. In a long string of words, he could only recognize 2 or 3. This is still incomprehensible. Do I need to reach LV10 to fully understand all the writing? To know, his highest skill so far is only LV7. Forget it. It's all unexpected gains. Maybe while looting bodies in the dungeon, he'll fill it up eventually. No need to rush. He hasn't even completed his goal of finding the acceleration skill. he'll check the other side tomorrow. 23. Changes in the 5th layer recently. Adventurers in Silent Wind Town have discovered a sudden decrease in the traces of monsters on the 5th layer of the Amethyst dungeon. The Wolfman tribe has retreated deep into the forest and no longer goes out hunting. The Poison Mist Lake has no sign of the green-eyed frogs. And even the acid slimes that used to roam around have decreased significantly. Only the crystallized bat swarm and the rock lizard group in the western cave remain unchanged. There are various speculations about the source of these anomalies. Some say that during a certain mission, they sensed a violent fluctuation of magic in the swamp area from afar. which must have scared the surrounding monsters due to the parasitic tree going berserk. Others speculate that it is a sign of an impending magic tide, but the Adventurer Guild, being the professional entity, has not issued a magic tide warning, so this speculation is not widely believed. The most ridiculous is Nick, that drunkard, who swears he saw a group of pudges completely wipe out the green-eyed frogs in the ponds. This claim made everyone who heard it burst into laughter, convinced that Nick must have been too drunk even in the dungeon, unable to distinguish reality from his drunken dreams. Who doesn't he know that pudges, even on the first floor, are at the bottom of the food chain, yet he claims they slaughtered the green-eyed frogs on the 5th floor? Compared to what Nick said, the magic tide omen seems much more plausible. Meanwhile, the lone wolfman assassin, the instigator of the near extinction of the green-eyed frogs, and the culprit behind the changes on the 5th layer, Lin Jun, has once again launched a territorial war against the parasitic trees. The recent active defensive contraction has allowed a large portion of the swamp area to return to the control of the parasitic trees. However, in the short term, the number of parasitic trees will not increase as a result. Instead, they will become dispersed due to the larger territory. Lin Jun, on the other hand, has been hunting everywhere, accumulating a large amount of magic and cultivating over 100 pudges. Now it's time for the counterattack. With a total of over 200 pudges, the few parasitic trees at the periphery were instantly obliterated upon encounter, easily pushing the front line back to the previous battlefield. Just like last time, the parasitic tree's magical and martial double threats made their appearance. Again, 2 dirty water elementals appeared. Lin Jun hurriedly commanded 40 pudges to attack in succession, temporarily suppressing the water elementals. On the other side, a blade storm was spinning and rushing towards the pudges. If it got in, Lin Jun would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, he would not fall in the same trap twice. He saw the pudges turn around and compress their bodies into a mass in a very short time. Then they jumped up. Assault launch LV4. Thanks to the teleportation skill contributed by the frogs, the pudges instantly bounced away in all directions, with only one that was closest getting caught midair and cut into several pieces by the blade storm. It wasn't over yet. The self-destructing pudges, already prepared, rolled out of the team one after another and exploded in front of the parasitic trees. Although each pudges was blocked by the rotating roots on the outer circle and couldn't reach the trunk to explode, even so, after 20 self-detonations, the health of that parasitic tree was nearly depleted. In fact, this damage was completely insufficient to kill a LV-45 warrior adventurer. But this parasitic tree's base level was only LV-24. It couldn't withstand such a series of explosions. Now, only the summoning parasitic tree remained. A large number of pudges bypassed the suppressed water elementals and rushed towards the other parasitic trees behind, when yet another unremarkable parasitic tree was blasted in half. The 2 water elementals immediately disbanded, merging into the swamp without a trace. With the 2 most troublesome parasitic trees down, what followed was just a boring push. The pudges were still suffering occasional minor losses from the strange skills that popped up from time to time, but it no longer affected the overall situation. The parasitic trees, which made lower-level adventurers tremble in fear, posed little threat to Lin Jun. The reason human adventurers have to take detours when encountering parasitic trees is that they face a continuous stream of parasitic trees in small teams, so their chances of winning are naturally low. Lin Jun was different. He was waging a war, unifying and organizing the fearless pudges army against monsters that fought like a scattered sand. Even if these parasitic trees had various tricks, as long as they didn't exhibit overly powerful combat strength, the rest could only be categorized as flashy tricks. Now Lin Jun only had a small amount of attention still on commanding the battle. Most of his thoughts had already begun to plan the new mushroom garden. Unlike the enclosed terrain of the deep layer mushroom garden, the swamp area is located in the center of the entire 5th layer. It's just that due to the difficult terrain and the terrifying monsters like parasitic trees, adventurers choose to take detours here. After the parasitic trees are cleared, the danger decreases, and it's possible that someone will choose to go through here. Lin Jun doesn't want his lair to become a highway for adventurers. Whether by force or some form of communication, he needs to find a way to make them know that they will have to continue taking detours in the future. Additionally, the range of Lin Jun's new mushroom garden is not limited to the swamp area. In fact, the swamp area is just the core he has planned, and eventually, the entire 5th layer will be included in the scope of the mushroom garden. The poison mist lake can be used for breeding. He hasn't decided what to breed yet, but there are plenty of options. The cave was originally a mine, but now it is being exploited by adventurers, making it the most populated area for humans on this level. This is why Lin Jun has avoided hunting there recently. The mine still produces the local specialty of the dungeon, purple magic crystals. However, the average quality is obviously far inferior to those from the deeper areas. Lin Jun has secretly checked it out. Even sea-gray crystals are considered rare there. But since it's a mine in his own backyard, he still needs to find an opportunity to reclaim it for the mushrooms. Occupying it with force is simple, but he doesn't want to show strong hostility towards humans. It's not about human identity recognition, but rather a more pragmatic approach. Being too weak means he should appear more amicable, despite seeming invincible on this level. Where casual adventurers could be easily eliminated, he still feels weak compared to the human group. Since communication is inevitable in the future, he should aim to start on a good note. Reaching an agreement, even if it's just some unspoken rules, would be beneficial. The problem is that his proficiency in the common human language is only LV1, making direct communication a significant issue. He can't just slaughter a bunch of adventurers and then, after raising his language skill to LV10, say, "Let us coexist peacefully now." This is the most important issue, and Lin Jun needs to plan carefully. As for the werewolves in the forest, he happens to have a fusion parasite that he hasn't had time to study in detail, so it will be a good opportunity to test it out. This time, he must establish a better mushroom garden. Dark clouds rolled in, and heavy rain turned the road into a muddy mess. With every step the horse took splattering mud. Such terrible weather made it very easy for horses to slip. Despite this, the rider showed no signs of stopping. Gripping the reins in one hand while tightly holding a package against his chest with the other, speeding forward. The howling wind whipped the raindrops around, blowing off his hood and revealing Dylan's half face covered in mycelium. 90 gold coins. This was the income Dylan received after selling all the parasitic tree seeds he brought out, and it was a result of selling them at a lower price due to his urgent need for money. He still remembers the glint in that goat-bearded merchant's eyes when he deliberately lowered the price. If he could have spent more time, doubling the amount wouldn't have been surprising. But what he lacks now is time. This is the largest sum of money he has ever had in his life, and he spent it without hesitation. After purchasing the antidote for 55 gold coins, Dylan hurried towards Fenlade, a border village where all residents had been relocated and transformed into a treatment site for the injured. After Bella was poisoned by blood poison, she was sent to the church in Fenlade, where a priest suppressed the conversion process with holy light daily alongside other victims. But even so, it could only last for a maximum of 3 months, and Dylan only received the news a month later. Now, the deadline is approaching, and Dylan cannot afford to delay for even a moment. He doesn't know if it's due to the parasite, but recently, Dylan has needed less and less sleep. It should be a good thing, as it gives him more time to travel. At the same time, thanks to the extra gold coins, he can change horses continuously and travel day and night. Although he encountered some dangers, he still arrived at the border earlier than expected. Dylan dismounted early on the path. As he was still a distance from the village, he didn't plan to ride in brazenly. That half of his face covered in mycelium would not withstand scrutiny, so he could only sneak in quietly to see his daughter. He untied the reins and gave the horse a slap on its rear, watching it gradually disappear into the distance. Dylan never thought he would have such a luxurious day. The sun had already set, and he could sneak in under the cover of darkness. Holding tightly onto the package containing the antidote, Dylan's heart grew more anxious as he approached the village. It had been nearly 3 months. Had Bella really held on until now? Would the antidote work? Or what if? Bella, you must be okay. Suddenly, Dylan frowned and sniffed hard. A mixed smell of blood and burnt flesh wafted through the air. He froze for a moment, then rushed to the top of the hill. Fenlade village was engulfed in flames. Shadows danced in the flickering firelight, and faint cries and sounds of metal clashing could be heard. What was happening? Had the vampires come? No, it was an ambush. A large army could easily overwhelm such a small outpost. Where was Bella? Dylan quickly spotted the direction of the church. Thankfully, it wasn't on fire, but it was still in danger. He had to hurry to Bella's side. As he stepped into the village, Dylan felt as if he had entered hell. Thick smoke rolled in the night sky, and his boots were coated with sticky blood. The thatched roofs on both sides were burning and collapsing. 3 fleeing soldiers suddenly burst from a house. Their smoke-blackened faces filled with terror as they brushed past Dylan and fled outside the village. Shortly after, terrified screams echoed from behind. Dylan looked back to see one soldier down on the ground, his chest ripped open, convulsing and clearly unable to survive, while the other 2 soldiers had vanished. Next to him, a figure that was more beast than human was voraciously devouring the still warm flesh. A bloodsucker. This bloodsucker seemed momentarily engrossed in its meal and didn't pay attention to Dylan. Dylan didn't want to get entangled. He turned to leave, but found another one standing in front of him. The girl-like bloodsucker with crimson eyes stared hungrily at Dylan, her gaze filled with ravenous desire. Upon closer inspection, her skin had grown many protruding keratinous spikes, making her look less human than Dylan. It seemed his bloodsucker wound let him go easily. So Dylan had no choice but to draw his longsword from his waist. This was a weapon forged from fine steel. Much better than the one he had lost in the dungeon, but he still had no confidence in being able to deal with the bloodsucker in front of him. The bloodsucker suddenly lunged at Dylan, knees slightly bent. So fast. Parry LV4, Dylan barely managed to cross his sword in front of his chest before the claws collided with the blade, sending sparks flying and the immense force knocking him back several meters. Dylan crashed heavily against a wall, blood mixed with mycelium spewing from his mouth as his organs churned. Strong. Just from that one strike, he realized that the opponent's attributes far exceeded his peak form. The strength of the bloodsucker was directly related to that of the transformed ones. Dylan cursed inwardly. What were these people on the border doing to let so many strong individuals fall victim to blood poison? The bloodsucker was planning to give Dylan a chance to catch his breath and lunged at his neck again. In a crisis, Dylan pulled out a scroll from his body and used it against the bloodsucker. Blindness spell, Knowing the dangers of the border, Dylan had made preparations. The 5 gold coin scroll temporarily blinded her vision. However, Dylan didn't expect that the bloodsucker wound stop attacking. Instead, she became even more frenzied as she lunged at him by instinct. The claws that were originally aimed at Dylan's neck pierced through his left arm, the tremendous force pinning Dylan against the wall behind him. At that moment, the bloodsucker revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Her other claw swiped blindly at Dylan's body. The claws left a mark on the wall, but didn't touch his body. Dylan's roar came from behind, and he unleashed all his strength in a single strike. Wrath LV3, Spiral/LV5. The steel longsword sliced into the neck of the blood demon, cutting 2/3 of the way through before the demon barely managed to block it with its claws. The blood demon couldn't understand how this person had appeared behind it. It had clearly pinned him to the wall just moments ago. It tried to push the longsword away, but after having its neck nearly severed, blood sprayed uncontrollably, and its strength was waning. Damn it. After a brief stalemate, with Dylan's roar, the blood demon's head and hand were chopped off. Dylan, covered in blood and gasping for breath, kicked the headless corpse on the ground in frustration. He stepped forward to pick up his severed arm, quickly binding it back with a bandage, feeling the slow, wriggling sensation of the mycelium repairing the severed end. Dylan felt himself becoming more accustomed to his mutated body. He just didn't know how much more flesh and mycelium would merge together this time. There wasn't much left of his human parts. Behind him, another blood demon showed no concern for its fallen comrade and continued to feast on the half-eaten soldier. Dylan sincerely thanked the soldier for his sacrifice. Facing another blood demon now would be too much for him. He downed an entire bottle of mana potion, which would help the mycelium within him mend his internal injuries. Dylan dragged his heavy body toward the church. Was it just his imagination, or was the surrounding noise gradually diminishing? Was the battle nearing its end? He hoped it wasn't the blood demons who had won, and he hoped he wouldn't see his daughter, who had already transformed into a blood demon. If Bella had truly been turned, Dylan tightened his grip on the longsword. Let him personally help his daughter find peace. 25. Escape the church in Fenlade had been used to house the injured since the residents had been relocated. A batch of patients afflicted with blood poison was confined in separate compartments. The priest hadn't given up on these people, but had instead notified their relatives, hoping that 1 or 2 could be saved. Today, the smell of blood in the church was several times stronger than usual. Injured individuals were continuously brought in, many of them severely wounded. Let go of me. Without the suppression of holy light for a long time, the blood poison patients were becoming increasingly agitated. Apprentice priest Malvin forcefully held down a struggling patient, while a companion helped tie him securely with ropes. This won't do. We still need holy light to suppress them. Where's Priest Glannon? The companion glanced at the surrounding screaming patients and shook his head. He's still outside, treating the injured. 2 more severely wounded just came in. The priest might not have the strength left to help them. I'll go ask. Malvin stepped outside and indeed saw the priest shoving a soldier's intestines back in with one hand while casting a healing spell with the other to keep him alive. Once the soldier's condition finally stabilized, Malvin approached the priest and said, Priest Glannon, the blood poison patients must be suppressed with holy light. Otherwise, they might not last much longer. Glannon turned around, and Malvin noticed his eyes lacked their usual brightness, looking utterly exhausted. This was a sign of mana exhaustion. Malvin suspected they might be out of holy light. Sure enough, Glannon said with a pained expression, "Malvin, take a sword inside. Help those who can't be saved find release. I can't abandon those who can be saved for the faint hope of the blood poison patients. I will bear any consequences." Understood. Picking up a soldier's sword from the wall, Malvin returned to the compartment. Several more patients were now in a frenzy. Upon seeing Malvin return with the sword, his companion understood and sadly walked out. Approaching a man who was struggling the most, Malvin took a deep breath. He recognized this man as the captain of a patrol squad, who had become like this after accidentally drinking tainted stream water during a mission. "I'm sorry. May the light, Lord Ixion, save your soul." The long sword pierced the captain's neck, ending his suffering. Malvin sighed heavily and moved to the next person. This was a young female adventurer who had reportedly been attacked by bats while on a commission. Half of her eyes were already stained red, a sign of complete transformation and also the most painful stage. Yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent, only letting out muffled groans. Malvin couldn't help but admire her. What a pity. The female adventurer caught the scent of blood on Malvin's sword and offered no resistance, simply closing her eyes and trembling slightly, preparing to meet her tragic end. "May the light, Lord Ixion, save your soul." Bang! The door burst open, and the sudden turn of events froze Malvin's sword in midair. The newcomer, draped in a tattered cloak, rushed over like a madman upon seeing the female adventurer, knocking Malvin down. "What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to help them." Malvin thought the newcomer had misunderstood something and, holding his waist, got up to try to shoo him away. But when he saw what the newcomer was holding, he was stunned. A reverse life potion. The cloaked figure was none other than Dylan, who hadn't paid attention to what Malvin had said and was simply heartbroken at the sight of his daughter in pain. With his uninjured right hand, he carefully fed her the potion. "Dad, don't be afraid, Bella. Daddy's here. This is a potion that can save you. You won't be in danger." Bella seemed unable to believe her father would show up at this moment, but she obediently drank it down. As the potion entered her body, Bella felt a sharp pain coursing through her. The suddenly intensified pain made Bella cry out before she fainted. What's happening? Is the potion faulty? What do I do?" Dylan was completely panicked. If this last hope was false, he would have to go back and kill that goat-bearded man and his family. Seeing this, Malvin, who understood what was happening, hurriedly explained, "Don't panic. It's a normal reaction of the reverse life potion. The transformed parts will naturally experience pain again as they revert. It's better that she has fainted. Everything will be fine when she wakes up." Really? Dylan grabbed Malvin's hand with such force that it made the apprentice priest wince in pain. Yes. Let go of me." Realizing he had lost composure, Dylan quickly released him, feeling a bit embarrassed as he apologized. "It's all right. I understand." With that, Malvin picked up the sword from the ground and walked toward another patient on the verge of transformation, continuing to fulfill his task. Not everyone was fortunate enough to escape calamity. At that moment, Bella furrowed her brow tightly, as if she could feel the pain even in her sleep. Dylan gently caressed her face, tears sparkling in his eyes. He had finally saved his daughter. The sounds of shouting and killing outside were almost inaudible now. The attacking blood demons were not many compared to the soldiers, merely taking advantage of a surprise attack. The manager here seemed to have some skills. Before Dylan entered, he had seen him organizing soldiers outside the church, forming teams to counterattack. Dylan himself had been allowed, and only after smearing his face with blood, to conceal the mycelium. Order would soon be restored here. "Good luck, my girl. You must have deep feelings for each other to rush into the village under such circumstances." After killing all the agitated patients, Malvin started to make conversation, needing someone to talk to relieve his psychological pressure. Dylan, after hearing this, seemed to remember something and stood up in a slight panic, running outside. Hey. This left Marvin looking confused. Was it really necessary to run off without wanting to chat? Dylan burst out of the church and looked around, confirming that there were no more traces of the bloodsucker and that the church was no longer in danger. He took advantage of the soldiers not having fully restored order and slipped out of the village. It wasn't that he didn't want to see his daughter awaken. He was simply afraid. Moving his left hand, which had regained sensation, the mycelium fused with the wound reminded him of the fact that he had already been altered. It wasn't that he was afraid his daughter wouldn't accept him, quite the opposite. Just as that apprentice pastor had said, their father-daughter bond was deep. So deep that even if Bella knew her father had become like this, she would stand by him without hesitation. And this was precisely what he feared. His abnormality being discovered was only a matter of time. And when that happened, it was uncertain whether he would face judgment of life or death. Bella had exceptional talent and a bright future ahead. Dylan could not accept her destroying that future for his sake. He had to stay away from Bella. But where could he go now? Dylan even thought that perhaps it would be most appropriate to find a place to end his life. However, in the end, humans yearn for life. For his daughter, he could disregard his own life. And now that she was safe, he couldn't bear to part with his own life either. If possible, he wanted to hide somewhere and occasionally inquire about Bella's news to know if she was doing well. After much contemplation, Dylan decided to go to a place first. He felt that he might find a way to survive there. The 5th level is very dangerous recently. Unlike his hurried departure, Dylan's return journey took over a month. Along the way, he wrapped his face in bandages, looking like a mummy. He avoided populated areas as much as possible, only resupplying at way stations or in villages. Finally, when he returned to Silent Wind Town, he didn't stay long. He hurriedly bought supplies and entered the underground city alone. He didn't go to the tavern to gather information. The underground city was always the same. How much could change in 2 months? The routes he took in the underground city were mostly devoid of resources and monsters, relatively safe paths. His purpose this time was not to make money. He wanted to take another look at that swamp. He didn't know what he was expecting. Every time he thought of hiding, the scene he saw in the treasure chest room would flash through his mind. He considered that this might be some kind of mental suggestion after being parasitized, and that returning would lead to his complete consumption. But in the end, he still decided to come and see. If he died because of it, then so be it. Walking along the several dozen meters high bluestone corridor between the 4th and 5th levels, the sound of his heels striking the steps echoed back and forth between the walls. He wasn't the only one making footsteps. A group of adventurers appeared at the bottom of the stairs. As they brushed past each other, both sides tightened their grips on their weapons. One must always be cautious. All kinds of people exist in the underground city. Friend, wait. Turning around, Dylan was stopped by a young man in leather armor with a curved dagger at his waist. He looked no older than 20, yet he had come from the 5th level, possessing enviable talent. What's the matter? As he spoke, Dylan took 2 steps down to create distance. The young man, seeing his movement, kindly reminded him, I don't know if you're aware, but there have been changes on the 5th level recently. No one has figured out the situation yet, so it's best not to take risks. Changes? The parasitic trees went berserk? Not exactly. It's the Pudgy. A group of mutated Pudgy has taken over most of the level. Their habits are unknown, but reportedly, some people have already died inside. We also wanted to bypass the Pudgy to get to the cave, but we found that every path leading that way had Pudgy, so we turned back. The young man seemed genuinely well-meaning in his warning. Dylan nodded slightly. Thank you. He then continued down as he was looking for the Pudgy. TSK. What a secretive weirdo. It's a shame Vera tried to warn him, but others don't believe it all. Dylan hadn't walked far when the female archer in the young man's group sarcastically remarked, all right, this is normal. Let us go. We still need to check the situation on another path. The young man's voice gradually faded behind him. Dylan had a good impression of this enthusiastic guy, though his fondness likely wouldn't matter much. As for the archer's sarcasm, he had long since outgrown the age of caring about such things. Between the 4th and 5th levels, there were 3 connected passages, and this one was near the toxic fog lake. Dylan had already downed the poison resistance potion early on, but when he came out, he was stunned. The lake was still there, but where was the poison? Previously, there had been green mist swirling around the entire lake, which not only was toxic, but also severely obstructed visibility. Now, he could see far into the distance at a glance. Dylan saw a few Pudgy wandering by the lake in the distance, just as the young man had said, blocking the way to the cave. Speaking of which, the reason there was toxic mist over this lake was because it was inhabited by green-eyed frogs, which had accumulated over time, spewing green toxic mist that enveloped the entire lake area. Dylan then noticed that with such good visibility, he had not seen a single green-eyed frog. Only a few strong acid slimes and water spirits were visible. What on earth had happened here? Continuing forward, Dylan felt somewhat anxious. Fortunately, the Pudgy still ignored him as before, allowing Dylan to breathe a sigh of relief. He traversed the now mist-free toxic fog lake and walked toward the edge of the swamp. He planned to bypass those parasitic trees and sneak into the treasure chest room to see what the situation was there. However, upon arriving at the swamp, he saw a similar scene again. The local monsters had vanished without a trace, replaced by wandering Pudgy. The young man had told him that the Pudgy occupied most of the level. He had thought that the Pudgy had integrated into the 5th level's ecosystem. Now it seemed that they had likely killed off all the original monsters. Considering that those Pudgy could easily kill parasitic trees, it didn't seem impossible. Finally arriving in front of that stone wall, an unexpected situation occurred again. The treasure chest room was gone. Not just closed again, but the entire stone door had disappeared. Dylan was certain he hadn't mistaken the location. Just as he felt a bit at a loss, a voice popped into his head. What's wrong? Want to touch the treasure chest? Lin Jun was quite troubled lately. He wasn't worried about the construction of the mushroom garden. Everything on the 5th level was progressing according to plan. The forest werewolves had now transformed into mushroom werewolves, becoming puppets that completely obeyed Lin Jun's commands. Similar to the Pudgy. However, Lin Jun was not very satisfied with these puppets. Their combat ability was not high, but they consumed a lot of energy and still needed to ingest meat. In terms of cost effectiveness, they were outclassed by the Pudgy in several ways. The only reason they were still around was to research the skill, fusion parasite. Now that he had nearly finished his research, Lin Jun was considering whether to use them in battle or bury them directly as fertilizer. What troubled Lin Jun was that his relationship with humans had recently become somewhat tense. Adventurers would choose to detour or attack first upon seeing the Pudgy, and Lin Jun had no habit of not fighting back. And the source of all this was a group of foolish adventurers bringing a girl down for a dungeon run. 3 LV-25 copper-level adventurers brought along a novice female mage who was only LV-16 to explore the 5th level, insisting on passing through the swamp area. It was like someone wanting to explore Lin Jun's bedroom. Of course, he wouldn't agree. A puffball was sent to block the way, and even a shot was fired to let them recognize the gap in strength. The 3 copper-level adventurers understood, but that novice mage didn't. Feeling the urge to take the initiative, he chanted for a long time and managed to cast the electric claw spell, aiming at the nearby, self-destructing puffball. Lin Jun genuinely didn't understand why a mage would want to engage in close combat. When faced with someone seeking death, Lin Jun has always been generous. In the dazzling explosion, the beauty flew over 5 meters high, and when she landed, she was already a pile of minced meat. Normally, this would have been the end of the matter, and Lin Jun had no intention of pursuing them for trespassing in the swamp and causing the death of the innocent self-destructing puffball. Unexpectedly, one of the adventurers rushed over, tears streaming down his face, looking for revenge. After hesitating, one of the other 2 followed him, and the result was predictable: minced meat too. When the puffballs looked at the last person, he decisively tore open a scroll and disappeared. A teleportation scroll? I didn't expect such things actually exist. To be fair, Lin Jun had no intention of killing to silence them. He was merely acting in self-defense. However, judging by the adventurer's reactions, it seems he couldn't clear his name. He didn't know how things would develop in the end. A full-scale war? Or would they give up the area outside the swamp, reduce their presence, and wait for the storm to pass? But when he saw half-human, half-fungus Dylan reappear on the 5th level, he immediately had an idea. 27. Employee number 1 of the mushroom garden inside a tent made from various monster hides. Dylan sat on a wild boar skin. This was the camp of the werewolves in the forest, and he had been brought here by a few puffballs. The items in the tent were sparse, with only a crooked rack made of bones and wood, and Dylan even saw a human skull among them. Dylan was now restless. He somewhat resigned himself to returning to the dungeon, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. The puffballs were actually controlled by a mysterious will. No wonder they would do things beyond the scope of survival needs, like exterminating parasitic trees and blue-eyed frogs. And now this mysterious will had come to him. What worried him even more was, the tent curtain was suddenly lifted, and a werewolf covered in grayish-white mushrooms walked in stiffly. It set down a roasted pig's foot beside him and then wobbled away. When leaving, it got caught by the tent and dropped a mushroom. Dylan felt a tightness in his throat. Is this the end of the parasitized? Will I become like that in the future? Dylan didn't know, but he started to regret returning to the dungeon so casually. Eat, don't be polite. That voice appeared again, and Dylan could only pick up the slightly charred pig's foot and force himself to take a bite. So dry, so fishy. On the other side, Lin Jun didn't actually intend to scare him. It was just that as a human, he wasn't suited to stay in the poison fog lake or the swamp. The werewolf forest happened to have ready-made tents, which would be a waste not to use, especially since the werewolves would soon have no use for them. As for the taste of the pig's foot, seeing Dylan finish it in a few bites, Lin Jun thought that the flavor he made must be pretty good. Isn't good food, just roasted with a bit of salt? After finishing the pig's foot, Dylan hesitated, took out a bottle of mana potion from his pocket. In the past half-month, he found that ordinary food could no longer fully satisfy his needs. He had to drink a mouthful of mana potion every day to alleviate his hunger, suspecting that the mycelium in his body required mana. You actually don't need to waste the potion. Dylan stopped pulling out the cork instinctively and asked, then what should I do? The tent was lifted again, and outside was still that mushroom werewolf. The werewolf waved at him, and Dylan had no choice but to put away the potion and follow it. They walked to one end of the forest, where dozens of mushroom werewolves were chopping down trees. Dylan was brought to the edge of the lumberyard, where many gigantic trees had been felled and hollowed out, evoking thoughts of coffins. The insides were filled with dense mycelium, making Dylan's scalp tingle. Try lying down. Forget it, I'll lie down. Such strangeness made Dylan a bit guilty, but thinking about it, his life seemed no longer in his hands, so there was no need to be overly cautious. With a mindset like going to the gallows, Dylan resolutely lay down. As soon as he did, he felt the mycelium reaching out to him, writhing and connecting with the mycelium on his body. This is, clearly just a hollowed-out piece of wood. Dylan now felt as if he were lying on a velvet bed. What's more, this sense of satisfaction and peace. Soon, the anxiety that had plagued him for months suddenly relaxed. You can lie down with peace of mind. Let us chat for a bit. The voice seemed to drift from afar, and at this moment, Dylan felt no trace of guard rising in his heart. Okay, let us chat. Dylan, tell me your story. I'm quite curious why you keep going back and forth. Is it for more parasitic tree seeds? Not for tree seeds. I came for. Dylan was hazy, as if he were talking to a longtime friend. He poured out his experiences and thoughts without holding back. Seeing him like this, Lin Jun couldn't help but sigh. Adding a bit of hallucinogenic spores while supplementing nutrients is really useful. In fact, relying on the absolute advantageous position obtained through the fusion of parasitism, combined with the mycelium network, Lin Jun could sense the general emotions of the parasitized when they spoke. This had been verified in previous experiments with the werewolves. This way, he could determine whether the parasitized were lying. However, that question and answer method was too inefficient and didn't seem friendly. It was better to go soft. How long have I been sleeping? Dylan didn't know when he had fallen asleep. The werewolves who had been chopping wood were now lying motionless in the surrounding hollowed-out wood. He only had a vague impression of what happened before sleeping, but he could roughly guess what occurred. Logically, he should feel on guard now. But strangely, he now felt relaxed, as if he had just woken up at home, just that this wooden bed was a bit too simple, and his hands felt a bit uncomfortable lying on it. Dylan, I understand your situation. Lin Jun's voice timely appeared in Dylan's mind again. I don't mind leaving you a place to stay here, but just like you have to work to earn money in the human world, I also have some small tasks for you to help me with here. Don't worry, it'll be much easier than being an adventurer. We're a conscientious enterprise, providing food and accommodation, and there are extra rewards for good work. Although Dylan didn't know what an enterprise was, he understood the meaning, so he asked the most concerned question. Will I end up like these werewolves? To Dylan, these guys were no different from being dead, because they indeed were dead. Werewolves? Lin Jun's voice rose a couple of pitches. Of course not. Your will belongs to you, provided you don't seek death yourself. Dylan nodded, kneeling on one knee. Dylan is willing to serve you, but I don't know your name. Don't be so formal. It's awkward. I'm Lin Jun. You can call me boss. Yes, boss. Dylan had originally planned to call him master. Dylan didn't ask Lin Jun who or what it was. Since Lin Jun didn't appear in front of him, it naturally meant he didn't want him to know, and asking would only be self-defeating. By the way, while you were asleep, I tidied up the messy mycelium and added a skill for you. Just consider it an advance on your salary. Adding a skill? Dylan looked puzzled. In the rancid Willow Tavern, amidst the usual noisy atmosphere, Dylan was gulping down watered-down cheap wine. He hadn't been to the tavern for a long time. At this moment, he had no disguise on his face, and there wasn't a hint of mycelium, looking just like an ordinary person. Mimicry LV2, just like adding skills to pudding, Lin Jun could also add skills to those who were parasitized. However, adding skills to humans who already had numerous skills consumed countless times more resources. Just this one skill consumed enough magical power to create 40 combat puddings. But it was worth it. This skill, which Lin Jun obtained early on from the deep layer, could only achieve a very rough disguise by changing the color and texture of the skin. It had never found much application, but now it was finally useful. Dylan felt that deciding to return to the Amethyst Underground City was indeed the right choice. Of course, he didn't have any thoughts of leaving the Underground City to return to a normal life. Disguise was still just a disguise. He was still half a mushroom person, and one day he could be exposed. Moreover, he now needed to rely on mycelium for nutrition. Otherwise, relying solely on drinking magical potions wouldn't be enough to spend. The reason he was here was naturally because of Lin Jun's first task. After downing another drink, a few adventurers sat down across from Dylan. Are you Dylan? I heard you have the latest strategy for the 5th layer? Putting down his cup and wiping the wine foam off his face, Dylan grinned. I do. But it's come at the cost of my life, so it won't be cheap. 28. The deep caves are still better. Dylan went to spread the strategy, and Lin Jun wasn't idle either. The research on fusion parasite was nearly complete, and it was time to use up these low-cost wolfmen. With the friction he had with adventurers during this period, adventurers below silver rank rarely came to the 5th layer. Only a few high-ranking adventurers came, and their purpose was merely to go to lower layers. For these people, as long as they didn't plan to traverse the swamp area, Lin Jun had the puddings hide from them. Since Lin Jun had allowed the mycelium and mushrooms to gradually grow everywhere, they could easily detect them in advance. With silver-ranked adventurers not coming to the 5th layer, the caves over there naturally became empty. During this time, the crystallized bats and rock lizards residing inside were the happiest. Without those annoying adventurers, they could search for food throughout the cave. However, they were too early to be happy, as Lin Jun came with the wolfmen and puddings. As for the rock lizards, their heavy rock armor made them unsuitable for the puddings, which could only act as fixed turrets. The crystallized bats' crystal symbiosis skill was a good thing. They could consume magic crystals, then transform them within their bodies, ultimately becoming a part of the crystallized bats and helping enhance the power of their skills. If it were just a simple skill of storing magic crystals, it wouldn't be anything special. Lin Jun wasn't particularly short on firepower. After all, if one mushroom cannon couldn't solve it, 10 would do, and there were plenty of puddings to spare. But its hidden effect surprisingly allowed for purification. Lin Jun realized this when he saw many crystallized bats had magic crystals on their wings that were of higher quality than those dug out from the cave. Of course, this was only from D to C grade. But this was simply because these crystallized bats had low skill levels, typically only 3 to 4, which couldn't fully showcase the true power of the skill, if the skill were high enough. Could Lin Jun use a large amount of low-grade magic crystals to create a large S-grade magic crystal? Lin Jun wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a try. The wolfmen and puddings surged into the cave, and the magical creatures clearly sensed the threat and became agitated. Just some magical creatures at the level of fire mosquitoes. Lin Jun completely disregarded them. The puddings efficiently launched a round of bombardment, and after a prolonged tremor, nothing remained. The crystallized bats were gone, the rock lizards were gone, and even the cave entrance had vanished. Huh, so fragile? Back in the deep layer. No, the caves and tunnels in the deep layer were dug out by earthworms, which would expel the stones they consumed to reinforce the rock walls. So the puddings didn't have to worry about collapses there. Lin Jun completely forgot that caves like this in the 5th layer were the norm. Fortunately, the collapse wasn't total. After a long time of clearing, the wolfmen finally managed to dig out this entrance again. Now what? The proud mushroom cannon couldn't be used, and self-detonation was probably also not an option. Recently, although he had obtained quite a few skills from adventurers, their levels were still quite low and couldn't be put to use. Surely he wouldn't have to rely on these dozens of wolfmen? Without the mushroom cannon, these useless wolfmen would struggle to even cut through the rock lizard shell. They couldn't be relied on. Great! The strategy plan for the cave was already in a deadlock before it even started. There was no choice but to open his panel and look for inspiration among the assorted skills. Magic? Thanks to the adventurer's contributions, he now had gathered enough magical control. But he needed to learn the spells himself, and where could he learn? So that wouldn't work. Using the shell to roll and charge? After considering the rock lizard's heavy stone shell, he decided against it. Slime's digestive mucus or the strong acid skill he had recently acquired. Useful against bats, but probably ineffective against stone shells. After thinking it over, the most challenging problem turned out to be the rock lizards, those turtle-like creatures. Speaking of which, do they eat poison? With a name like that being both crystallized and rocky, Lin Jun instinctively didn't think about poison. This was also because he hadn't used poison in combat for a long time. Once he thought of it, Lin Jun quickly produced a few hallucinogenic puddings and sent them in, releasing spores. Soon the cave was enveloped in a layer of purple filter. In the narrow cave, the spores were not easily blown away, and one by one, the crystallized bats fell from the ceiling, while the rock lizards quickly lay still on the ground. They really were affected by poison. Using poison was even easier than his initial plan of strong attacks. He dragged them out and made the first round of fertilizer. Greed of the 7 sins triggered. Plunder skill, Crystal Symbiosis LV1. Plunder skill, Infrasound Attack LV1. Plunder skill, Sonic Detection LV1. Plunder skill, Rock Eating LV1. Unfortunately, the cave was winding and deep, and it wasn't something a few hallucinogenic puddings could handle. Lin Jun could only wait until a large batch of hallucinogenic puddings was produced before continuing to act. In the end, these wolfmen had nothing to do with it. They were so useless that even consuming them wasn't easy. Lin Jun was also in a hurry to use them for a reason. These wolfmen, with mushrooms all over them after being parasitized, would inevitably remind anyone of puddings. Originally, it was enough for puddings to occupy a layer and attract hatred. If it was discovered that they could also parasitize and control humans like the parasitic trees, that would be a problem. So Lin Jun was actually destroying the evidence. If it really doesn't work, just decompose it directly. Unfortunately, I can only break down some magic power, and like those controlled by the parasitic tree, creatures completely parasitized by Lin Jun cannot decompose skills. Lin Jun still hasn't figured out the principle behind this. He's gotten used to it. There are many things he doesn't understand in this dungeon. For example, who set the rules for the stairs of the dungeon layers? How did the dungeon manage to move the hidden rooms entirely? Lin Jun didn't notice any abnormalities when the stone door in the swamp disappeared. He now suspects that the hidden rooms and treasure chests refresh simultaneously, and last time, he probably moved along with a hidden room without realizing it. Lin Jun feels he needs to find a way to learn more about the dungeon. DLL asks Dylan when he returns if he has any ideas. There was a gentle knock on the guest room door, and the voice of a young adventurer named Vera, who had met masked Dylan once, came from outside. Failing. Fane, are you in there? The twin sisters, dressed only in their underwear, exchanged glances and hurriedly put on their clothes before letting Vera in. What is the matter at this late hour? Sister Failing had an expression that said she would make Vera pay if it was nothing important. Vera, seemingly oblivious, excitedly handed a piece of notepaper to Failing. The latest strategy for the 5th layer? Failing glanced at it a few times, looking puzzled. ISNT, this a bit too detailed? Where did you get it? I bought it from an adventurer named Dylan for 50 silver coins. He said we hit it off and even gave me some special intel at the end. 50 silver coins? Failing's voice raised to an unnatural pitch. And you hit it off? That sounds like a scam. It's way too expensive. You weren't tricked again, were you? Some not-so-pleasant memories of her childhood friend flashed in Failing's mind, and she was already starting to feel like hitting Vera. Vera knew what Failing meant and hurriedly explained. I asked the tavern owner. He knows this Dylan, who has been an adventurer here for a long time. His character is decent. He retired for a while, but seems to have started adventuring again recently. Overall, there's a certain level of credibility. The key is, look at the information on this strategy. If it's true, 50 silver is definitely worth it. Failing pouted, looking at the strategy in her hand. It had already become a set fact. What could she do? If it turned out to be fake news, she would definitely hang Vera up and hit her. Vera and Failing played out the roles of bickering friends, while the other twin, Fiend, silently watched like a bystander. Among the three, she had always been someone who never opposed anything, just going along with whatever they said. 29. Extra information under a few huge gray mushrooms by the poison fog lake. 3 young adventurers were crouched beneath the mushroom caps, quietly observing several mutated pudding in the distance. Since the pudding had taken over the layers, the spores they emitted had spawned a large number of gray and green mushrooms, varying in size. According to experience, although these mushrooms were produced from pudding spores, they did not have a direct connection to the pudding. The only relationship was that occasionally, in places where mushrooms grew well, new pudding might spawn. Now, these large mushrooms, with wide and low caps, were very suitable for concealment. However, the air was filled with the stench of decay seeping from the soil. There must have been monster corpses here before. The girl, Failing, who was carrying a short bow, rubbed her nose, feeling like she was about to lose her sense of smell from the stench. Vera, stop dawdling. We'll know if it works if we try. All right. Since continuing to observe seemed pointless, Vera set down the 2 large cloth bags she was carrying on her back, taking out a dead 2-headed python from one of them. This snake had a head at each end, one black and one white, with a body that was black and white striped. It was a common monster from the 2nd layer of the dungeon. The valuable materials like fangs and venom sacs had already been removed, and now it was just a lump of low-value snake meat. Vera rolled the python into a bundle, hoisting it onto her shoulder, and assumed a throwing position, softly calling out to the other girl, Fane. Good. A barely audible response came from behind Vera. Raising her small 2-handed staff, Fane cast a buff spell on Vera. Strength amplification. Suddenly, Vera felt that the 2-headed python in her hand had become much lighter. After weighing it in her hands, she threw it out. The snake corpse spread out in midair and then fell heavily near the pudding. Bang! Startled, the pudding immediately fired a shot. The mushroom cannon, which had already reached LV8, hit the middle section of the python, blowing the medium-sized monster from the 2nd layer into 2 pieces. The power of this attack made the three under the mushroom break into a cold sweat. No wonder many people had died at the hands of these pudding, including some capable of reaching the 6th or 7th layers. Just one attack had such power, and monsters of this level could actually act collectively. It was said that even if a small team defeated a few pudding, they would only be chased by the larger group that came running. It was no wonder most silver-tier adventurers crowded in the tavern drinking, each one waiting for a reliable strategy before heading down. Once the pudding confirmed the snake was dead, two of them with tentacles pushed the 2 pieces of the snake corpse onto the mushroom cap. Then, a group of pudding, as if they had completed a hunt, headed off toward the swamp area. Just like in a strategy, as long as they used monster corpses, they could lure the pudding away. The key was that the valuable materials had already been taken, and the remaining corpse wasn't worth much. It was just a bit of trouble to carry it down. It actually worked. Failing's mouth fell slightly open. She still couldn't believe that Vera had gotten lucky and bought a genuine first-hand strategy. Vera herself was also very excited. I knew it was real. Failing, Fain, let us not rush to find the iron heart orchid in the cave. Let us check out that extra information first. Failing felt there was no reason to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. The three followed the path towards a spot at the edge of the Wolfman forest. However, didn't notice that under another large mushroom further away, 2 people have been observing them for a long time. Do they seem to have a strategy? Are they going to take action? The speaker was the half-elf Nasa. He had only half an ear left, and his sunken cheeks and heavy dark circles under his eyes made his once handsome elven features barely discernible, unfortunately, looking like someone hollowed out by vices. His companion was a stout dwarf with steel teeth and a cold gaze. The axe blade glinted coldly as the mushroom cap above their heads slipped slightly, and Gromba stepped up from the fallen mushroom stalk. Wondrous, we could take them out any time. Let us see what is going on first before deciding how to handle it. Various characters lurked in the shadows of the dungeon. Since there were adventurers hunting monsters, there were naturally also scoundrels who specialized in robbing and killing other adventurers for profit, known as marauders. Nasa and Gromba were marauders disguised as adventurers. Their combat levels clearly reached LV34 and LV36. Yet they had been lingering around the 4th and 5th layers for a long time just to find suitable prey. The overly youthful faces of Vera's team made the two set their sights on them. Moreover, the recent commotion caused by the pudding on the 5th layer meant that the death of 3 young adventurers here wouldn't raise anyone's suspicion. Nasa took out a pouch of powder from his pack and scattered it over the 2. This was a type of powder that could shield against common detection skills, specifically designed to deal with adventurers. Nasa was using his detection skills to hang back far behind Vera and the others. It was thanks to this technique that the 2 of them could frequently succeed in ambushing their targets. There was a small cave at the edge of the Wolfman forest, with an entrance less than 2 meters high, hidden beneath iron wire ferns and snake vines. It blended seamlessly with the surrounding rock walls, making it quite concealed. At this moment, Vera and his 2 companions were inside the cave, staring in a daze at the pudgy creature sitting in the center. The daze was due to the fact that this pudgy was simply too large. Its height nearly reached the cave ceiling, and its width was equally impressive, completely overturning their perception of what a pudgy should look like. Just sitting there, it occupied a third of the cave's space. Failing nudged Vera with her shoulder and quietly asked, "Is this the one mentioned in the guide? The one that can exchange various random items?" Vera wanted to say he had no idea, but he knew that would get him hit. "Probably let me try." Saying this, Vera set down another bag from his back. He took out a corpse of a canine monster, cautiously stepped forward a couple of paces, and placed it in front of the fat pudgy. The pudgy, which had been motionless, finally reacted upon seeing the monster's corpse. 6 tentacles made of mycelium emerged from its back. Vera quickly retreated to his teammates, drawing his curved knife in caution, but this time he was overthinking it. The tentacles wrapped around the corpse and stuffed it into its hollow body. Then the pudgy continued to rummage inside for a while, eventually tossing out a beautifully crafted small round shield. The engraved round shield rolled, clanging all the way to the front of the 3. They looked at each other for a while, seeing disbelief in one another's eyes. It wasn't too strange for some high-intelligence monsters to communicate or even trade to some extent, but this was a pudgy. That shield couldn't possibly belong to other adventurers, right? Failing thought of how many adventurers had died on the 5th floor recently. That small round shield couldn't have been crafted by the pudgies themselves, could it? Should we take it? Vera looked a bit reluctant. The small shield seemed to be of good quality, and even if he didn't use it, he could sell it for quite a bit. Little did he know, Failing suddenly became excited. Take it? Why not? Hurry, let's go up and take down a few more monsters to trade. There must be a limit to the good items this Pudgy has. We need to trade as much as we can before others find out. With that, she eagerly bent down to pick up the small shield. But just as her hand was about to touch the shield, Vera kicked her shoulder, and a crossbow bolt whizzed past Failing's face, embedding itself in the ground, leaving a small wound. Raiders, 30. Strictly prohibited from attacking, 2 raiders rushed in from outside the cave, giving Vera and the others no time to react. Grongba laughed loudly as he charged forward, targeting the mage-equipped Fian. But Fian, facing the sudden attack, couldn't figure out why his detection spell hadn't alerted him to the opponents in advance. Vera roared as he drew his curved knife, sliding in front of Fian like he was on ice, intercepting the dwarf. The wide-bladed axe and the curved knife clashed, sending sparks flying. From the first exchange, Vera found himself at a disadvantage, with the axe blade pressed against his collarbone. He braced both hands against the blade to prevent the axe from cleaving him in half. Not a bad weapon, kid. It could fetch a good price. Being as close, Vera could smell the stench of alcohol on the dwarf's breath. Phew, called by name. Fian snapped back to reality from his panic and quickly cast several enhancement spells on Vera. Strength amplification, agility amplification, stamina activation. With the boost, Vera retreated and performed a flourish with his knife, forcing the dwarf to back off a few steps. The dwarf, not having gained any advantage, immediately started yelling at his partner, who was slacking off behind him. Half-ear, what you watching? Deal with that little brat with the staff. What are you rushing for? It takes time to load. Nasa approached from behind, holding a crossbow, but instead of firing, he pulled out a small pouch and tossed it to Fian. Vera watched as the pouch flew over, but didn't wait for Failing to intercept with an arrow. Failing? In the end, he had to step forward and stab it with his knife, releasing a cloud of light blue powder. Vera hurriedly covered his nose and backed away with Fian, glancing at Failing, only to find her lying on the ground, unable to get up. The paralysis liquid extracted from the flower spirits on the 7th floor only required a small amount to render a person completely immobile. Its effectiveness was impressive. Nasa smiled as he aimed his crossbow at them, relishing the sight of panicked prey. Fian quickly tried to cast a spell, but the magical shield only formed a rough outline in mid-air before collapsing. See, rookie? Can't even recognize the powder from the anti-magic flower. Despicable. In a moment of desperation, Vera stepped in front of Fian to protect him, deflecting the crossbow bolt with his side knife. But it still left his hands numb from the impact. Grongba was waiting for this moment. His muscles bulged, and steam puffed from his nostrils as he swung his wide-bladed axe towards Vera's waist. Vera could only barely press the curved knife against his body and was then smashed out of the cave by the axe. Although he wasn't dead, he was left with barely a breath. After Vera fell, Fian, a mage unable to cast spells, was quickly knocked unconscious as well. The entire battle had been under the control of the 2 raiders, but it wasn't entirely Vera and the others' fault. Their only combat experience had been against monsters, and their items were the same. Raiders, on the other hand, had tactics, items, and skills all designed for fighting people. Coupled with their calculated approach and level advantage, they rarely missed their targets, especially not against inexperienced foes. Grongba was prepared to deal with each of them, but Nasa stopped him. The dwarf impatiently asked, "What? Are you going to play around just because they are twins?" Nasa, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain. "What are you thinking? Well, have I ever sought out low-born scum without elven blood?" Grongba, however, was unimpressed by this inexplicable sense of superiority, considering that Nasa himself was a half-breed. Of course, he would never say this in front of Nasa. As a partner, Nasa's ever-innovative little gadgets were still quite useful. "So what do you want to do? Tie them up. When they wake up, we'll play a game of who kills who." This was a game of Nasa's own making. Simply put, it was about letting the captured decide amongst themselves who lives and who dies. Naturally, in the end, all would be killed. Nasa just wanted to enjoy the spectacle of teammates betraying each other for survival. Grongba rolled his eyes. He had no such peculiar hobby. Although he loved drinking, gambling, and killing, compared to his perverse partner, he considered himself a decent dwarf. However, he didn't mind Nasa's interests. If he wanted to play, so be it. He was now more interested in the large walking mushroom inside the cave. He had just witnessed it pull out a shield from its body. Could it possibly be filled with good things? Pain. So much pain. A broken rib had pierced into his flesh, and his left arm bone was protruding through the skin, blood mixed with internal organs flowing from his mouth. Vera woke up entirely from the pain. He wanted to move, but found himself unable to. Only then did he realize he was tied to a tree. On the other two trees in front of him were his two childhood friends, still unconscious. Failing. Phew. After Vera's continuous weak calls, the two girls slowly awakened. As soon as she woke up, she saw Vera on the brink of death. Vera, your injuries are so severe. Damn this rope. Feline struggled to free herself, but couldn't get loose at all. She could only look at her sister. Fiona, use magic. I can't use it. Woo-woo. I can't use it. Fiona had never seen Vera so badly hurt and, unable to use magic herself, burst into tears. Want to leave? I can let you go. A nightmarish voice came from behind a tree, and NASA, playing with a small knife in his hand, walked smilingly to the center of the three. What do you want to do? What do you want? NASA pressed the knife against Feline's cheek, making a small cut. One is your sister, the other is your little man. Choose one. Choose what? Choose who dies. As NASA spoke, he grinned widely, his tongue licking his teeth, his tone growing increasingly excited. Choose one to die, and I'll let you and the other go. How about that? Feline suddenly stretched her neck and tried to bite his hand, but NASA dodged just in time. Choose your mother to die. You scum. Beast. You bastard will be bitten to death by wild dogs sooner or later. TSK. A slap landed on Feline's face with such force that it knocked out a tooth. Feline was immediately knocked unconscious, and Fiona cried even harder upon seeing this. Boring lowlife. After saying this, he was about to ask the other twin if she wanted to choose, when he heard Vera's mosquito-like voice. Kill. NASA's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly leaned in closer. Yes, yes, who do you want to kill? Don't worry, if you choose me, I'll feed you the life potion, guaranteed you won't die. Afraid Vera wouldn't believe him, he even pulled out a bottle of life potion from his pocket. Kill. I let them go. You sigh. NASA straightened up, casting a cold glance over the three, and finally raised a knife. So boring. You like to sacrifice, right? Then let you watch them die first. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Glomba tried various methods, such as peeling, pulling, and tugging, but couldn't open the resilient pocket of the fat mushroom. The dwarf finally lost patience and decided to take a direct approach. Standing in front of the fat mushroom, he raised his axe above his head. Heavy chop LV6 in a thunderous crash. Glomba was drenched in the rain of NASA's shattered body. NASA? Lin Jun? No. Fat number 1. I spent a whole month crafting that. There were still 7 or 8 pieces of equipment inside. Although he had raised fat number 1's constitution to 40 and equipped it with LV for self-detonation. It was meant to deal with rule breakers. But he didn't expect this to happen so quickly. If he had known, he would have put fewer items inside. Now it was a maximum loss. You play human killing humans. I'm a monster. I shouldn't meddle. But how could you chop my mushroom? The culprit, the dwarf, had been smashed to pieces, and this debt should be repaid by his teammates. NASA wiped the bits of flesh off his face, the spores and dust in the air filling his nostrils, causing him to cough intermittently. He shook his groggy head until the black spots dancing on his retina gradually faded, then staggered to prop himself up. The rock wall at the cave entrance looked like dough kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The originally 2-meter-high entrance violently torn to 3 meters. The fat walking mushroom and Glomba had disappeared. No, NASA saw half a set of steel teeth embedded in a nearby tree trunk. They hadn't disappeared, they were everywhere. The proximity of death sent a shiver down NASA's spine. Fortunately, he had a little quirk. Fortunately, he hadn't gone to check that fat mushroom. Feeling like he had escaped a catastrophe, NASA lost interest in torturing Vera and the others. He picked up the small knife from the ground, intending to quickly wrap things up and leave. But as he took his first step, he fell. A long fungal tendril had unknowingly coiled around his ankle. What is this? NASA swung the knife at the tendril, but the blade got stuck at 1/3 of the depth. After dragging and pulling repeatedly, he barely managed to sever it. He wanted to stand up, but another fungal tendril climbed up his back, wrapping around his waist and abdomen. This time, before he could swing his knife, more tendrils surged out, wrapping around his limbs and joints. Before he knew it, mushrooms with tendrils appeared all around, surrounding NASA. Walking mushroom? Tentacles? The half-elf panicked and tried to reach into his clothes for powdered medicine, but he was getting more entangled. No, no, go catch them. Go eat them. Help. Save me. Woo. Help. Save. Countless tendrils ultimately enveloped NASA into a humanoid cocoon, struggling as he was dragged deep into the forest, leaving only muffled cries for help gradually fading in the woods. The only witness, Fiona, trembled and gritted her teeth, preventing herself from making a sound. It wasn't until the mushrooms disappeared that she quietly began to sob. Cutting technique, cutting technique, cutting technique. After using the cutting technique for what felt like the 100th time, the ropes binding Fiona finally snapped. She hurriedly laid her sister and Vera down. Sister Feline was fine, just unconscious, but Vera was barely breathing, possibly about to die at any moment. They didn't know where their backpacks had gone, and the potions were inside. She couldn't use healing spells. If there were no potions, Vera would die. Fiona's tears began to well up again in her eyes. A red object flashed through her blurred vision. The life potion. It was that bottle the half-elf had taken out earlier. Fiona scrambled to pick up the potion, trembling hands pouring it all into Vera's mouth. Cough, cough. Vera suddenly choked on water. Although she didn't wake up, there was finally some color back in her face. Great. So, woo-woo. Letting out a sigh of relief, Fiona finally cried again. In the depths of the forest, within the now empty ward camp, the mushrooms were repeatedly slamming the half-elf against the rocks. At that moment, NASA looked utterly miserable with a broken nose, all his teeth knocked out, and his tongue seemingly severed in half. His consciousness hazy, he could only mumble incoherently. But the mushrooms continued their mechanical work. It wasn't that Lin Jun wanted to torture him. It was just that this half-elf needed to repay his debt with his own flesh. And fusion parasite could only parasitize on someone with low health. So they had to grind his health down to the skin. Directly attacking him with skills was too dangerous. A careless move could lead to death. So they were slamming him bit by bit, safe. It was absolutely not, because he was petty. Finally, when his health was pushed to the limit, the mushrooms elegantly sprinkled some spores on his wounds. Then they hung him up on a tree. After a few days, a mature parasitic puppet would naturally fall to the ground. This was Lin Jun's first human puppet, and he planned to have a good time, to make him repay the blood debt of Fat Number 1. Speaking of which, when bringing the half-elf back, Lin Jun also picked up those unwanted items on the ground. What weapons, armor, rings, potions, and powder bags were there? It seems that the losses of the equipment in the Fat's pudding's belly have been made up for. I don't feel so pained about it anymore. However, the debts on the half-elf can't be waived. As for the fat pudding, fortunately, Lin Jun was well prepared and produced 5 at once. This high-constitution pudding can not only grow larger and carry more items, but its higher health also significantly increases the damage from self-detonation. The only issue is that its other attributes lag behind, making it extremely slow to move. Otherwise, why is it called fat? This time the expedition didn't go well, so I can only send Fat Number 2 to sit in that already expanded hole. Just in time, the items picked up this time can be stuffed into its belly for exchange. Once people get used to paying a toll with corpses, using corpses to exchange for random items in the fat pudding, Lin Jun will have a steady supply of other tier monster corpses. Adventurers' impressions of pudding should also change significantly. At least they won't resort to fighting upon meeting. As for worrying about insufficient exchanged items, it's just the beginning, so naturally the items inside are plentiful and good. Every trade made by the adventurers is a huge profit. Once a habit is formed, Lin Jun can fill it with a large number of low-tier magic crystals to make up for it, occasionally offering a few good items to whet the adventurers' appetites. After all, for adventurers, most monster corpses aren't worth much, so it's better to exchange than not. TSK. Lin Jun admires his own operational mind. With such a wise mushroom master like him, how can a mushroom garden not thrive? Just as Lin Jun was feeling proud, several slow-moving illusion puddings in the cave suddenly lost their signals. That was a very, very deep location, so deep that it was almost impossible to reach by exhaustive methods. It didn't seem like they were attacked by ordinary crystallized bats or rock lizards. The 3 puddings lost contact all at the same moment. Lin Jun redirected his attention, controlling some nearby illusion puddings to advance toward that location. Just as these puddings reached the same spot, their health bars suddenly emptied, collapsing to the ground like their predecessors. However, this time Lin Jun figured out what was happening. He had that skill too. It was the infrasound attack from the crystallized bats. At the same time, in that fleeting glance, Lin Jun also opened the enemy's panel. Race, crystallized bat. Level, LV25. Health, 850. Magic power, 1,200. Strength, 1627. Agility, 2034. Constitution, 1322. Intelligence, 3559. Spirit, 3050. Racial talent. Proficiency boost in sound wave skills and crystal skills. Fixed status. Extreme aging. All base attributes reduced by 80. Crystal symbiosis. Skill power increased by 500. Skills. Crystal symbiosis LV10. Infrasound attack LV10. Sound wave detection LV10. Mental resistance LV10. Physical resistance LV8. Magic resistance LV7, high temperature resistance LV5, evasion LV6. Title, Lizard Slayer. Increases damage to lizards by 10 Bat Slayer. Increases damage to bats by 10 beyond death. Reduces aging and other age-related negative status effects by half, 32. Beneath the cave, no way. How did you do it? How come LV10, like you, looks like it's wholesale? The crystallized symbiosis on ordinary bats only increases power by about 20 to 30. How can this be increased to 500? Are you covered in S-rank magic crystals? If Lin Jun still had eyes, he would definitely have to rub them. How could he see such an outrageous panel? The most outrageous part is that title, Beyond Death. Titles require meeting specific conditions to obtain. To see such an impressive title on an ordinary crystallized bat, Lin Jun summoned a few more puddings. This time he deliberately had them drill out from 2 different passages in succession, sending the first group to die before the second group emerged. Relying on the time between their attacks, Lin Jun finally caught a glimpse of its true form. Its massive body, over 3 meters long, hung upside down in the center of the cave, and dark red blood vessels were visible between its wrinkled wing membranes, with pure, deep purple magic crystals embedded at the ends of each wing bone. It really was all S-rank magic crystals, and so big. Compared to these, the S-rank magic crystals in Lin Jun's hands should be called fragments. The shape of this crystallized bat, if it didn't have a panel, Lin Jun would believe it was a dragon. However, upon seeing it for the first time, Lin Jun thought of a question. Can this size fit through a hole? The cave passages here are not like those in the deeper areas, with diameters of 10 or even dozens of meters. Many of the smaller passages here were gnawed out by rock lizards, which are uneven and generally have diameters that do not exceed 2 meters. This old bat is so large, it shouldn't be able to fit through, right? Doesn't that mean it's trapped in this cave and can't go anywhere? That's good. At least there's no need to worry about it running away. The cave is also scattered with over 100 illusion puddings, and Lin Jun had them all gather over here. They were dispersed in different passages, but instead of entering, they began to spray illusion spores in place. The old bat immediately noticed the poisonous mist spreading in from various small holes, and being intelligent, it clearly didn't intend to sit idly by. It flew to a cave entrance and flapped its wings hard. Even without using skills, the wind it generated blew away the not-so-much spore cloud. Then the old bat brought its mouth to the edge of the cave and directly used infrasound attack LV-10 inside. The 9 puddings in this passage had no suspense and instantly met their demise. Then it repeated the process, attacking all the remaining passages that were spewing poisonous mist. By the time Lin Jun realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat, it was too late. Not a single illusion pudding was left. They were completely wiped out. His puddings really were afraid of such indiscriminate area attacks that they couldn't dodge. Moreover, the cave environment greatly extended the range of the sound wave attack. Even the last batch of puddings had run far away, but still got killed in one hit. TSK. The cannon can't be used, and poison isn't effective. How to fight this? Over 100 puddings didn't even lose a sliver of health. Even if his territory has grown, it can't withstand such consumption. After thinking, the only way to deal with it in the short term is to attract high-tier adventurers. However, if adventurers come, what will the spoils have to do with him? At most, it will leave Lin Jun with a corpse. But the most valuable thing on the old bat is those 3 S-rank magic crystals. Not to mention what other secrets it might have. Of course, Lin Jun could also choose to kill and loot after the adventurers leave. But not to mention whether that would be feasible. Even if it were foolproof, it would violate Lin Jun's principles. So rather than calling humans, it's better to set it aside for now. After all, with the old bat's size, it can't escape this cave. Things aren't going well on the cave side, but the progress of establishing rules with adventurers is going smoothly. After that group of young people left, several more teams of adventurers came in succession to buy information. Most completed their transactions well, with only one team being unruly. After blowing up a thief and dragging off a healer, the remaining 2 managed to escape. It's fine if they ran. Once the news spreads, there won't be any more blind fools coming to cause trouble. The cave has expanded a bit again, and Lin Jun is a bit worried that if it happens a few more times, this rock wall will collapse. Boss, I'm back. Dylan greeted Lin Jun as soon as he logged on the network. The middle-aged veteran always had a knack for details. After reaching the 5th level, Dylan acted as if he were home, not even bothering to put his weapon away, swaggering towards the forest camp. On the way, he waved at Poochie, not caring whether Poochie would respond, looking quite cheerful. While walking, he also talked to Lin Jun about the task. Boss, I sold 9 copies of the strategy. Have any adventurers come by? Yes, the plan is going quite smoothly. That's good. By the way, boss, this is the money from the sales. I only used a small part for accommodation. Saying this, Dylan took out a bag of coins from his clothes and wanted to continue reporting his expenses. But Lin Jun directly refused. Keep the money for yourself. And by the way, you did a good job this time. I prepared some equipment and a bonus for you in the tent. Although he had already prepaid the salary, Lin Jun naturally rewarded his subordinates for good work, ensuring their motivation. Thanks, boss. Dylan suddenly felt that having a money-unconcerned monster boss was even better than he imagined. Here, meals and accommodation are provided, plus a salary. Making money is much faster than being an adventurer and is safer too. Although he usually doesn't need much money in the dungeon, he can save it to send to his daughter. Dylan happily tucked the money bag away and then suddenly remembered something. By the way, boss, I want to go replenish my nutrients first. You know where the coffin board is. It's available all the time. Just go by yourself. No need to ask me. The corner of Dylan's eye twitched, so the boss also thought it was a coffin board. But seeing that Lin Jun didn't understand his meaning, Dylan could only continue. Boss, what I mean is, I want the same kind of nutrients as last time. Huh? Nutrients are just nutrients. What's this last time? This. Lin Jun specifically opened the skill panel to take a look, and there didn't seem to be any addiction. No, little brother, what's wrong with you? In the end, Lin Jun still prepared special nutrients for Dylan. Would anyone refuse such a request after returning from a business trip? However, looking at Dylan lying on it with a face of enjoyment, Lin Jun was quite speechless. Is this guy really going to fall into depravity like this? He now has a feeling of being like Dongfang Booby, controlling his subordinates with 3 corpse brainworm pills. No, we're a serious mushroom garden. This is just like having a little drink before bed. That's it. The Adventurers Guild branch in Yafeng Town. A report sent from the Intelligence Analysis Department of the Guild was placed on the desk of the branch president, Oberon. The title of the report was Analysis of the 5th Level Anomalies and Subsequent Impact Predictions. Oberon sipped his hot tea and read the report from beginning to end. Then called for the head of the Task Management Department. Take a look at this report. After reading it, issue a comprehensive investigation task for the Guild in the name of the Guild to investigate the 5th level Poochie, especially the interior of the swamp. Let's set the task level as a level 33. Boss, do you know it's really dark here now? Dylan, do you know how the dungeon came to be? The old bat can't be dealt with for now, and other matters have already been put on track. With some free time, Lin Jun began to think about the dungeon issue again. Under the torchlight, Dylan, who was repairing the edges of the coffin board, stopped his work and scratched his head, thinking, how did it come to be? Sorry, boss, I never thought about that. I heard stories when I was young, saying that heroes fought against the Demon King, breaking through the passage to the abyss, forming the dungeon. But many logics in this don't make sense. It's obviously just a simple story. As for whether there are other explanations, I don't know. This story sounds really like 2 supreme beings battling until the stars shattered. So, hasn't anyone studied this? There are the people from the Relic Association do this. They even regularly issue bounties for related clues. Unfortunately, such tasks are just for looking. Valuable clues have long been found over hundreds of years. I've never heard of anyone getting rich from this. Can you get this information from that association? But after hearing this, Dylan shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, boss. The Relic Association is an official organization under the United Kingdom. As a low-tier adventurer, I can't even get in the door. I'm not a thief. I can't help you steal the documents you want. Sure enough, it doesn't work, which didn't surprise Lin Jun. He was just asking. Unlike Dylan, who was used to treating the dungeon as a normal part of the world, Lin Jun felt that many places in this dungeon were too regular and clearly deliberately arranged. There must be many secrets behind it. However, it seems he doesn't have the opportunity to access them right now. Speaking of which, if low-tier adventurers can't enter, the Duke's daughter should be able to, right? Should we try to have Dylan contact Anna? After thinking for a while, Lin Jun felt that there was no need to rush this matter. It could be done slowly. He still didn't know what Anana's situation was like now, so he would let Dylan investigate first. Boss, there's something I want to ask. Dylan's somewhat hesitant words pulled Lin Jun's attention back. What is it? It's just, why has it been getting darker on the 5th level lately? Dark? Is it? Lin Jun really didn't feel much about this. His perception of things was different. After carefully discerning, he found that Dylan was being quite euphemistic. It's not just dark. The whole level is almost completely blacked out. Although there's no sun in the dungeon, there are almost no completely dark levels either. Glowing fireflies or some luminous stones in the rock walls can provide a certain degree of brightness. The dome of the 5th level is even covered with fireflies, making it one of the brighter levels among many. So where are the fireflies? Why have they all turned into mushrooms on the dome? He really hadn't noticed when his mycelium carpet climbed up to the dome. It seems the fireflies on the 5th level are almost extinct, so it's my fault. Although being completely dark doesn't affect him much, it clearly isn't beneficial for adventurers to come for trade, and Dylan also seems to be quite inconvenienced. How long would it take to replant the fireflies back to their original scale? Should I just use glowing mushrooms instead? Although due to skill compatibility issues, glowing mushrooms are far less bright than fireflies. But now the whole level is filled with mushrooms of all sizes, and after glowing, it definitely wouldn't be considered dark anymore. It seems there's no choice but to do this for now. Collecting slime cores, 10 fireflies, 2-headed snake venom sacs. In the hall of the Adventurers Guild, Vera was browsing the tasks on the bounty board. A pair of childhood friends sat on a nearby bench, with Fane's mood clearly down. Last time, they were attacked by raiders, losing not only a lot of equipment and supplies, but almost their lives as well. If those 2 raiders hadn't provoked Poochie, they wouldn't have made it back. After returning, Fane seemed very reluctant to go back to the dungeon. Vera understood, but they still needed to earn a living, especially after losing such a large amount of property. He, in failing, decided to take on some simple upper-level tasks to maintain their livelihood, and would make further decisions based on Fane's recovery status later. If it really didn't work out, they could switch to being merchant guards. The noisy discussions around them continued. Although the guild was usually lively, today seemed particularly loud. Vera noticed that quite a few people were gathered around the exclusive task board for official missions. Did the guild release new tasks? Just as Vera was about to squeeze into the crowd, a giant paw covered in fur violently split the crowd apart. The sudden push made him stagger back a few steps, a strand of yellow-brown fur sticking to his lips. Ugh, what a shedding creature. A muscular tiger man strode directly to the task board, his shiny fur glimmering amber under the light. The people around him cursed, but honestly stepped back half a pace. The tiger man glanced at the task board and then reached out to take down the latest day-level task. He went to the counter on the right side of the hall and slammed his adventurer identity card and the task slip on the counter. Register the task. Behind the counter was the guild's signature receptionist, Helena, a beautiful lady with long red hair. The two seemed to know each other. Helena took the identity card, glanced at the tiger man and his leopard companion behind him, and casually asked, "Inigo, why is the mute wind here? Where's Parsi? I haven't seen him." "Stop nagging. It's not an entry inspection. Just hurry up and register it," Inigo replied impatiently. It seemed the islands were indeed very dangerous. After Helena mumbled, she ignored the tiger man's ugly expression and reminded him according to guild regulations. "Inigo, the recommended number of adventurers for this A-level task is 3 to 4 golden-level adventurers. I suggest you find." Bang! The tiger man slammed his paw on the counter, interrupting Helena. "Don't treat me like a newbie with suggestions here and there. Just the 2 of us is enough. Hurry up and register." Helena raised an eyebrow, not at all offended by his shout. After completing the registration, she didn't directly return the identity card to the tiger man. "What does this mean?" Helena extended her finger and pointed at the cracked counter. 7 silver coins were tossed onto the counter by Inigo, who then angrily took back his identity card and signaled his leopard companion to leave the guild hall together. After the tiger man left, Vera stopped a nearby adventurer to inquire about what mission had everyone so concerned. "What else could it be? It's that group of mushrooms everyone's been talking about lately. The guild finally released a task to investigate the cause of the anomaly. So those 2 beastmen just now. I don't know them, but anyone who can take on an A-level task must be a golden-level expert." Vera recalled the puffers he had encountered on the 5th floor. To investigate in detail, they would definitely need to enter the swamp area guarded by the puffers, right? Could 2 golden-level adventurers really handle it? 34. Encirclement at the bottom of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors. A fire pit was quietly burning, the flickering flames illuminating the cross-section of the surrounding circular stone steps. Inigo and his leopard companion, Moreau, were resting against the wall. The plan to reach the 5th floor in half a day ended up taking a full day and a half. The reason was simple: they got lost. They thought they could navigate easily based on their memories from 2 years ago, and thus didn't buy a guide map. Who would have thought that once they got to the dungeon, their memories didn't seem that clear after all? After wandering around for a while, they were quite exhausted by this point. They could only take a break for now. They didn't choose to take turns keeping watch, but rather confidently rested simultaneously. On one hand, this was a safe area within the staircase where monsters couldn't enter. On the other hand, the innate keen senses and alertness of beastmen would allow them to wake up immediately when adventurers arrived. Just like now, 2 extremely faint puffing sounds made Inigo, who was already lying down, perk up his ears. He didn't rush to move, but slightly opened his tiger eyes to spy on the source of the sound. A mutated puffer was standing at the entrance, an area that monsters could never reach. Seemingly not expecting to encounter them, the puffer stood still at the entrance. After a while, it quietly began to retreat, trying to stretch its little short legs with every step, moving slowly, this time without making any puffing sounds. Just as the puffer was about to really retreat back to the 5th floor, Inigo still hadn't gotten up when the leopard moved first. Like a black flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Moreau returned to the fire pit holding half a puffer in each hand, throwing the 2 halves of the puffer on the ground. Miro's face showed no pride. Instead, he frowned. No wonder the guild personally issued this task. It seems this mission won't be simple. Inigo nodded in agreement, looking at the cut section of the puffer on the ground, and said, ignoring the rules of the dungeon, it shows obvious signs of high intelligence. The structure is clearly highly mutated. Should we go back and prepare a bit more before coming again? What Moreau meant to say was to recruit 1 or 2 more golden-level adventurers to join them. After the healer and support in their team died in the mist of the islands, they were now left with just 2 damage dealers, which was a rather unhealthy team structure. They had just returned to Silent Wind Town in a disheartened state, and hadn't had time to gather any information when they saw this task. They initially thought that an A-level task hanging on the relatively simple 5th floor must be a mistake. 2 golden-level adventurers could probably handle it easily, even without support. But now, the occurrence of monsters entering a safe zone, something that defied common sense, had happened. Moreau felt that this task would likely be very tricky. He was somewhat having second thoughts. Inigo stared at the fire pit, pondering for a while, then finally stomped on the puffer on the ground until it was a mushy mess. We've come this far. Let's keep moving. This walking mushroom is just a bit strange, but it doesn't pose a significant threat. If we go back now, those who know me are likely to laugh at me to death. But just in case, I'll add this. If we really find ourselves in danger, we can always retreat. Can't we run away if the 2 of us can't handle it? Inigo's confidence wasn't unfounded. As feline beastmen, both he and Moreau had speed-related skills. Even if there was danger, if they couldn't escape at full speed, that would be too strange. After all, this was still the 5th floor. Moreau listened and didn't find any issues with it, nodding in agreement. They had rested enough by now, so the 2 extinguished the fire and entered the 5th floor. Speaking of which, was it always this dark on the 5th floor? Looking around, only some mushrooms glowed faintly, and not a single firefly grass could be seen. It seemed not. Fortunately, both had night vision, so the darkness didn't affect them much. According to the task requirements, they needed to investigate the entire floor, with a special note to focus on the swamp area. Inigo decided to start with the other 3 areas first, so they could roughly gauge the difficulty of the task before deciding whether to enter the swamp. However, after half a day of the task, both of their expressions turned strange. They had already visited the caves and the toxic mist swamp, yet they hadn't seen a single puffer. If it weren't for the fact that they saw a slime on the road, Inigo would have doubted whether this tier was completely cleared. What were these 2 beastmen doing? Not only did they catch a pudding sneaking up to the 4th floor, but now they're just strolling around here. Lin Jun, as usual, had already moved the puddings away to avoid encountering these high-level adventurers. But looking at the situation now, could it be that they are coming for him? Under Lin Jun's watch, after the 2 left the cave, they surprisingly didn't head to the forest as he had anticipated, but instead headed straight for the swamp. TSK, troublesome. He had to stop them. The swamp area was his bottom line. A mushroom cannon shot landed in front of the 2 beastmen, splattering dirty water all over them. Inigo watched as 10 puddings appeared before him, and after one attack, there was temporarily no further action. Does this mean intimidation? Are these mushrooms a bit too intelligent? Inigo looked at Milo, who was also watching him, waiting for him to make a decision. The walking mushrooms had indeed powerful attacks. If they got hit, even they would be injured. But if they couldn't hit, then it would be meaningless. Just 10 walking mushrooms. Inigo exchanged glances with his companion, and the leopard man understood. In the next moment, both of them activated their speed skills and charged in from the left and right sides. The puddings reacted quickly, launching their attacks as they moved. However, the 2 beastmen lowered their stances and nimbly dodged several mushroom cannon shots. Soon, Inigo and Milo charged into the pudding ranks. Milo, a worshipper of primitive strength, used his leopard claws to tear apart several puddings in succession. Inigo, on the other hand, drew a blood-colored long knife from his back, even able to directly cleave the magical energy balls shot from the mushroom cannons. The 10 puddings were quickly wiped out. Milo, habitually trying to lick his claws, suddenly remembered that he had just killed puddings. His claws were free of blood, but covered in dirty water, and he quickly retracted his tongue. As expected of an A-rank task, these walking mushrooms were surprisingly organized and coordinated. Still just a bunch of mushrooms. Inigo sheathed his knife, ready to delve deeper into the swamp, but just as he took a step, he stopped again. Milo, don't you feel like the surroundings have gotten brighter? Now that you mention it, it does. The two looked around, and the edges of their vision were connected by a faint light, growing brighter and closer. Inigo and Milo's expressions completely sank. It was puddings. Countless glowing puddings surrounded them. Milo struggled to swallow. How? How many are there? 300? 500? Or more? Inigo took a deep breath, drew his blood-colored long knife again. It was countless, but they had to prepare to break through. 35, level 50, new skill. The magical cannonballs exploded in the swamp, sending black mud and half-rotted bark fragments flying everywhere. After months, fierce artillery fire descended upon the swamp region once again. However, this time, the enemies were only two beastmen. When they realized they were surrounded, Inigo and Milo's beastly eyes simultaneously locked onto the direction of the forest. If they could break out of the swamp area, even if there were enemies further out, they could escape using the forest's complex terrain. Of course, the premise was that they had to break out of the swamp area. Neither of them intended to fight. There were just too many puddings. So many that even if they stood still and let them chop, they could still tire the two out. Only by breaking through before the encirclement tightened could they have a glimmer of hope. As they dashed, several mushroom cannonballs flew toward their location. Speed LV6, dodge LV7. Both of them used their respective skills to evade the attacks, but it was just the prelude. The nearly saturated firepower covered the entire swamp, causing the two to leap and maneuver through the mud, try to avoid being directly hit. As for the shock waves from the explosions, they could only endure them. Inigo, feeling that he was a bit tougher, charged even more fiercely and wildly. As he neared the edge of the encirclement, dozens of puddings in scattered positions charged at him. Inigo raised his long knife high, and with a charge, he flashed behind one pudding, sending its upper body flying into the air. His agile movements and the beastman's exceptional combat intuition allowed Inigo to precisely find gaps in the melee, breaking through all the way outward. Almost to the edge, several puddings rolled into balls and charged at Inigo simultaneously. This scene almost made the Tiger Man laugh. He really didn't dare to take on those magical cannons head-on, but could these soft puddings really play close combat with him? With a horizontal slash, he could. In a series of explosions, the Tiger Man burst through charred and singed. In the last moment, his instincts made him react to escape, but it was still a bit late. The lower half of Inigo's left leg vanished without a trace. At this point, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Meanwhile, the puddings aimed their mushroom cannons at him from a distance. The fifth floor, cough cough, this is going to be laughable. It would be better to hang in the mist. In the final moments, he looked towards Milo's direction. He saw that figure blasted into the air. The way he was thrown was too comical, and Inigo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Puffed. Boom! After finally dealing with the two adventurers who had come looking for trouble, Lin Jun was about to count his losses. Suddenly, a message he had been eagerly anticipating appeared in his mind. Level up LV49, LV50, new optional racial skill. Finally, he finally reached level 50. Leveling up was so difficult. He had already been LV48 when he first reached the 5th floor. First, he had nearly consumed all the monsters on the 5th floor, then spent months collecting the mycelium spread throughout the entire tier. Finally, he completed the final step. He was so moved he could almost cry. According to Lin Jun's experience, every 10 levels granted skills that were compatible with his own race. Skills like the mushroom cannon were clearly tailored for the mushroom race, much more useful than most randomly acquired skills. Hurry up, let's see what skills can be selected. Selectable skills, long-range spread, greatly increases spore flying distance, can spread over ultra-long distances. Mycelium reconstruction, regardless of individual survival, can automatically repair using mycelium as a unit. Delicious, unparalleled taste. Is this delicious serious? Aspiring to become the most delicious ingredient in another world? Speaking of which, there was also a juicy option before. So the mushroom race really has an upgrade line to become a super ingredient? That's just ridiculous. Excluding delicious, the first option, long-range spread, also didn't mean much to Lin Jun. Without the mycelium connecting into a hole, his will couldn't be transmitted, and he couldn't manage it. Just like that mushroom garden in the deeper area, he completely lost the ability to sense it when he walked far away. It seemed there was not much choice. Gain skill. Mycelium reconstruction LV1. Soon, a test pudding was hastily matured in the swamp area. A small knife was wrapped by tentacles and stabbed into the pudding's body. The pudding, with only 10 health points, died on the spot. After waiting for a long time, the pudding seemed to have no reaction. However, Lin Jun, who had been watching closely, could see that the skill was indeed effective. The intact mycelium around the wound slowly gathered magical power, splitting new mycelium to replace the severed part. The process was just very slow. It took a long time for Pudding to stand up again. Health 110. At this point, the wound had not completely healed, but Pudding had regained some mobility. Lin Jun slashed again, this time cutting Pudding in half. Then, Pudding really died. After several attempts, Lin Jun finally understood. Pudding's integrity needed to be above 80 for there to be a possibility of repair, and the greater the damage, the slower the repair. Cuts in half, crushing, burning, freezing, and similar actions were irreversible. Additionally, repairing required consuming the ambient magical energy to generate new mycelium to fill the wounds. If Pudding had the skill, magic storage, the repair speed could be significantly increased. Overall, it wasn't as useful as Lin Jun had hoped. He thought it could regenerate like a slime, even if it was just a small piece, as long as it absorbed some magical energy. It might also just be because it was only LV1. However, even being LV1 seemed to have its uses. In the cave area at the bottom level, at the old bat's cave, a hallucinogenic Pudding swaggered out of the passage. Just like before, it was instantly killed by the infrasonic wave as soon as it showed its head. The Pudding, with several minor wounds on its body, collapsed on the ground among its already decayed predecessors. The old bat glanced at it and lost interest. These mushrooms were all toxic and inedible. It found them annoying. Little did it know, the mycelium inside this Pudding was slowly repairing itself. After a long time, Pudding jumped up again. The old bat, which had been dozing off, woke up instantly at the noise and killed Pudding again just as it had taken a few steps. This time, the old bat looked at Pudding a bit longer, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. When Pudding stood up once more, the old bat was finally taken aback. It crushed Pudding with its claws. This time, Pudding wouldn't regenerate, but the violent destruction directly caused the hallucinogenic spores on Pudding to burst out. Being so close, the old bat, despite flapping its wings to retreat, inhaled a bit of the spores. Fortunately, it wasn't much. The old bat felt slightly unwell, but returned to normal after hanging upside down for a short rest. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered in its heart. It was wise to feel that way. On Lin Jun's side, having confirmed its usefulness, a new batch of 100 specially made puddings for the old bat had already entered production. Once this troop was deployed, those 3 pieces of S-class magic crystals would be Lin Jun's for the taking. 36. The old thing dropped items on the damp rock top. The impending drops of water trembled violently. The infrasonic wave attack reverberated within the cave, and a layer of pudding corpses piled up below. The aging crystallized bat was unusually restless, its gnarled claws scratching white marks on the rocky surface as it hung upside down. Occasionally, it would swoop down to swipe away puddings that got too close. A wing bone unexpectedly pierced through a mushroom cap, causing a surge of pale, purple hallucinogenic spores to burst forth. The old bat flapped its wings and retreated, frantically returning to the rock top, its chest heaving violently. By the time it finally calmed down, some of the puddings below had repaired their bodies and started moving again. A new round of infrasonic waves then exploded in the cave, knocking down the just-revived puddings. This deadlock had persisted through countless cycles. The puddings killed by the sound waves would revive, and those that were crushed would release hallucinogenic toxic mist upon close proximity. The old bat could only continue to stall like this over and over, but the puddings were getting closer. When the last foothold was enveloped by the hallucinogenic spores, the old bat was ultimately poisoned and fell motionless from the rock top. Lin Jun had thought that the old bat would desperately fight back at the end, but perhaps it was because it was older and more cautious about its life. It just curled up there and didn't dare to come down and tear apart a few puddings even when death was imminent. The final losses were much lower than Lin Jun had anticipated. Outside the cave, 2 figures had already been waiting there for a long time. The half-elf's deformed ears had grown mushrooms, and the green wooden staff in the human woman's hand had merged with the fungal membrane growing between her fingers. These 2 were the parasitic puppets Lin Jun had created earlier. This time, the task of dissecting the old bat was to be completed by these 2 puppets. However, before that, both puppets had to drink a bottle of detoxification potion. Otherwise, they would also be paralyzed by the hallucinogenic toxic mist. It felt like once they were made into puppets, they inherited both the weaknesses of mushrooms and humans. After entering the cave, Lin Jun first controlled the 2 puppets to sever the neck of the unconscious old bat. There's still a panel that can be opened? It's not dead yet. This time, Lin Jun simply cut off the entire head of the bat. The panel still didn't disappear. Lin Jun, puzzled, opened the panel and found that it was not the old bat's panel. Artifact, Sunstone Fragment. He didn't have time to care about the S-class magic crystal and hurriedly controlled the puppets to rummage through the old bat's corpse. After cutting open the chest, he finally found a sunstone fragment emitting a warm glow inside. Goodness, with the cave's cold environment, how could the old bat as high-temperature resistance be LV5? It turned out to be baked out by the sunstone fragment. So the old bat's title of transcending death was also related to this sunstone fragment? Did this artifact extend its life? Unfortunately, there was still no information on the panel. Based on the existing information, aside from glowing and generating heat, the sunstone might also be used for survival. So the question arose, what use would this have for Lin Jun? On Earth, mushrooms typically live for a few months, while some can last over 1,000 years. But this wasn't Earth, and after being here for so long, Lin Jun hadn't felt any aging issues. Rather than worrying about dying of old age, it was more realistic to be concerned about being killed by powerful magical creatures or adventurers one day. This made Lin Jun think of another incomplete artifact he had seen. The kind of artifact that could unleash powerful attacks was what he truly desired. The 3 arm-sized S-class magic crystals and that sunstone fragment were finally sent to the secret space Lin Jun hid at the bottom of the swamp. As for the remaining corpse of the old bat, it wouldn't go to waste. The puppets were still cutting it into small pieces to bring out. After all, the old bat had so many max-level skills, which could yield a lot of proficiency. Taking out his sunstone fragment, Lin Jun studied the cross-section for a long time and finally found the corresponding part to connect the 2 sunstones together. The fracture automatically fused, becoming a seamless whole, which aligned with Lin Jun's stereotypical impression of artifacts. The more complete sunstone emitted even more light and heat, so much so that even his LV7 high-temperature resistance was almost overwhelmed, forcing him to hold it slightly farther away. This thing wouldn't really turn into a little sun that would scorch the mountains and boil the seas, would it? Even a panel had changed. Artifact, sunstone, remnant. It was clear that it had leveled up, but Lin Jun still couldn't think of how to use it. This kind of useless feeling was truly frustrating. Fortunately, Lin Jun knew the use of the 3 S-class magic crystals. The old bat's 500 skill power increase was incredibly tempting. He planned to tinker with it to see if he could install it on his vehicle. 2 days after dealing with the old bat, a surge of magical energy suddenly resonated throughout the 5th level, immediately catching Lin Jun's attention. It came from below and was not transmitted through the hierarchical channels. Instead, it penetrated the layer walls vertically from underground. Unlike the intense magical tremors during battles, this was a more persistent and regular fluctuation of magical power. This was something he had never encountered before. The magical fluctuations continued for about 10 minutes before stabilizing again. Was something unknown happening in the underground city? He asked Dylan, who was building a wooden house, but as expected from a bottom-tier adventurer. He didn't know anything about slightly more advanced issues. He could only ask Dylan to put down his work and go on a business trip to the surface to gather information. And it was just right for him to inquire about Inanna's news as well. After sending Dylan off, Lin Jun still felt uneasy. Such a large-scale magical disturbance must mean something was happening. The unknown always made him anxious. He planned to produce more Pujus recently and send some down to explore. Originally, he intended to take his time strengthening his vehicle plan, but it seemed he had to speed things up. He didn't want to get into possible danger due to insufficient preparation. In the president's office of the Adventurers Guild in Silent Wind Town, Oberon had just finished hearing Helena's report about 2 gold-tier orc adventurers who had not returned after taking an A-rank mission on the 5th floor for 10 days. The young branch president rested his chin on one hand while tapping the table with the other, hesitating whether to raise the mission level or temporarily set it aside. Recently, many diamond-tier adventurers had been invited to the capital, and he had learned through special channels that there seemed to be significant movements coming from above. There were not many diamond-tier adventurers still wandering outside, and even if an S-rank mission was issued, there might not be anyone to take in the short term. Besides, according to current intelligence, these Pujus would not attack adventurers as long as they did not forcibly enter the swamp, which would not significantly affect the adventurers exploring the maze. Updating the official strategy to advise adventurers to stay away from the swamp area seemed to be a more cost-effective approach. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Oberon's thoughts. Colmine, the person entering, was the intelligence analysis minister, Mirabelle. As soon as she entered, she got straight to the point. The detection crystals set up on layer 7. 4 and 1 have detected magical fluctuations, decreasing layer by layer. In an instant, Oberon completely forgot about the situation regarding the 5th floor Pujus. He asked with a hint of hope, "Are you sure it's not interference or a false report?" Mirabelle did not respond, but her meaning was clear. Sigh. Oberon realized he had asked a foolish question. Mirabelle would not make such a low-level mistake. However, wasn't the time still too early? Why was it happening so much in advance? And it just so happened that all the Diamond Tier adventurers had been reassigned. Oberon nervously tugged at his blonde hair, which had been neatly styled, now standing up in a messy arc. He suddenly opened a drawer, took out a tea canister, and flicked his fingers to produce a flame to brew himself a cup. After a sip of hot tea, Oberon finally calmed down and said to Mirabelle, "Issue a magical tide warning and seal off the entrance to the underground city. I will report this to the headquarters and write to several surrounding cities requesting support. May Xian bless us. I hope nothing major happens this time. What do we do if we can't go back?" Dylan felt that he had entered a semi-retired life. Every day, after getting up from the fungal coffin, he would cook a bowl of mushroom soup. These mushrooms were picked from the forest. The boss had said that gray mushrooms were safe to eat. However, as a fungal person, eating mushrooms still gave him a subtle sense of discomfort. Moreover, the soup always carried a bland, earthy smell, and he had to sprinkle a few grains of rock salt to awaken some flavor. Additionally, perhaps because he had mentioned the issue of the layers being too dim to the boss before, the mushrooms had started to glow recently. Although solving the lighting problem was good, the soup glowed as well, which was quite unpleasant, making him feel like he was drinking a potion brewed by a witch. Fortunately, the work was quite leisurely. Except for business trips to the surface, the boss wouldn't assign him any tasks. Occasionally, there would be some equipment or items left behind by adventurers that required Dylan to assess their value. But other than that, there was not much to do. He sometimes used his free time to hunt on the surface and bring back some edible magical creatures. After all, he couldn't just eat mushrooms all the time. The last time he told the boss he wanted some magical creatures to improve his diet, and they sent him a few incomplete pudges. Dylan knew he had to find a way to add to his meals himself. After all, eating his colleagues was too. Fortunately, the boss did not oppose his hunting on the upper levels. In fact, he was quite supportive, only reminding him to dispose of the remains of the magical creatures in the swamp. In the end, to improve his quality of life on the 5th floor, he even specifically applied for a plot of land in the edge area to start building his wooden house. Unfortunately, he encountered work just as he began. The boss first asked if he knew anything about the magical fluctuations, but as a pure melee fighter, how could he know anything about magic? He was then immediately assigned the task of going to the surface to gather information, and it seemed quite urgent. Not daring to delay, Dylan took half a day to get to the surface. Then he ran into 3 official personnel from the Adventurers Guild guarding the entrance to the underground city. He recognized the leader, a middle-aged adventurer named Marshall, who had been active in Silent Wind Town 10 years ago. However, he was a gold-tier adventurer and had not entered the underground city since joining the guild. Seeing someone blocking the door, Dylan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What happened? Why was the entrance sealed off? Were they going to check something and discover his disguise? Swallowing hard, Dylan straightened his back and walked out. However, the guild personnel only glanced at Dylan and let him pass. Instead, 4 adventurers intending to enter the underground city were stopped. The hilt of the red-armored warrior's sword struck heavily against the stone slab. Why are we not allowed to enter the underground city? The questioning was filled with sparks. While Marshall stood across with his arms crossed, appearing quite calm. Adventurers always reacted this way, raising their voices first when encountering problems. It was a habit. Magical tide warning. The underground city is sealed off as per guild requirements. As soon as the words magical tide were uttered, the dissatisfaction of the adventurers opposite seemed to vanish instantly. Although magical tides occurred only once every 10 years in each underground city, most adventurers had never encountered one before today. However, its reputation as the greatest disaster in underground cities was known to all adventurers. No one would oppose the sealing of the underground city due to a magical tide. The 4 of them huddled together and murmured for a while before asking with some doubts. How long will this be sealed? What about the timed missions we accepted? We can't just let it drag on until we fail the mission. Some timed missions required a deposit. If they failed, the deposit would naturally be lost. However, the guild seemed to have experience and had considered all aspects. They could apply at the guild front desk to extend or cancel the mission. As for the sealing, it would obviously last until the magical tide ended. Saying that, Marshall waved his hand at the adventurers, signaling them to leave quickly. The 4 adventurers left. But Dylan rubbed his hands and approached. I have some things hidden on the 2nd floor. Can I go get them back? It'll all be quick. No. Marshall refused without thinking. Why should he care about someone else's lost items? Dylan took half a step forward and quietly handed a shiny gold coin to Marshall. Marshall's throat moved, and he glanced at his 2 colleagues behind him. This time, the task was not being executed by familiar faces, and there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't report them. Risking for a few gold coins wasn't worth it. Rules are rules. Pushing Dylan aside, Marshall coldly rejected his request to return once again. Dylan scratched his head helplessly. What to do now? The news was easy to hear, but how could he deliver it back? He felt that the boss needed a high-level stealthy person to do these things more than he did. After thinking it over, he decided to check the tavern first. As soon as the moldy wooden door cracked open, the murky smell of alcohol hit Dylan, causing him to take half a step back. The business at the Rotten Willow Tavern today could only be described as explosive. Adventurers who couldn't enter the dungeon were obviously planning to drown themselves in alcohol. When Dylan walked in, he found that there were no empty seats. The place was packed with drunken adventurers. If only the three of the boss's self-exploding putties were here. Dylan shook his head, wondering why he had such a strange thought. A drink. Dylan tapped the bar. The owner scooped out half a bowl of brown liquid from a barrel, with suspicious stains on the edge of the bowl. The bowl's capacity was clearly less than that of a wooden cup. Finding a spot to lean against, Dylan listened carefully to the conversations around him. The topic everyone was discussing was, unsurprisingly, the recent magic tide. There were young people who didn't understand the dangers of the magic tide, complaining that they were short on money and couldn't go to the dungeon to make a living. This immediately drew ridicule from others. Kid, isn't it good to be alive? Going to the dungeon now? Are you planning to feed your flesh to the monsters? Amidst the laughter, a retired adventurer with gray hair revealed some valuable information. No need to worry about not having work. According to experience, the guild will release assistance tasks in a few days. By then, there will be countless monsters at the dungeon entrance waiting for you to kill them. And even some from the deeper areas will come out. As long as you're not afraid of dying, there is plenty of money to be made. Hearing that there might still be a chance to earn money, many people in the tavern grew excited, prompting the old adventurer to shake his head. Vera also enthusiastically thanked the old adventurer. If they couldn't make money in 10 days or half a month, the three of them would have to consider pawning their equipment. Dylan knew that monsters would come out, but it was the first time he heard that it included those from the deeper zones. If monsters from the deeper areas were surfacing, then the situation inside the dungeon must be even more chaotic. He had never considered such issues before. Dylan also recalled hearing someone say that after each magic tide, the ecosystems on each level of the dungeon would undergo some changes. He was now a bit worried that the boss wouldn't become part of those changes. 38. Why would they pass by my house? Poodoo. Poodoo. 7 putties were hopping up the spiral corridor one step at a time. These stairs, designed for humans, were a bit too high for the short-legged putties, who could only advance by making small jumps. These were the putties that Lin Jun had sent to the first level. Thanks to the kind-hearted adventurer who left behind the Moonshadow Stone, a peculiar mineral that changes color every half-day, Lin Jun could keep track of the days, even in the dungeon. After Dylan and T returned for 7 consecutive days, and even adventurers gradually disappeared, Lin Jun realized clearly something big had happened. Could it be that the dungeon was about to be demolished due to the expiration of its usage period? Regardless, Lin Jun naturally couldn't just sit back and wait. To get to the bottom of it, in addition to the group of putties that had already been sent down to investigate the source of the magical fluctuations, Lin Jun also increased the team to come up. Given that the monsters on the first 4 levels were relatively low level, this group of putties wasn't large, just 7. As expected, the monsters appeared agitated, wanting to take a bite out of the putties upon seeing them. But once a mushroom cannon was fired, the corpses settled down obediently. Relying on the strategies he had long learned from Dylan, the team reached the first level in just 1 day. Half of that time was spent climbing stairs. Speaking of which, although the terrain and ecology of each level were vastly different, the stairs connecting them were all made from the same mold. Lin Jun seriously suspected that the builders had lazily copied and pasted. When the putties finally reached the first level, Lin Jun felt a bit excited. This was the closest he had been to the outside world. In the past, he had tried not to send putties to other levels to avoid drawing attention. The first level, as Dylan had said, was a maze of corridors. The architectural style featured ancient blue stone bricks, which looked quite similar to the 8th level at first glance. However, unlike the hellish difficulty of the maze on the 8th level, the maze on the first level had no teleportation arrays, no traps, and wouldn't spawn monsters. The distribution of monsters was sparse and weak, allowing even a novice to navigate easily. Although the corridor structure itself was confusing, this little challenge had long been resolved by detailed strategy plans. A few putties directly took the shortest route toward the dungeon's main gate, as Lin Jun wanted to see what was really going on today. Poodoo, huh? A familiar voice came from around the corner, and soon a familiar figure emerged. A wild putty. Opening the panel, it was level LV1 with 5-dimensional attributes of 1, and aside from its ability to spread spores, it had no skills. Its only purpose for existence was to spread spores when eaten by other monsters. It was a truly natural putty. In comparison, Lin Jun's putties, equipped with 4 or 5 skills at LV7 or LV8, were quite powerful. The wild putty seemed completely unaware of its kin and wandered aimlessly down the corridor. Lin Jun's putties shook their mushroom caps, and a bit of spore stuck to the wild putty. Instantly, a new member joined the mycelium network. Stop! The putty, which had just stepped out, obediently followed Lin Jun's command, just like the other 7. Lin Jun's assumption was confirmed. Low-level monsters like putties, which lacked self-awareness and only had instincts, were indeed too easy to control. Even if they weren't produced by him, as long as they connected to the mycelium network, they could be easily controlled. However, it didn't hold much significance. With this wild putty, the team approached the main gate. As they neared the end, it felt like they had entered an entirely different area, with such a significant difference that it was almost like changing layers. 8 pure black stone pillars stood in the hall, each column engraved with dark golden geometric patterns. Atop the pillars, a kind of metallic component could be faintly seen, connecting the 8 pillars into a circular formation, with 16 chains extending from the ring structure toward the center, ultimately connecting to a floating, non-physical circular magic array in the middle. In a magical perception field, this array flickered like a faulty light bulb in a restroom. Beyond this hall, and further ahead, was the main gate of the dungeon. Lin Jun didn't let all the putties go. Instead, he took out the wild putty to scout. When the putty reached the gate, it saw a ground filled with traps and obstacles. The 12-meter-wide gate was blocked down to just a horizontal gap. Through the gap, Lin Jun saw several pairs of terrified eyes and a crossbow aimed at the putty. Whoosh! The poor wild putty was shot through and flew 3 meters away, directly dying and bursting out a pile of spores. However, Lin Jun noticed that these spores quickly lost their vitality, seemingly affected by the special conditions of this hall. It is now confirmed that humans blocked the door. While they still don't know, but just now as I got closer, I found a fungal network signal outside the door. 7 pudges were pressed against the corner, moving towards the wall near the door in the blind spot of vision. Only then did Lin Jun finally connect with the other party. Dylan? Boss, you actually came to the first floor? Are you also going to break through the underground city? For a moment, Dylan was deeply conflicted about whether to side with humans or mushrooms. What nonsense, stop talking. Quickly tell me why humans sealed the underground city gate. Huh? Oh. Realizing he misunderstood, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly told Lin Jun all the information about the magical tide. Then he told Lin Jun that he was dumbfounded. Monsters will collectively rush out, and there are even monsters from the deeper areas? So, those monsters have to pass through my 5th floor before reaching the 1st floor? What is going on? Dylan also said that the Adventurers Guild had hired almost all idle adventurers to take turns guarding the gate. The need for such heightened alertness clearly indicated the scale and strength of the monsters in a magical tide. Can my pudges hold them back? Looking at the scene outside the door, it was impossible for me to hide outside the underground city now. But speaking of it, I could also be considered a monster. If during the magical tide, monsters prioritize rushing the gate instead of fighting each other, it seems I don't need to worry too much. Anyway, at least I know what is going on. I told Dylan not to get involved in the magical tide, that disguises might give him away in a fight. Lin Jun also needed to go back and prepare properly. The team of pudges exploring downward was currently entangled with the monsters on the 7th floor. So Lin Jun let them retreat. While the magical tide hasn't arrived yet, he needed to make as many preparations as possible, and the pudges also needed to exceed their limits for a burst. The only comforting thing for Lin Jun was that in the secret space of the swamp area, he successfully embedded 2 S-rank magic crystals onto his vehicle. Although the effect was diminished because they were inherited from the old bat instead of created by his own skills, the boost of 200 skill power from the 2 S-rank magic crystals was still quite delightful. It was time to officially name it. Let's call it Night. Is this not what we agreed upon? Here it comes. Monsters are appearing. The voices filled with fear and excitement made the mercenaries leaning against the stone wall straighten their backs. The metallic armor clinked as they turned quickly. Everyone's attention was fixed on the strange sounds coming from behind the big door. Vera tightened his grip on his weapon, a very ordinary curved knife. The high-quality curved knife he had brought from home was lost during the raider incident, so he could only use this ordinary one for now. Due to the Adventurers Guild offering generous rewards to recruit helpers, even without starting a battle, he could earn a small but considerable amount of hiring fees daily based on his strength. So he and Phalian signed up. Although some adventurers depicted the magical tide as terrifying, with so many adventurers, they surely wouldn't fail. They just needed to be careful not to get injured in the battle. However, they didn't expect that after guarding for just one day, the magical tide would come. Vera and the surrounding adventurers held their breath, adjusting their states to the best. Several adventurers with crossbows and bows gathered at the gap left by the big door, aiming inside and ready for the first wave of shots. They waited for 10 minutes. Adventurers looked at each other, and finally, they all turned to the one who first shouted that monsters were appearing. No, there really are monsters. That person wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and leaned over to peek through the gap. There was still only the corpse of a Pugis. As for other monsters, not even a shadow was seen. In the end, it was Marshall who stepped forward to confirm the situation, reassuring everyone. Indeed, a walking mushroom has come to the door, indicating that the rules of the underground city have weakened. But the main force of the monsters hasn't arrived yet. It's just a wandering walking mushroom from the first floor. Let's lower our guard for now. I'll keep watch here. Marshall also breathed a sigh of relief. The guild had predicted that the magical tide would probably break out in 3 to 4 days. Support from surrounding cities would also take a few days to arrive. Gathering adventurers to guard the gate now was just a precaution. He had just thought that precaution was coming. After hearing Marshall's words, everyone put away their weapons, and complaints rose one after another. Vera also heard Faline sigh in relief. After all, it was the legendary magical tide. To say they weren't nervous would definitely be a lie. However, from the beginning, Vera had been looking at an unknown adventurer. That person's curved knife at the waist. Why does it look so familiar? The magical energy fluctuation once again reached the mushroom garden from below. It had been happening more frequently lately, as if announcing the approach of the magical tide. Knowing the situation, Lin Jun had already begun to actively set up defenses. Although the magical tide seemed to be very powerful, he also had multiple preparations. The best-case scenario was, of course, that he could be considered part of the magical tide and then rush up with the tide. While other monsters and humans fought to the death, he would provide free corpse collection services to both sides. However, this scenario was too idealistic. He couldn't really hope for that. Another possibility was that the magical tide would attack him as well, in which case Lin Jun would have to fight back to protect his mushroom garden. Fortunately, there were only 2 staircases between the 5th and 6th floors, so the defensive pressure wasn't too great. To put it simply, it was like a tower defense game. His Pugis were best at mushroom cannons, which suited this scenario perfectly. At that time, he would also pair them with some Pugis that could spray adhesive, toxic mist, self-destruct, and other functions. Even if a group of werewolves from the 10th floor charged up, he was confident he could annihilate them all on the stairs. As for the connection point between the 4th and 5th floors, just sending a few Pugis to block it would suffice. On one hand, monsters shouldn't rush downwards, and on the other, even if those low-level monsters came, a dozen Pugis would be enough to handle them. What Lin Jun truly feared were those ultra-modified individuals from the deeper areas. If a fire demon-level monster, or even a stronger one came, then Lin Jun wouldn't be sure he could hold them off. Fortunately, Lin Jun also had a backup plan. His main body piloting the night would hide deep in the cave, and if things went wrong, he would blow up the entrance. He didn't believe those monsters would dig in just to munch on his mushroom. It would just be a bit troublesome to dig out afterward. To this end, Lin Jun specially prepared a few Pugis with Eat Rock LV3. The cave of the old bat, which served as an escape route, was filled with most of Lin Jun's wealth. This included equipment and items left by adventurers, valuable materials taken from monsters like parasitic seeds, and a small pile of gold coins. At first glance, it looked like a small dragon's treasure. Additionally, he prepared 20 Pugis filled with magical energy, purely acting as batteries. Even if the entire cave unexpectedly collapsed, he could still hold out long enough to dig out. Sigh, when having to prepare a backup plan for himself. Lin Jun couldn't help but think of that figure who opened the scroll in front of him and vanished without a trace. Unfortunately, he had asked Dylan, and there was no such thing as a teleportation scroll in this world. The only way to teleport was through a complex ritual array. A scroll simply couldn't support teleportation magic. The scroll that person used was not a teleportation scroll, but a scroll of escape that came from a treasure chest in the dungeon. Its principle is to use the inherent rules of the dungeon to directly eject the user. These scrolls are rare in production, but not too expensive. The reason is that the ejection only ensures the user leaves the dungeon's range, while the specific location is completely random. A safe ejection is a low-probability event. Appearing underground or in the sky is the norm. If one doesn't have any special survival means, using this scroll is no different from seeking death. However, if one could get a hold of one, it might still be worth gambling on in desperate times. With the abilities of the knight, the chances of survival might actually be quite high. with Lin Jun's arrangements. The pujas were almost ready. The two staircases leading to the sixth floor were arranged with no less than 400 pujas of various types. Each staircase connecting to the upper levels had 30 pujas stationed. The main body and the knight, accompanied by around 50 pujas, were inside the cave as a last line of defense. Now, they just needed to retrieve the more than 100 pujas that had gone down to explore. These pujas had just entered the staircase leading to the fifth floor. Another wave of magical energy surged, and Lin Jun was almost getting used to it. However, this time the tremor seemed different from before. It lasted quite a while. Wasn't it a bit too long? Moreover, as time went on, the tremor not only didn't weaken, but grew stronger. Eventually, it formed a tsunami-like wave of magical energy, leaving Lin Jun dizzy. What was going on? Was the magic tide starting now? When the waves finally calmed down, Lin Jun discovered something was wrong. The more than 100 pujas that had just been on the stairs were all missing. The original staircase no longer existed, replaced by a pitch-black space. Faintly, a series of beastly roars could be heard from within. Was this the magic tide? It seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. More critically, it wasn't just this staircase that had mutated. The other staircase leading to the fourth floor, guarded by only 30 pujas, had also turned into a black space. This was not how one should play dirty. Before Lin Jun could go crazy, a head covered in tightly packed hexagonal scales, resembling a giant lizard, emerged from the black space. The monster's vertically elongated, fiery golden pupils moved, scanning all the pujas present. 40. Where did the dragon come from? Silent Wind Town. Adventurers Guild Branch. Mirabelle burst into the president's office. Oberon glanced at his information department head with dissatisfaction and scolded, "You didn't even knock, rushing in like that." "And no, it's bad." Mirabelle gasped, stammering, "The detection crystal has monitored a strong magical force." Monitored a strong magical force fluctuation? Seeing Mirabelle's breathless state, Oberon finished for her. "So the magical tide has erupted 2 days earlier. Big deal." Oberon, now seemingly in control, showed no signs of the anxiety he had when he first learned about the magical tide. The two nearby cities, Fisherman's Harbor and Norwood, had agreed to send troops to suppress the magical tide. It would only take 2 to 3 days for them to reach Silent Wind Town. The magical tide usually starts weak and grows stronger. Even if it erupts now, the pressure in the first few days won't be too great. He had recruited a large number of adventurers in advance to deal with the monsters that would emerge in the first few days, which should be more than enough. By the time the magical tide escalated to a level that the adventurers couldn't handle, the military would have already arrived. Therefore, there was no need to panic. Mirabelle still seemed inexperienced, which disappointed Oberon, who shook his head slightly. He elegantly picked up a small cup from the table and sipped the moon wine produced in the archipelago. However, it seemed Mirabelle still had more to say, hesitatingly continuing. And not just the magical force fluctuation. There's also resonance. Coughing, Oberon spat out the wine he had just drunk and instinctively retorted, "Impossible. If other dungeons are experiencing a magical tide, the headquarters wouldn't fail to inform me. It's not a dungeon within the United Kingdom." Mirabelle finally managed to catch her breath, urgently explaining, "It's from the Dragon Cliff Dungeon in the Hermit Empire." The Dragon Cliff Dungeon, one of the 6 dungeons in this world, is located at the northernmost edge of the Hermit Empire, near the wasteland. The monsters inside are primarily subdragons, significantly stronger than those in the Amethyst dungeon. The so-called resonance refers to a situation where 2 dungeons experience a magical tide simultaneously, leading to an interconnected internal space. In this case, the idea that the first few days of the magical tide would not be intense no longer applies, because the first layer on your side might be directly connected to the deep area on the other side. The other dangers of resonance depend on the characteristics of the resonating dungeons. Resonating with the Dragon Cliff Dungeon, which is significantly stronger than the Amethyst Dungeon, is evidently very dangerous. But how could this be possible? That's over half a continent away. Oberon still refused to believe it. Vice President, the resonance between dungeons has nothing to do with distance. What's important now is to think of a way. Mirabelle spoke rapidly, looking frantic. If the magical tide destroyed Silent Wind Town, neither she nor Oberon would come out unscathed. You send all the guild's forces over. Have the logistics department gather all the dragon-related items and send them to the entrance. I'll contact the troops right away and have them speed up their journey. Mirabelle nodded, about to leave, but was abruptly stopped by Oberon. By the way, don't disclose the resonance matter. Just ensure our people have the right tools. Mirabelle looked at Oberon with a hint of fear in her eyes. She understood that this was to prevent the adventurers from retreating in fear. For now, it seemed like the right choice. But how ruthless. The completely uninformed adventurers would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties when faced with the sudden magical tide. Oberon intended to use their lives to stall this magical tide. Breaking out of the dungeon. Destruction. Get lost. I dismissed the vague voice that suddenly appeared in my mind. Were the dungeon monsters affected by this thing? The voice was quite magnetic, but it seemed useless to me. Compared to this voice, the monsters appearing on the 5th layer made Lin Jun more anxious. A dragon. Are you kidding me? When that head fully emerged from the crack, Lin Jun completely broke down. So there are dragons in the deep area? Why didn't I know? However, when the dragon's body fully revealed itself, Lin Jun instead breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't a dragon. It was a 4-legged creature, a dragon-like monster. Opening the panel revealed its identity. Race, subdragon, blade-tailed whip dragon. Level, LV42 subdragon, a fairly large classification. Any monster with a hint of dragon blood can be classified here. I thought it was a real dragon and got startled. But even as a subdragon, it was not weak. Just its scales provided LV5 magic resistance. My mushroom cannon would deal significantly reduced damage. So what would this subdragon do? Attack me? Or charge directly to the upper layers? I saw the blade-tailed whip dragon's tail extend in segments, its dark red scales slightly curling up, and the bone blades on both sides fully extending outward. When all the joints completely unfolded, that tail had transformed from its original 2 meters into a 10-meter blood-red whip. It flicked its rear, and the long whip came swinging toward the puffballs. Fortunately, Lin Jun had long been prepared. Assault ejection LV5. The puffballs jumped back in unison, dodging the tail whip. No wonder it's called the blade-tailed whip dragon. The name is quite fitting, but still had to be fought. Just as the blade-tailed whip dragon completed its tail swing, the puffball's mushroom cannon struck it. With its massive 5-meter size, it was nearly impossible for the puffballs to miss. Over 100 mushroom cannon shots hit its body. Even with its high-resistance scales, the blade-tailed whip dragon's scales shattered, leaving it half-bloodied and wailing in agony. To be honest, Lin Jun didn't lack firepower. Compared to that pair of agile orcs of similar level, this was much easier to handle. But there was nothing to be smug about since this was clearly just the beginning. 2 more subdragons of different species burst out from the crack. One of them even had wings and flew into the air as soon as it emerged. From its speed, it was the agile type that Lin Jun despised. As monsters kept pouring out, the battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. And this was just the prepared entrance. On the other side, the crack guarded by only 30 puffballs was in dire straits. A 2-headed subdragon crawled out, and the puffballs attempted to attack. But their mushroom cannon shots were countered by flames spewed from the dragon's mouth. The 2 puffballs closest were instantly charred. Just when Lin Jun thought this side would be directly overwhelmed, a shadow suddenly darted out from the crack and landed on the back of the subdragon. 2 claws gripped the subdragon's neck tightly, crushing the scales at the neck, and a large amount of blood oozed out. Then, the claws pulled upward, and no matter how the 2-headed dragon twisted and breathed fire, it was useless. In the end, the 2 heads were brutally torn off. So violent. At this point, Lin Jun finally got a clear look at the creature's appearance. It had a humanoid body, wrapped in scales that resembled a material between cold iron and black jade, with dragon wings folded along its spine and a massive tail trailing behind. Beneath the scales densely covering its face, one could see a semblance of human facial features. Race, dragonkin. Level, LV58. The dragonkin's nostrils twitched as its golden slit pupils gazed at the nearby Pudges, seeing their plump and soft bodies. It glanced down at the hard dragon heads in its hands. 2 dragon heads were discarded on the ground like trash. In the next moment, the dragonkin had crossed over 10 meters and picked up a struggling Pudges. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and eagerly bit down. 41. A glimpse of trouble while chewing on the wriggling pudding, the dragon man easily dodged the mushroom cannon. This dragon man actually showed a happy expression on his face. Wow, you think my pudding is tasty, huh? Lin Jun decided to assist with aiming personally, predicting sealing off escape routes in advance, firepower coverage, then 1 shot missed. This dragon man's speed was the fastest Lin Jun had ever seen. Not only was he fast in a straight line, but he also accelerated quickly, decelerated quickly, and turned quickly. This guy was fast in every way. And while being fast, his destructive power was quite impressive. Definitely a supermodel among monsters. After trying to attack a few times, Lin Jun gave up, wasting energy. Moreover, other monsters had emerged from the rift, and it was inevitable that this side would be breached. Just as Lin Jun thought this, the Dragon Man dashed forward in the blink of an eye and decapitated two monsters. The monsters that emerged planned to eat the pudding in front of them. Protecting food? Lin Jun also didn't allow the remaining puddings to fight, gathering them all in front of the rift to ensure the monsters that emerged would notice them first. He intended to utilize the Dragon Man's protection. But the next monster that came out still surprised him a bit. Just a claw stretching out from the rift brought a chilling aura. A massive monster, covered in bulging muscles and numerous sharp exoskeletons. It struggled to squeeze out from the rift. Race, mouse, frostbone giant mouse. Level, LV54, although it's called a mouse. Its enormous body, nearly 7 meters tall, was hard to associate with a mouse. If one had to say, only its pointed head bore a slight resemblance. The Dragon Man and the giant mouse were both powerful monsters over level 50. The monsters emerging from this rift seemed to be much stronger than those on the other side. After the giant mouse emerged, it naturally noticed the half-frozen puddings in front of it. Its thick forelimbs reached out, preparing to swat these little things dead, before the claws could land. That black figure charged straight over. The Dragon Man, appearing quite small compared to the giant mouse, slammed it directly to the ground. The Dragon Man's sharp claws sliced through the giant mouse's chest, causing it to howl in pain. The giant mouse roared, spraying frost at the Dragon Man in front of it. The two monsters began to fight fiercely at the rift, although the Dragon Man had the upper hand. The giant mouse was not without means to resist. The subsequent monsters that emerged were all affected, either crushed or frozen to death. Meanwhile, the puddings hid at a distance, ready to become snacks for the victor. Lin Jun even specially brought over a dozen hallucinogenic puddings as a side dish and was hurrying over. He wondered if he could benefit as a fisherman. In any case, the trouble from this rift was at least temporarily resolved. However, Lin Jun did not feel much at ease. After 2 rifts, a third trouble emerged. The lower-level monsters started rushing up to the 5th level. Looking down from the edge of the staircase, different types of monsters piled up like insects, swarming up layer by layer. The originally spacious circular staircase was squeezed to the point of having no extra space, with a few monsters occasionally falling off. There was almost no fighting among the monsters. Lin Jun even saw scenes where natural enemies were climbing side by side. Why did it feel like other monsters were all part of the underground city family, while he was the only outsider? Not inviting me to play, then die. Over 100 puddings lined the edge of the corridor, pouring mushroom cannon fire down. The monsters with no place to hide took a lot of damage, and those at the front were directly smashed against the wall. Of course, there was retaliation, but due to the height difference, not many could harm the puddings. The spikes and water jets shot from below occasionally took a pudding or two, but new puddings would immediately fill the gaps, having no significant impact. Most of the incoming monsters were from the 6th level, so the pressure was still manageable. However, later on, monsters from the lower levels, or even the deep levels would likely appear. Moreover, this black rift probably wouldn't conveniently appear only on the 5th level. In front of the entrance to the Amethyst Underground City, adventurers were shooting at the monsters that were attacking the barricades through the gaps. These monsters were not very high in level. However, a question lingered in everyone's mind. Among the monsters, besides a few common types from the 1st and 2nd levels, there seemed to be some they had never seen before. A flying worm with a terrifying mouth part that was about 1 meter long. A small subdragon with thick hind legs that ran very quickly. Were these things ever in the Amethyst Underground City? However, during the battle, no one mentioned this to avoid distraction. After all, these new species were not particularly strong and had no significant impact. Inside the Adventurers Guild, in the president's office, Oberon, who had been monitoring the situation at the gate with a crystal, let out a small sigh of relief. It was a stroke of luck that there was no direct connection to the lower levels of the Longya Underground City, if they could maintain this pace. In the crystal image, the adventurers standing at the gate seemed to see something and became visibly flustered. People hurriedly moved to the sides, but only one adventurer leaned closer to the gap, peering inside. This scene made Oberon tense as well. No way. It felt like the more one feared something, the more it would come. The exit blocked by wooden boards and stones shattered in front of a massive body covered in scales like a fragile eggshell. A giant lizard, 2 meters tall, swung its long tail covered in bone spurs and burst out from the cloud of debris. The poor guy who hadn't escaped in time was directly pinned beneath the rolling rubble, uncertain of his fate. Faced with this anomaly, the adventurers present were on high alert. Marshall, a veteran gold-level adventurer, was the first to react, roaring to wake everyone up. What you all dawdling for? Attack! With that, he charged forward. Although the giant lizard was huge, its charge was also incredibly powerful. However, after crashing through the gate, it was also dizzy from the impact. Under the focused fire of the adventurers, it quickly fell down. But the gate had already been breached, and the monsters were no longer hindered, rushing out in droves. The scene descended into chaos. A curved blade stabbed into the abdomen of a flying worm, slicing it open. Vera hurriedly wiped the blood off the blade with cloth. Not because he cared for this ordinary curved blade, but because he discovered that the blood of these flying worms was actually corrosive. If he let the blood stick to it by the end of the day, this curved blade would turn into scrap metal. Feline, fine, don't leave my side. After receiving a confirming response from behind, Vera looked around. Although many monsters had rushed out, the situation had not spiraled out of control. Several mages worked together to temporarily block the incoming monsters with magic. Although the number of monsters that had already emerged was considerable, their levels were not very high. Most of the adventurers present were experienced, with many being silver level like himself. There were also over a dozen gold level adventurers on par with Marshall. They should be able to clear the area quickly. However, Vera still felt very worried. Wasn't he had said that the intensity of the monster tide in the first few days wouldn't be high. Yet on the first day, the gate had already been breached. Glancing at his two sisters behind him, Vera made up his mind. If the situation really turns dire, even if it means facing the punishment of having their adventurer qualifications revoked by the guild, they must evacuate her in advance. 42. Signs of collapse. Level up LV 50 LV 51. After a battle lasting most of the day, Lin Jun leveled up. It hadn't been long since his last level up. Truly, during the magic tide, the experience gained is abundant. Inside the staircase, a single blast can affect 6 or 7 monsters. Such a great output environment is rare. However, as time passed, the strength of the monsters gradually increased. Aside from a few dragon beasts, Lin Jun also saw flesh monsters from the 9th layer. These creatures are even more troublesome than dragon beasts. Their vitality and recovery are too strong. Strong enough to make him feel nauseous. Even if he blows them to pieces, as long as the core part is still alive, they can absorb the surrounding flesh and reassemble a grotesque body. And now, the staircase is littered with chunks of meat. Fortunately, each flesh monster can only control a limited size of body. Otherwise, if they assembled a giant, Lin Jun would really be at a loss. The current situation is that although the flesh monsters are difficult to kill, they are also suppressed from climbing up. The situation on this side of the fissure is much more difficult. There isn't a special terrain like the staircase, where thousands of troops can cross a single log bridge. The firepower is gradually unable to keep up with the influx of monsters, turning from encirclement to chaotic combat. Without reinforcements for the blasts, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold the line, but that was expected. What was unexpected was the situation with the Dragon Man. The giant rat fighting the Dragon Man had already turned into a pile of meat on the ground. Towards the end of the fight, the Dragon Man also got fired up, crushing the giant rat's throat, and, after it fell, tearing it apart before stopping. This battle clearly consumed a lot of the Dragon Man's energy, to the point that it didn't plan to guard all the blasts. Just a moment ago, it seemed to have come to a conclusion and directly packed 6 blasts, flying towards the forest. Without the Dragon Man, the monsters surged freely. Upon entering the 5th layer, they began to scatter like headless flies. Large patches of fungal carpet were trampled, and mushrooms were crushed. The worrying situation had come true. Although the monsters received the command to rush out of the underground city, this command clearly did not include navigation. The only fungal carpet left intact in the 5th layer is probably the ones hanging from the ceiling. Fortunately, so far, the number of monsters killed has been sufficient. If they can't stop the mushroom garden from being destroyed, they should at least minimize the time and cost required for reconstruction. Nothing accelerates reconstruction more than a large number of corpses. Currently, all the monsters are rushing upwards, not bothering to eat the corpses on the ground. Only the Dragon Man. This oddity is focused on munching on the blasts. The fissure can no longer hold. If they continue to guard the staircase, they will soon be surrounded. Lin Jun commanded 2 teams of blasts to start a fighting retreat towards the swamp area, where the terrain is most suitable for the blast to make a final counterattack. In order to maximize firepower during the retreat, Lin Jun even developed a back jump barrage tactic. After the front row of blasts fired simultaneously, they would jump to the back row while recharging their magic. This way, while jumping and shooting, they left behind many corpses. By the time the blasts entered the swamp area, the battle had entered its final stage. Small monsters significantly weakened in mobility upon entering the swamp, posing little threat. The real threats were those that could fly and the gigantic ones, with fewer than 500 blasts remaining. They engaged in a final chaotic fight against the monsters surging from all directions. The plan was nearly executed, and monsters had already started to wander near the cave. Lin Jun decisively detonated several self-destructing blasts at the cave entrance, sealing off the entry. He also caused the chubby blast being held and chewed by the dragon man in the forest to self-destruct. Is it really an all-you-can-eat buffet? The chubby blast hidden in the cave of the forest's edge had been found. Self-detonation surely wouldn't kill it, and even injuring it would be difficult. Lin Jun currently had no way to deal with it. The previous poisoning plan also failed. He didn't know if it could distinguish differences, but it only chose to eat cannon mushrooms or self-destructing blasts. He only hoped it could leave the fifth layer quickly along with other dragon beasts. However, speaking of which, after the magic tide, wouldn't there be a large number of high-level monsters remaining in each layer? He didn't know if they would automatically retreat to the lower levels, or if the underground city itself would handle them. It felt like the problems in this underground city were increasing, along with that suspicious sound that triggered the magic tide. But he was just a weak mushroom now and shouldn't think too much. He would explore the truth once he reached LV-99, no longer thinking about the underground city. Lin Jun squatted in the cave and began watching the live broadcast outside. Although the fungal carpet and mushrooms on the surface were trampled to shreds, the ones on the ceiling were not significantly affected. Thanks to them, Lin Jun could still observe the outside. The underground signal was just a bit poor. The things surging up from the lower levels were becoming increasingly outrageous. A three-headed serpent monster left a trail of venom in its wake, and he wasn't sure if mushrooms could still grow there afterward. A beetle engulfed in flames successfully ignited Dylan's heart-shaped wooden house. There was even a giant magical golem. With such a large body, it was impressive it could climb up. These monsters emerged one after another, finding the staircase and continuing to rush upwards. If they couldn't find it, they scattered everywhere. Fortunately, no one was interested in the collapsed cave, except for a certain dragon man. Lin Jun watched as the dragon man left the forest, heading directly for the cave. What is it planning to do? Has it discovered these blasts in the cave? There were plenty of dead blasts on the fifth layer. Could it really only eat the fresh ones? However, even if it sensed them, it shouldn't be able to dig in. But, just in case, preparations still need to be made. No, it's impossible to hold them back. At the entrance of the underground city, at a certain moment, the strength of the monsters suddenly surged. Flesh monsters, high-level dragon beasts. The adventurers suffered heavy losses without any warning. Even 2 golden-ranked adventurers were sacrificed. And it wasn't just this batch of strong monsters. The further back, the more powerful the creatures. By now, the casualties had reached a critical point that the adventurers could tolerate. Many had already begun to have second thoughts, planning to find a chance to escape. No retreat. If you retreat, will you let Yafing Town suffer? Anyone who dares to flee, the guild will revoke their adventurer status. Reinforcements are on the way. Hold the line. After the crisis, everyone's rewards will be tripled. Oberon had even come to the front lines in person. In fact, he had no choice but to come. He stood up now, posing as if he would fight to the death. After losing the defense, he could still claim sympathy for fighting to the end or being seriously injured while breaking out. When the guild holds him accountable, perhaps he would be dealt with leniently. Oberon shouted loudly, and in his hand, that exquisite and luxurious magic wand burst forth with dazzling light. 7th-tier light magic, arrow of the firmament. Arrows composed of beams of light shot out rapidly, accurately hitting several small dragon beasts flying in the air. Under Oberon's encouragement, the morale of the adventurers was finally slightly boosted. However, he knew that collapse was just a matter of time. After all, the so-called reinforcements that were on their way actually had a full day's journey ahead. And after a day, who knows how many of these adventurers would survive? As for himself, at level 55, although he couldn't stop the magic tide, escaping amidst the chaos once morale broke would be quite simple. 43. Don't come over here. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed through the forest under the night sky. Vera knew that it was failing using thunder arrows to stop the flesh monster behind them. Don't stop, it will catch up soon. Hearing Failing's words, Vera quickened her pace, carrying Fain on her back. In fact, if it weren't for the monster's reluctance to leave behind the pieces of flesh it had blown off, they would have been caught long ago. Even so, Failing's thunder arrows had run out, and if they were caught again, they might not be able to escape. The 3 of them appeared here because the main gate had already fallen. The collapse happened in an instant. Shortly after the branch leader, named Oberon, finished speaking, the terrifying monster emerged from the underground city. Vera still remembered how it looked when it came out. The diamond-shaped scales shimmered with strange colors under the sunset, and a dark green poison oozed continuously from its body. 3 snake heads twisted and coiled in the air, greedily gazing at everyone present. In front of it, Vera felt like a prey caught in a trap, helplessly awaiting its doom. Fortunately, the 3-headed snake did not target him, but aimed at the most extravagantly dressed branch leader. Oberon seemed surprised that he, standing in the back row, would be the first to be attacked. Faced with the poison spewed simultaneously from the 3 snake heads, he hastily conjured a barrier of light, but it was corroded in an instant. The poison splashed onto him, and all the adventurers heard the sizzling sound of flesh being corroded, along with his inhuman screams. In the end, it was Marshall who grabbed Oberon and fled the battlefield, with the 2 highest-ranking officials escaping in disarray. Who among the remaining adventurers would dare to fight to the death? The defense line that could barely hold up collapsed in an instant, and everyone scrambled to escape, wishing they had grown a couple more legs. The monsters seemed to have activated a buffet mode. If they could catch up, they could feast. Thankfully, Vera and the others had moved to the edge of the group early on and were not killed in the first wave. But before they could run, a dragon beast's 10-meter-long tail swept towards them, severing 2 adventurers in its path. Vera, armed with a battered curved knife, knew it was impossible to block this attack. In a critical moment, Fane cast a shockwave spell, pushing the 3 of them away and narrowly escaping dismemberment. However, Fane herself was still slashed across the chest. Although she quickly drank a healing potion, she remained unconscious. Vera could only carry her as they fled. They did not run towards Silent Wind Town, where many adventurers were heading, as there would be even more monsters chasing after them. In the chaos, Vera could only escape into the forest to the west. Fortunately, only one monster was pursuing them. Unfortunately, even that one was beyond their ability to handle. The monster, stitched together from human and monster corpses, was unfamiliar to Vera, but its style undoubtedly came from the 9th layer. Even at full strength, the 3 of them might not be able to defeat it, let alone now. Along the way, they relied on Failing's 5 thunder arrows to buy time. But now, those special arrows had also run out. The sound of bushes being crushed echoed behind them again. Here it comes. Failing's voice was filled with exhaustion and despair. They truly had no way out. At that moment, Vera spoke up. Failing, give me your bow, and you carry Fane and run. No. Failing immediately understood Vera's intention. He wanted to draw the monster away himself. If anyone should go, it should be me. I'm faster than you. Maybe I can escape. No one can escape. Vera directly exposed her lie. You know I can't just leave you behind. Am I supposed to watch you go to your death? What about Fane? She won't agree to that. Vera sighed deeply, stopped, and placed Fane against a tree. Drawing out the tattered, curved knife from his waist, he turned to face the grotesque monster charging towards them. Fine. Let's hope it brings us all closer together. Failing shot 2 arrows into the flesh of the monster, but it did not affect its movements at all. It charged straight towards them, its twisted flesh ready to pounce. A breeze swept by as Vera gripped the knife handle and assumed a combat stance. Dying in battle is the last dignity of an adventurer. The monster drew closer, and the sound of wind grew louder. Eventually, a whirlwind formed around it, causing Vera to sway unsteadily. Wind? This monster can control the wind? Under the fierce wind, Vera couldn't even muster his final strike. He could only close his eyes in resignation. The monster's roar grew louder in his ears. Louder and more. Tragic? When he opened his eyes again, he saw the flesh monster spinning in the air. It struggled and wailed, but as if it had been sliced 1,000 times. It was gradually ground into mush by the whirlwind. Even its core was no exception. 8th tier magic, wind tunnel. Sagus's blood has come out. It seems I arrived a bit late. At some point, an old man in a gray robe, leaning on a staff, appeared behind Vera. Young people, can you tell me what happened over there? Vera, who had just escaped with his life, came to his senses and glanced at the badge on the old man's chest that represented the Relic Association. The main gate defense has been breached, the branch leader was severely injured and taken away, and I don't know about anything else. Thank you for the information. Feed this potion to your companion. It would be bad if the young girl is left with a scar. Saying this, the old man took out a small vial of potion from under his robe and handed it to Vera. After Vera accepted it, a gust of wind surged around them, lifting the old man and flying towards Silent Wind Town. After the old man left, Vera and Failing exchanged glances. At that moment, Failing's legs went weak, and she leaned against Fane. Covering her face, she began to cry and laugh at the same time. Vera squatted down and carefully fed the potion to Fane. The effect was immediate. Her previously mangled abdomen healed at a visible speed. A limb regeneration potion. Vera knew the old man's identity was not simple. and the potion he gave must be something good. But he didn't expect it to be a top-tier limb regeneration potion. It felt a bit extravagant. Just the price of this vial was more than what the three of them could earn in a year. He woke up Fane, who was already healthy again, even in the best condition among the three. After briefly explaining the situation to her, the three continued westward, planning to pass directly through the forest. Although the old man had already rushed to Silent Wind Town, Vera did not want to take any more risks. After discussion, the three decided to first rest in the surrounding area and wait for the situation to calm down before making further plans. The hallucinogenic spores filled the entire cave, and the continuous spraying had almost drained all of Night Pujia's stock. That stubborn dragon man really dug a hole over here. Its claws could easily scrape open rocks, just like a mole digging into the cave. It was probably halfway through by now. There was no choice to welcome it. Lin Jun had to prepare the highest standard of treatment. Not only did she prepare a highly concentrated poisonous mist, but behind Night Pujia, 6 disposable mycelium cannons also extended out. With an additional 200 skill power boost, once it came out, it would receive a grand welcome gift. 44. Gulong Lin Jun waited quietly in the cave, full of spores for the unwelcome guest to arrive. The 5th layer had undergone new changes. The crack from which the dragon man and giant rat had emerged had not refreshed any monsters for quite a while. Now, it had become unstable. The space around the crack slightly twisted, seemingly expanding. This change made Lin Jun's heart race. He didn't understand knowledge related to space, but it was certainly dangerous. He did not want his 5th layer to turn into a place of shattered space, or for there to be a few permanent cracks, allowing anyone to come in and take a look. As much as he didn't want to think about it, Lin Jun was helpless against these changes. Moreover, dealing with the Dragon Man was the immediate priority. Here it comes. From Lin Jun's perspective of magical perception, the Dragon Man had already dug to the edge. Crack! A section of the rock wall slightly opened. The next second, a pair of sharp claws burst through the stone. The Dragonman's head followed, its fiery golden dragon eyes sweeping through the cave. In front of it were the long-waiting Night Puchi and 6 energy-filled mushroom cannons, poised at the brink of firing. Surprised? 6 shots of triple-power mushroom cannons all directly hit the bewildered Dragon Man. And it was a headshot. A huge explosion mixed with violent tremors shattered the entire rock wall. The top of the cave collapsed in the tremors, large chunks of debris falling down and burying the Dragon Man. After the cave had collapsed by 1/3 of its area, it finally stabilized. Lin Jun had no choice. Facing the Dragon Man was no time to consider whether the cave would collapse. But it wasn't over yet. The pile of rubble suddenly exploded, and the Dragon Man charged out, but did not directly rush at Night Puchi. Instead, it quickly darted around the cave, finally stopping in a corner. The Dragon Man looked extremely disheveled. Not only was its head covered in blood, but most of its facial scales had also shattered, and one of its horns was broken. Perhaps it had been heavily injured, as it now curled up in the corner, lowly growling and not daring to advance easily. Lin Jun was somewhat surprised by the Dragonman's current appearance. Originally, its features were hidden beneath thick scales, and with the addition of horns, it looked more dragon-like. Now, with most of the scales gone and its features exposed, it oddly resembled a human face more. Of course, none of this mattered. At this moment, being able to maintain a standoff with the Dragon Man was exactly what Lin Jun wanted. The 6 mushroom cannons made of mycelium on his body were all one-time use. After using them just now, the recoil had shattered the tentacles. Even if they were still usable, they probably wouldn't hit the Dragon Man, who could move freely. Lin Jun's trump card had always been the hallucinogenic spores wafting through the air. Although anything related to dragons would have various resistances, high resistance did not mean immunity, as long as there was enough time. Unfortunately, the Dragon Man ultimately started to move. Its figure turned into an afterimage, circling around Lin Jun, inching closer. It was clear that it was really in pain from the beating, lacking the reckless charge it had when battling the giant rat. However, Lin Jun preferred it this way. If it charged straight at him, he might not have been able to react in time. As the Dragon Man got close enough, the knight slightly trembled. Infrasound attack LV6. The Dragonman's internal organs were struck, causing its movements to abruptly halt. Before it could turn, it crashed straight into the rock wall, due to inertia. Without hesitation, Lin Jun fired another mushroom cannon in that direction, causing a small portion of the cave to collapse again, burying the Dragon Man. The power of the infrasound attack was far inferior to the mushroom cannon of the same level, but its advantage lay in ignoring defenses and directly causing internal damage. Even though Lin Jun's infrasound was only level 6 in the confined space of the cave, amplified by the symbiotic crystal, It was enough to inflict some damage on the Dragon Man and disrupt its rhythm. The pile of stones was pushed aside, and this time the Dragon Man that crawled out looked less spirited. But it didn't hesitate and charged over directly. Infrasound attack LV6, dodge LV7, relying on interrupting its movements. Lin Jun dodged this linear attack. But the Dragon Man had learned its lesson. This time it did not use its full strength in the charge. After being disrupted, it quickly adjusted its posture, circled around, and charged again during the gap of Lin Jun's infrasound attack. What sharp combat intuition! Faced with the Dragon Man's claws swinging towards him. At a critical moment, Knight Pucci slightly crouched and bounced up. Assault launch LV5. The claws passed by the knight. He dodged, but not completely. A claw mark was left on the knight's shell, just barely missing an internal injury. The situation seemed to be turning dire. Where were the hallucinogenic spores? After inhaling so much, they still hadn't taken effect? The Dragon Man seemed to realize it was gradually gaining the upper hand, grinning widely and revealing a row of shark-like teeth. It adjusted its posture and lunged forward once more. However, this time, halfway through its charge, it lost coordination, rolling into a ball on the ground. This time, it wasn't Lin Jun's doing. The infrasound attack was still a bit away from being ready. In fact, Lin Jun himself felt weak all over, his mycelium softening. On the panel, a new status appeared. Dragon Might, total attributes reduced by 50. What the hell? Lin Jun quickly scanned the fifth layer. The unstable crack in space had inexplicably expanded again. A 5-meter-long giant claw grasped the edge of the crack, causing violent tremors in the surrounding space. Grrrr. The terrifying roar from the crack echoed throughout the entire fifth layer. It was only because Lin Jun's body was buried underground that he didn't hear it immediately. But not hearing it didn't mean he wasn't affected. The dragon might was the best evidence. In other words, the owner of that claw was a dragon, not a dragon beast or a subdragon, but a real dragon. Judging by the size of the claw, that dragon could definitely not fit through the crack unless it continued to tear it open. No way. I can't be hit by all this bad luck. Lin Jun trembled under the Dragon Might, while the Dragon Man opposite seemed even more pitiful. It actually dug a hole on the spot, burying its upper body in it like an ostrich. The dragon claw seemed intent on continuing to tear open the crack, but suddenly, a large number of electric arcs flickered in the space. The arc struck the dragon claw repeatedly, blowing away a patch of dragon scales. In pain, the giant dragon actually released its claw, but in the end, it let out an angry roar towards this side. Then the electric arcs wrapped around the crack, causing it to shrink smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the crack vanished, this spot returned to the original staircase connecting layers 4 and 5. The staircase was so clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Only after the crack had disappeared for quite a while did Lin Jun's negative status dissipate. Meanwhile, the Dragon Man remained half buried in the ground, motionless. The knight flew over with his short legs and kicked it out. The Dragon Man crashed against the back wall and collapsed there. The hallucinogenic spores finally took effect. Who would have thought? The dragon might actually help them out. The knight approached the Dragon Man, looked at its small face, and proceeded to stomp on it fiercely. This was not an ordinary stomp. This was Stomp LV3. A deadly 30 consecutive stomps finally brought its health line down, and then he elegantly sprinkled on the parasitic spores. Before long, he would have the strongest puppet. Finally relaxed, Lin Jun had time to take a closer look at the Dragon Man's panel. Before, she was either commanding the battle, setting traps, or simply fighting against this Dragon Man. She only had time to glance at its basic attributes. Now, as she pulled it down to take a look, a row of LV8 and LV9 excited Lin Jun greatly. However, this excitement quickly faded. Among the many pieces of information, 3 entries with the same beginning were picked out by Lin Jun. Racial talent, blood of the ancient dragon, 20 increase in all attributes. Fixed status, ancient dragon's protection. Killing a protected target will mark the killer with the ancient dragon's mark. Title, descendant of the ancient dragon, 50 increase in main attributes. Thinking back to that dragon claw. Is there any way to cancel the fusion parasitism? 45. What to do after the magic tide? Lin Jun was truly dumbfounded right now. How could it be that this dragon person in front of her was the daughter of the ancient dragon? That's right, daughter. Lin Jun had checked just now. The dragon person was covered in thick scales, and their features looked equally male and female, making it hard to discern before. However, those were just minor details. The current problem was that the fusion parasitism could not be canceled. Her current state was similar to Dylan's. She was parasitized, but was still one step away from becoming a puppet. She wondered if it was still possible to send it back through another rift. I've only half parasitized your offspring, and now I'm sending it back to you. Huh? Lin Jun could already imagine the scene where her main body was sliced into 4 pieces by dragon claws, with each piece being burned, frozen, smashed, and melted. Speaking of which, where was the ancient dragon's main body? Deep zone? It shouldn't be, although there was no relevant information. The monsters that emerged from the rift were vastly different from those in the Purple Crystal Dungeon. It was likely some other monster gathering place, or even another underground city. She would ask Dylan later. If it was another underground city, she wondered if that ancient dragon had a way to escape. Just now, although the electric arc that appeared in the dungeon repelled the dragon claws, the ancient dragon only seemed to have suffered minor injuries and did not appear to have exerted its full strength. If it really had a way to break through the dungeon rules, then even if she hid on the 5th floor, she probably wouldn't be safe. No matter what, being targeted by an ancient dragon was too terrifying. Fortunately, things had not reached an irreversible point. Right now, it was just parasitism. She hadn't become a puppet yet. Moreover, the ancient dragon probably still didn't know the specific situation of its offspring. There was still room for recovery. There was hope, right? Wow. So tragic. Dylan had just returned to Silent Wind Town and was somewhat shocked by the scene in front of him. The charred beams and crumbling walls were leaning against each other, and broken load-bearing columns were slanting into neighboring rooftops. The once bustling streets had turned into a continuous rubble belt, and even the Adventurers Guild Hall, made of granite, was left with only a few pillars jutting awkwardly into the sky. More than half of the small town had been destroyed. Walking on the street, he felt an uncomfortable stickiness under his boots. The ground was covered with congealed blood, indistinguishable whether it came from monsters or humans. There were also corpses everywhere, as well as people dealing with the remains. After the Magic Tide crisis, the United Kingdom and the Adventurers Guild jointly issued reconstruction tasks. Most of the people here had come to take on the tasks. In the center of the town, a massive 3-headed snake corpse, missing its head, lay across the road. Surrounding the snake corpse was a circle of venom, and no one dared to approach. It was said that the president of the Relics Association had arrived early and single-handedly killed most of the monsters that had invaded the town, preventing the disaster from escalating further. However, even so, many residents of the town had died or been injured, and the adventurers were even worse off. It was said that less than 1/5 of the adventurers who took on the gatekeeping task survived. Fortunately, he had followed the boss's orders and did not stay here, but went elsewhere to inquire about the Duke's daughter. Otherwise, with his limited strength, he would probably have been one of the victims. It was foreseeable that even if Silent Wind Town was rebuilt afterwards, it would be countless times more desolate than before. Continuing forward, a relatively intact building appeared in front of Dylan, making him click his tongue in amazement. The Rotten Willow Tavern had actually survived, although it wasn't completely unscathed. As one wall had collapsed, and there were obvious burn marks around, it was already a miracle compared to the ruins next door. Dylan walked into the tavern, intending to check the internal damage, but unexpectedly found someone already there. Cole, you actually came back so quickly? The tavern owner glanced up at the newcomer, and upon seeing Dylan, snorted disdainfully and continued to focus on repairing a chair with a broken leg. You didn't run away at all, did you? Cole then replied. At my age, what is the point of running? If the tavern is gone, it will be better to just kill me. Dylan gave him a thumbs up in admiration. He was a tough guy. His luck was also incredible. He could survive this. However, with the town in such a state, how much business could he possibly have? Cole appeared indifferent, rubbing his alcohol-soaked nose. As long as the Purple Crystal Dungeon is still here, this place will eventually return to normal. So, can we go down to the dungeon now? What are you thinking? Of course not. The announcement has already stated that the dungeon will remain sealed for another half-month. Dylan clicked his tongue. Did that mean he had to stay up here for another half-month? Other aspects were fine, but the key issue was that he didn't have enough money. He had only brought 5 gold coins with him this time, and he hadn't expected to stay outside for so long. Drinking magical potions every day had nearly drained his funds. He missed the fungal coffin boards of the dungeon. Dylan went to the counter, picked up a wooden cup, and scooped out a cup of wine from the wooden barrel below. Is there really no way to make money around here? Make money? Aren't those guys outside already doing that? Ah, the inferior wine slid down his throat. Its overly fermented sourness making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in comfort. Cole, you know I'm not talking about those petty jobs. Cole stopped his woodworking and turned to look Dylan up and down. What? Sure on cash. Dylan nodded. I'm tight on funds. Really need some. Then, Cole looked around. The tavern was empty except for them. There's indeed something you can help me with. The wooden trapdoor creaked with a sour sound as Dylan followed Cole into the wine cellar. The two arrived in front of a large wine barrel. Help me transport these to Fishing Sailport. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a deposit, and once the job is done, the contact person will give you another 7. What do you think? As he spoke, Cole lifted the lid of the barrel, revealing it to be filled with monster materials and weapons, most of which were still stained with dark red blood. The smell was so foul that Dylan slightly leaned back. Old man, are you even making money off dead people's things? Clearly, these were taken from the corpses of dead monsters and adventurers, a blatant violation. Just tell me if you're doing it or not. Of course I'll do it. Why wouldn't I? If he didn't make money, he would die from magical exhaustion. But with so much, I can't carry it all by myself. You want to arrange a cart for me to take the main road, right? Cole sealed the barrel again. Of course we won't take the main road. Come back tonight. For people, 1 bag each will go through the West Forest. But isn't there a chance of encountering stray monsters? Why do you think I'm giving you 10 gold coins? To bail you out? Dylan nodded. The tavern owner made a good point. As he walked out of the Rotten Willow Tavern, Dylan already had 3 extra gold coins in his pocket, and he planned to buy a bottle of magical potion for the road. What Dylan didn't know was that a human skin book emitting a faint magical fluctuation was also mixed in with the loot Cole had shown him. 46. Congenital deficiency. The cross-section of the tentacle mushroom cannon slowly wriggled, and its tip had now reweaved a complete conical structure. The Knight's 6 mycelial tentacles, under the effect of mycelium reorganization LV2, had basically returned to their original state, though they were slightly lighter in color compared to other parts. In contrast, the claw marks on the shell were still clearly visible. The shell was a product of a skill and was not within the range of reorganization. It could only be regenerated later through a new-for-old method. The magical tide outside had finally come to an end, and the magical creatures began to return to their respective tiers, with those dragon beasts burrowing back into the crevices one by one. The magical creatures also resumed their previous state of attacking each other. Lin Jun saw a fisher beast suddenly grab the tail fin of a small dragon beast before leaving, dragging its struggling prey into the staircase. Some magical creatures that had gotten lost in the 5th layer and couldn't find their way back, if they exceeded LV25, now had an additional negative effect. Fixed state, soul siphon, gradually losing attributes and skill proficiency. Clearly, this was the means by which the dungeon restored the original order between tiers after the magical tide. If they couldn't return, they would likely be drained in the end. But the thought of having 1's soul siphon away made Lin Jun shudder. Fortunately, she herself was unaffected. Not only was Lin Jun unaffected, but the dragon person was also the same. This aligned with Lin Jun's guess. Both she and the dragon person did not belong to the magical tide. Lin Jun didn't need to say anything. The dungeon family had never truly accepted her. The dragon person's behavior patterns suggested as much. During the harmonious magical tide among magical creatures, they would attack others to protect their food. Unlike other magical creatures, they were not in a hurry to rush out of the dungeon, but instead searched everywhere in the 5th layer for Lin Jun's puffs to eat. Lin Jun's uniqueness stemmed from her title of hero. As for the dragon person, it was probably due to her identity as a descendant of an ancient dragon. Speaking of the dragon person, she was hungry. The cave had collapsed to less than 20 square meters. The dragon person squatted in the corner, her claws resting on her knees, her eyes fixated on a few battery puffs on the other side, barely holding back drool. Sigh, 1 battery puff crossed the rubble in the middle and waddled over to the dragon person. She grabbed the puff and affectionately rubbed her cheek against it, quickly leaving several scratches on the puff from the scales on her face. Just like Dylan, after being parasitized, the dragon person also developed a sense of closeness to the puffs. At least she didn't wake up and immediately fight with Lin Jun's knight to the death. Instead, she was willing to listen to him a bit. Of course, the puff still needed to be eaten. The battery puff, with only 10 health points, was quickly killed by the dragon person's scales after being affectionately handled, and soon she began nibbling on it along the edge of the mushroom cap. This dragon person wasn't very smart. After briefly communicating when she connected to the mycelium network, Lin Jun found that her IQ was about that of a child. This intelligence level matched her performance in the 5th layer. However, logically, one parent being human and the other being an ancient dragon shouldn't lead to her being so foolish. The half-dragon people she had seen before seemed to have no difference in intelligence from ordinary humans. The answer was evident on the dragon person's panel. Fixed state, congenital deficiency. Intelligence attribute reduced by 80. Although intelligence attributes are related to casting ability, they cannot equate to IQ. But with such a congenital deficiency, it was likely that she was born with a low intellect, reflected in her low intelligence attribute. Furthermore, she had more than 1 congenital deficiency. Fixed state, congenital deficiency. Magical power erosion. Magical power within the body naturally decreases over time. Lin Jun suspected that she must have offended the heavens in her past life. Magical power is the foundation of most skills. Magic goes without saying. Many skills that don't seem magical, like assault ejection, also require magical power, though in very small amounts. Running out of magical power not only prevents skill usage, but also causes dizziness and nausea, potentially leading to unconsciousness. Lin Jun had ample experience in this regard. When she first arrived in this world, she didn't understand anything and had fallen into many traps. So, it was no wonder she didn't eat the hallucinogenic puffs. The puffs she ate all had the magical power storage skill. Eating puffs seemed to be a way to replenish her magical power. Just like now, as the dragon person ate the puff in her arms. Lin Jun saw on her panel that she was slowly replenishing 1/3 of her magical power. Of course, the good taste of the puffs was probably one reason as well. After stuffing the last little short leg of the puff into her mouth, the dragon person licked her lips, still craving more. "Are you full?" Lin Jun asked. Upon hearing this, the dragon person's golden eyes slightly shifted, moving her gaze from the remaining battery puffs to the knight. In her perception, the night puff was the one talking to her, a delicious but strong creature. "I want to eat more." Lin Jun glanced to her panel. She wanted to eat, even though her magical power was full. "You help me with something first, and then I will let you eat, okay?" The dragon person looked back at the 3 remaining battery puffs and nodded vigorously. What Lin Jun wanted her to do was simple, to dig out the way they had come in. Their previous battle had caused the cave to collapse significantly, and the few puffs responsible for digging had unfortunately been crushed. The knight also had digging skills, but they couldn't compare to the efficiency of the dragon person's claws. After all, they were sharp LV9. However, Lin Jun's thoughts had wandered a bit. Lin Jun thought she was digging with her sharp claws, but in reality, the sharp claws only played a role in breaking the stones. The remaining part was purely dependent on her physical quality to squeeze through. After she squeezed through, the stones and dirt would close up again, making it unsuitable to bring the puffs along. The knight had to closely follow her, accidentally kicking her several times before barely managing to squeeze through. This was thanks to her hard shell. As for the 3 puffs without shells, they hadn't been able to keep up from the start. So, when the dragon person approached with an expectant look to ask for puffs, Lin Jun was already sweating profusely. Lin Jun was genuinely afraid that if she displeased her, the dragon person would want to eat the knight again. It wasn't that she worried about being eaten. If it came to danger, completing the final step of parasitism would turn her into a puppet. But then what? Becoming a puppet was akin to brain death. Would it trigger the revenge mark? Lin Jun didn't know and didn't want to take that gamble. So, she had to first distract this dim-witted creature who only thought about eating. Ah, over there, the night puff pointed a tentacle towards the forest, saying there was food over there and they could eat if they went. At the same time, Lin Jun quickly found a small patch of relatively intact fungal carpet in the forest, right next to the ruins of Dylan's hut. This was one of the few patches that had survived the trampling of the horde. On the fungal carpet, she accelerated with full force, speeding up the growth of 2 battery puffs. The 5th layer was still not safe, with many magical creatures wandering around looking for their way back. However, with a dragon person following her, they either ignored them or simply walked around them. Of course, there were also those that weren't very smart. Lin Jun sincerely thanked them for giving her a little more time. Next to the ruins of Dylan's hut, the dragon person couldn't wait to pick up the still uncharged Poochie and began to eat it eagerly. She was hungry again after a bit of exercise. After a while, a doubt came from the mycelium. This one doesn't taste very good. 47. Not intentional. Although the magical tide has ceased, its effects are far from over. The 5th layer, ravaged by the magical tide, is now a scene of devastation. 1/3 of the trees in the forest have been ignited by burning beetles, with charred trunks sticking out in all directions from the cracked soil. Another 1/3 has been knocked down and trampled by giant monsters. These 30-meter-high giants have been uprooted, their trunks marked with claw marks and footprints. The forest area has shrunk by nearly 70%, with the once dense canopy exposing large areas of a glowing dome. However, the fallen trees can be used as a cultivation bed for mycelium, which Lin Jun can somewhat accept. The poison mist lake is in a worse state. A 3-headed serpent, covered in toxic fluid, crossed half of the 5th layer, leaving a trail of dark green, toxic scabs in its wake. Nothing grows where it passed. And Poison Mist Lake happens to be right in that path. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it Venom Lake now. In the deep green waters, all native species have vanished, with only dead fish and shrimp floating to the shore, rotting. The toxic water has also eroded the surrounding soil. making it impossible for any vegetation to grow nearby, including Lin Jun's mushrooms. Although he has toxin resistance, it is only at LV4. The spores he tried to spread vanished in an instant, unable to withstand such potent poison. However, it isn't entirely hopeless. A small dragon beast, resembling a salamander covered in scales, has taken up residence there. Race, dragon beast, Miraji, race talent, membrane protected inside and out by a membrane. Honestly, Lin Jun is not quite sure how a membrane can completely isolate the effects of venom, but they have indeed managed to do so, coupled with their own toxin resistance. They are currently living well in Venom Lake. Unfortunately, the racial talent cannot be taken, otherwise having a membrane like that would be quite interesting. However, Lin Jun feels that these Miraji 1T last long. Right now, they're filling their bellies with the dead fish and shrimp by the lake, but there will soon be a time when they run out. The original ecosystem of the lake has already been destroyed by the venom, meaning they will soon face starvation. Once that happens, they will likely go extinct. However, they possess the scales skill, so perhaps it could be considered to keep them. Just don't know if they eat mushrooms. The lake and forest are the most severely damaged areas. As for the caves, they were purely collapsed by Lin Jun himself, and redigging will be a long process. The only area in the fifth layer that remains unchanged is the swamp. Although Lin Jun's mycelium mat in the swamp has been trampled to pieces, the environment itself hasn't changed much. In fact, due to the accumulation of corpses, the concentration of magical energy in the swamp has even increased. This is one of the few pieces of good news after the magical tide. In contrast, the mycelium mat on the dome above remains completely intact. Even flying monsters didn't bother to waste time destroying the mushrooms on the dome during the magical tide. Now, the mushrooms on the dome are gently shaking. Long accumulated spores are being released in waves, causing a light cyan and gray spore snow to fall across the entire fifth layer. Although the wandering monsters have not been completely cleared out, their remaining numbers can no longer cause significant damage. It is time to revive the mushroom garden. On the edge mycelium mat of the ruins of the Dylan cabin, a brand new puggy has been born, and Lin Jun has special expectations for it. The fully matured puggy wriggled its body, breaking the connection with the mycelium mat and standing up energetically. A pair of claws lifted it up, and then the dragon man took a bite. How does it taste? Lin Jun asked. When the dragon man bit down, it surprisingly couldn't bite through all the mycelium. It needed to tear it to eat. The mycelium was chewed repeatedly by the dragon man before it was finally swallowed. This one is tasty, I like it. As long as you like it. This is a specially optimized spicy puggy. In addition to magic storage LV6, this puggy also gained toughness LV5. Well, after you finish eating, go help me deal with some monsters, and when you return, I'll give you a few more like this. The dragon man nodded while chewing. After the battle, there will be food just like before. However, before, they could only eat those tough big lizards and smelly rats, but now they can eat soft, chewy, large mushrooms. She is very satisfied. By the way, do you have a name? This question is one Lin Jun has wanted to ask for a long time. Through the panel, Lin Jun can see everyone's names, but there is no name section on the Dragon Man's panel. It's unclear whether she simply doesn't have a name, or if there's a special reason for him not being able to see it. Logically, she should have a name. The Dragon Man can speak, but her pronunciation is very strange. Lin Jun can only tell that she is not speaking human language. He seriously suspects it is dragon language. With language and the ability to communicate, she should have a name. To his surprise, while chewing on the mycelium, the Dragon Man shook her head and said, "No name. The great dragon says the weak have no names." Ah. Lin Jun feels that he probably does not deserve a name either. Who is the great dragon? Is it that terrifying dragon from that day? At the mention of that dragon, the Dragon Man instinctively shivered. No, that's Mom. The great dragon is much smaller than Mom. So she's indeed the offspring of that dragon. However, recalling her performance that day, why are you so afraid of your mother? Could it be that she is going through a midlife crisis? As for the great dragon, it sounds like another dragon. Are there a bunch of dragons and dragon people living together over there? How do they call you? Swirlgeese. So your name is Swirlgeese? The Dragon Man continued to shake her head. No. All the weak are swirlgeese. Wow, it turns out to be a collective term, Lin Jun understood. He has already imagined a cruel dragon society where the weak are discriminated against to the extent that they don't even have names and are only worthy of being called lower-class individuals. However, although the Dragon Man has no name, he can't just keep calling her Yi, right? Using swirlgeese feels strange too. How about I give you a name? To his surprise, when the Dragon Man heard this, she resolutely shook her head and said, "Get stronger, and you will have a name. So you just don't care about me naming you, huh?" Still a dragon person with dreams. There's no way. Lin Jun had to step back. But I have to have a way to address you. The term swirl-geese doesn't refer to you alone. It feels awkward for me. And it's too convoluted. How about I just call you Little Black? It's not naming you, just calling you that. It's not that Lin Jun lacks taste and only uses terms like Little Black or Little White. Mainly, this ISNT naming. Anyway, it's just a temporary address. So there's no need to think too much about it. The dragon man tilted her head and thought for a moment, seeming to find nothing inappropriate, and nodded in agreement. After settling on a name, the spicy puggy was finally finished, adding toughness. Indeed made it much more durable. Little Black stretched out on all fours and eagerly went to beat up monsters as Lin Jun requested. Meanwhile, Lin Jun, looking at her panel, was enveloped by a deep sense of guilt. Name, Little Black. Race, Dragon Man, sorry. I should come up with a proper one. Didn't they say it doesn't count as naming? What kind of mechanism is this? 48. Sneaking in at the bottom of the 6-layered staircase. Several large beefy pudges were busily packing the last remnants of monster corpses with their mycelium tendrils. Once this round was done, the pudge's spoils during the demon tide would be back to the mushroom garden, thanks to the abundant fertilizer within just a little over a week. The various sizes of mushroom fields on each layer had begun to take shape. In about another week, it might even become more prosperous than before the demon tide. Even Lin Jun had to admire the growth speed of the mushroom clan. Of course, this excludes the poison lake. The pollution situation in the poison lake had actually worsened compared to before. Initially, only a ring around the lake became a dead zone, but now it had expanded to within 500 meters. Lin Jun regretted not examining the skills of that two-headed snake more closely. What kind of poison was so vicious? Fortunately, the trend of expansion finally halted in the past 2 days, but it was unknown how long it would take to restore the normal ecosystem. As for the myriad in the lake, a 2-meter-tall large beefy pudgis, filled to the brim with harvested mushrooms, it stepped into the poison zone, leaving one footprint after another toward the lake. Each step corroded a layer of its foot in the toxic liquid. By the time this pudgis reached the lake's edge, it barely had any foot left. Then, the entire mushroom rolled down the slope and plunged into the lake with a belly full of mushrooms. The myriad waiting in the lake surged forward, starting their feast every 2 days. In the end, Lin Jun decided to farm them since there was nothing else to do in this lake besides raising them. These creatures were not very aggressive. At worst, they would spit a bit of poison if overfed, and their activity range was limited to the lake, so they wouldn't wander off. Moreover, living in the poison lake made it difficult for adventurers to have their eyes on them even if they passed by later. Naturally, raising them was for harvesting. The average level of the myriad was only about 10, and their small size provided negligible magic power and experience. The only valuable things were their underwater adaptation and scales, especially the scales. After decomposing a large number of dragon beasts with scale skills, Lin Jun naturally acquired this skill. Then he discovered that this thing was indeed more convenient than the shell he was currently using. Compared to the shell, the scales had decent defense while being lighter and more flexible. Now, with these myriad as a stable source, it seemed he would only need to dig for pudges and use the shell to break stones in the future. While the mushroom garden was thriving, Lin Jun also started eyeing other layers. Although he didn't know why, even though the demon tide had passed for so long, human adventurers had yet to resume activities. But for Lin Jun now, this wasn't a bad thing. Taking advantage of this time, he sent out several pudges. They weren't doing anything else but spreading spores in the corners of the first 4 layers or in locations hard for monsters to reach, generating a few mushrooms as peripheral monitoring. Although if there were too few mycelium in one place, it couldn't generate images and could only sense magical fluctuations. But these small points could also serve as connections to the large fungal mats outside, linking back to the 5th layer's transit station. As for why to set up large fungal mats outside, of course, Lin Jun didn't want to waste the monster corpses from other layers. At that time, Lin Jun would decompose the corpses to obtain magic power and skills. Then he would generate more mushrooms as food to supplement the ecological cycle of the advanced layer, allowing everyone to have a bright future. Unfortunately, the mushroom garden was recently in disrepair, and the number of pudges was still insufficient. He could only venture into the less dangerous upper layers for now. As for the lower layers, with fewer pudges sent, they would be completely consumed by local monsters before completing their tasks. At the entrance of the dungeon, 2 guards on duty were sitting by the campfire. The flames flickered slightly in the night breeze as Aiden poked the iron sword into the fire to stir it a few times, and a few sparks splashed onto his chainmail. So cold, I really want to go back and drink a bowl of meat soup right now. The new recruit beside him rubbed his shoulders while complaining. Senior, What is the point of us guarding here for the guild? Do you think we can stop those adventurers if they want to go down? Aiden glanced at him, took down the wine pouch from his waist, took a sip himself, and then handed it to the new recruit. You care too much. ISNT, standing guard the same, wherever you are? What? Do you think standing guard over there in town will get you some meat soup? The new recruit took the pouch and gulped down a couple of swigs. The alcohol warmed him up immediately. It's not the same. Senior, look at that. The new recruit pointed at a dark red stain on a rock. I heard a lot of people died here that day. Maybe a vengeful spirit will be born. Aiden just stared at the new recruit, watching him feel a bit awkward before bursting into laughter. Stop listening to bard stories. A vengeful spirit? If a few people dying could give rise to resentment, the dungeon would have been filled with vengeful spirits by now, after all these years. I just said it casually. I didn't really think that. Swish. Both of them stopped talking simultaneously and turned to the direction of the sound. Aiden even put a whistle to his lips. The new recruit's voice came out a bit cowardly. It can't really be a vengeful spirit, right? What are you thinking? Aiden took out a simple torch, lit it from the campfire, and slowly approached the tree where the sound came from. After striking the iron sword back and forth in the bushes and grass a few times, he found nothing. Only then did Aiden return to the campfire and mock the new recruit fiercely. It must be some small animal. Look how scared you are. You won't get anywhere with such little courage. The new recruit, who had indeed been cowardly just now, could only sit down begrudgingly, muttering something about not reacting and just being drunk. Neither of them noticed that behind them, 2 rows of shallow footprints had appeared at some point, leading into the dungeon. In the first layer of the dungeon, the light was dim against the stone wall, revealing 2 young men squatting by the wall. Scared. I almost died of fright. The young man in a robe was trembling uncontrollably. Gray, you don't know, that sword came so close to hitting me. It was really just a hair's breadth away. The warrior dressed gray looked at his partner and friend, Calvin, speechless. It's not like you had to get so close to hear what they were saying. You got scared by some vengeful spirit. Aren't you a mage? Always studying those weird magical materials. Why are you afraid of a vengeful spirit? Speaking of vengeful spirits, Calvin, who had calmed down, trembled again. You. What do you know? I only saw one when I was with my teacher. That's why I'm scared. If you encountered one, you would be scared too. Yes. Gray replied lazily. If you were this scared, do we still want to go down? Or should you cast an invisibility spell and let us head back? Upon hearing this, Calvin grabbed Gray's arm. No way. How can I make the truth potion without the parasitic tree seeds? If I can't brew the potion, how will I turn my homework? If I don't turn my homework this time, my teacher will definitely punish me, making me the spell target for that duke's daughter with special tastes, and then watch me turn into a pugis. Gray, you have to help me this time. Don't forget that last time you were constipated, I helped you with a laxative potion. Wasn't that just purely making me have a stomachache all day? You just tell me if it worked or not. 49. Gradually spreading mushrooms. Second layer of the dungeon. A light breeze swept through the forest, bringing with it the pure scent of grass and trees, while the clear spring water of the rocky creek reflected the orange-white glow emitted by the fireflies. At first glance, this seemed to be a lush, flowing natural woodland. However, in reality, the small magical creatures in this forest were all adept at hiding and ambushing, many of them even toxic. For newcomers just starting out, dying in here without being prepared with antidotes was quite normal. As Gray thrust his long sword into the half-human tall grass, he gently flicked it, and a palm-sized green scorpion was skewered out. Didn't they say that the number of magical creatures would significantly decrease in the short term after the magic tide? Just how long has it been? I've already killed 3 spiders, 6 scorpions, and 4 small snakes. Calvin, who was checking the dungeon strategy guide beside him, explained without looking up. The decrease in numbers refers to high-level or large-sized magical creatures. After the magic tide, the concentration of magical energy in the dungeon will significantly increase, benefiting low-level, small magical creatures the most, so it's normal for them to emerge in large quantities. As he spoke, he brought the strategy guide in front of Gray, pointing to a section. Look, there was originally a common black and white python in this layer, but we haven't encountered one on our way. Gray swung his longsword, slicing a green snake hanging overhead in half, glanced at the guide, and complained, "That makes it 5. But this is so annoying. How much longer until the next layer?" Quite a ways still. Calvin paused for a moment, seemingly studying the map. How about we take a detour? There's a natural cave we can use, and there won't be so many annoying little things over there. What is over there? Gray didn't believe it would be a completely safe passage. Spiders, big spiders. Gray raised the torch high, illuminating the chaotic and broken spider webs in the gray-white stone cave, which seemed to have not yet recovered from the destruction of the magic tide. Where are the spiders? Calvin pointed upwards, and Gray looked up to see small red dots hidden in the darkness. Don't worry, these guys are actually quite timid. If you don't get caught in their webs, they won't dare to come down and attack. How do you know that? It's written in the strategy guide. Gray nodded and then asked, then why aren't they coming down to eat this? Saying that, he used the torch to drive away the darkness ahead, revealing a struggling Pudgy caught in a spider web. Pudgy? Spiders are carnivorous. It's normal for them not to eat it. As he spoke, Calvin showed a puzzled expression. But why would there be a Pudgy here? What is wrong with it being here? Didn't we encounter it on the first layer? Gray didn't understand what was so strange about it. So this is what happens when you don't read. Calvin leaned closer, observing the strange Pudgy while explaining to Gray. The magic tide does allow magical creatures to move between layers, but it's always from lower layers to upper layers. It's almost impossible for upper layer creatures to run down to the lower layers. Plus, this Pudgy is so strange, it even has tentacles. That means there are walking mushrooms in the lower layers as well. But the strategy guide says that only the first layer has Pudgy. When was this guide written? Is it outdated? 3 years ago, it shouldn't be outdated. Calvin also started to doubt. If the guide was indeed outdated, they might encounter unexpected dangers. Gray stepped forward and removed the Pudgy from the spiderweb. Gray, what are you doing? This is a mutated species. It might be dangerous. Gray shrugged. What danger could a walking mushroom pose? I just want to see what it's doing here. As soon as the Pudgy hit the ground, its 4 mycelium tentacles suddenly stretched out, shooting into the darkness above. After a hiss was heard from above, a 2-meter-wide giant spider was pulled down and smashed to the ground, dying instantly. Then the Pudgy slowly dragged the spider's corpse outside. Gray turned around and found Calvin staring at him intently. All right, I admit it's a bit dangerous. Should we follow to take a look? Gray pointed at the Pudgy that was about to turn the corner. Its direction didn't align with the path of the two. At this moment, Calvin's curiosity was piqued as well. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Since we still have plenty of time, let us go take a look. Once they reached a consensus, the two followed the Pudgy. They watched as it swatted away a scorpion that ambushed it with a tentacle, then entered 2 hidden paths in succession, finally arriving at a small cave nestled between rock crevices, faintly illuminated from within. The two approached the cave and peeked inside. Mycelium covered every corner of the small cave, with mushrooms of various sizes emitting a ghostly glow that illuminated the entire space. What made both of them gasp was the mountain of bones that spread from the entrance of the cave, mixed with the corpses of wolves, black and white snakes, giant spiders, and unknown dragon beasts. Some of the remains were already covered in mycelium, while others seemed to have just been moved here, with blood not fully coagulated. Several mutated Pudgy were carefully moving the newly arrived spider corpse to an empty spot, being careful not to scrape the mycelium on the ground. Gulp! Exchanging a glance. Gray and Calvin both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two tiptoed back slowly, only relaxing once they were completely far from that cave. As soon as they were out, Calvin complained, Why? Why were you so nervous? This is only the second layer. You're level 31 and still afraid? Weren't you the one who was nervous first? All right, but it's definitely unnerving. I've never seen such brutal Pudgy anywhere else. I need to tell my teacher about this. Saying that, Calvin turned around to take a look, but there was no Pudgy behind them. We should hurry to the 5th layer first. Lin Jun, who was planting large mushrooms in the forest, suddenly received a scene from the 2nd layer outpost. 2 human adventurers spying. The dungeon has finally opened? It seems I need to speed up the growth of the large mushrooms a bit. I also need to supplement the combat Pudgy. Otherwise, if the guards aren't strong enough when trouble arises, it will be problematic. As for those 2 adventurers, Lin Jun didn't bother with them. This was never intended to be hidden from humans, and even if I wanted to hide, I couldn't. The chosen cave location was remote, just to reduce magical creature disturbances. Moreover, even if I wanted to manage it, I couldn't. Unlike the direct connection of mycelium, signals transmitted through mushroom nodes have a slight delay. What I see is probably a scene from 6 minutes ago. The Pudgy outside execute tasks autonomously after being assigned. They will only retaliate if human adventurers attack or try to seize the corpses of magical creatures in the cave. This is also Lin Jun's consistent neutral policy. If someone really destroys these outposts, Lin Jun can only consider it bad luck and wait for the opponent to descend to the 5th layer before seeking revenge. 50. Almost slaughtered. The parchment booklet was already frayed at the edges, and Calvin checked it for the 3rd time. Still unable to connect the 5th layer described in the strategy guide with the scenery outside the stairs. Is this really the brightest layer? Not a single cluster of fireflies in sight. The pitch-black 5th layer with the faint glow of mushrooms as the only source of light. On the path leading out of the stairs, there were fluorescent mushrooms lined up on both sides, as if deliberately arranged. Calvin felt this scene was even stranger than what he saw in that small cave on the second floor. Even Gray seemed a bit hesitant. Is your strategy really this off? Should we keep going? Since we're here, let us at least take a look. After the two stepped out, they realized that even the dome above was covered in mushrooms, the glow forming a continuous sheet, resembling a sky. Calvin felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him, making him regret his decision from 2 minutes ago. However, when he expressed this feeling to Gray, Gray shook his head, insisting he felt nothing. Calvin couldn't just decide to turn back based on his feelings. That would be too reckless. Are we really going to follow this path? Gray asked, pointing to the mushroom trail in front of them. The path did look suspicious, but it matched the direction of the forest as described in the strategy. Although the strategy was outdated, the terrain shouldn't have changed completely. After much thought, Calvin took out his small staff. First tier magic, illumination. An orange-yellow light floated at the tip of the staff. Let us stick to the outer side of the path. With a squelch, as they took their first step off the small path, both felt something sticky underfoot. When they bent down to investigate, they were shocked to find that the outer edge of the path was covered in translucent mycelium. From beneath their feet to the dark edge, all they could see was mycelium-covered ground. I said the ground color felt strange. Turns out it was all this stuff, Gray said with some disdain as he stepped back. Shouldn't we just stick to the path? Calvin could only nod in agreement. The path itself was clean, as if the mycelium was blocked by the fluorescent mushrooms on either side. The surroundings were unusually quiet. They hadn't seen any of the shadowy monsters mentioned in the strategy. The only thing they encountered was a body the size of a small hill, mostly decomposed by the mycelium, so damaged that it was unrecognizable. Everything made the two of them increasingly uneasy, keeping vigilant around them, to the point where they stopped talking. It wasn't until they saw the forest that they finally halted. Is that the forest you mentioned? Gray pointed in the direction of countless towering, glowing mushrooms, with mushroom caps drooping and countless mycelium hanging down, forming a mushroom forest. Only a few large trees were wedged between the gaps of the giant mushrooms. Clearly, the information in the strategy was outdated even regarding the terrain. Before Calvin could say anything, a strange sound echoed from within the forest. Thump, thump. The heavy sound was particularly clear in the quiet environment. A 3-meter-tall, plump creature slowly walked out from behind a giant mushroom, with 4 stout mycelium tentacles swaying in the air. Beside this giant creature, there were about 10 smaller creatures with tentacles, identical to the one they saw on the second floor. The creatures seemed to have noticed the two and all stopped. Calvin, we should retreat. Calvin? Gray then realized that the light from his illumination spell had inexplicably vanished. Calvin, in the next moment, Gray found his body turning transparent, and he heard Calvin's voice beside him. What? You're quick on the uptake. TSK. With no time to argue, Calvin crouched down and grabbed Gray's collar, ensuring the two wouldn't get separated. Let us get out of here. This place is too strange. What about your task? What else can I do? I'll have to use my savings to buy one from a black market dealer. Calvin felt his already meager savings dwindling further, and he felt a pang in his heart. In his despair, Calvin didn't notice the pulling sensation on his hand and bumped into something. Ouch! My forehead feels like it's bleeding. However, he quickly had no time to care about this minor injury. A humanoid creature covered in dark scales stood right in front of him, tilting its head and staring at the two who were invisible. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Calvin couldn't get the words out before the creature, which was shorter than him, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The invisibility spell lost its support and instantly failed. At the same time, a loud shout erupted nearby. Fury LV4, Brute Strength LV4. It was Gray. Seeing Calvin being attacked, he decisively activated his enhancement, raising his sword and chopping down. Heavy slash LV5, clang. Half of the broken sword flew into the air, and Gray trembled as he maintained his downward stance, blood flowing from his torn palm. He couldn't understand why his steel sword couldn't even cut through a single scale on the creature's shoulder. He had clearly checked his equipment before entering the dungeon. Wasn't this the 5th floor? The creature used its other claw to grip Gray's neck. He tried to resist, but his numbed hands couldn't even lift. Feeling the pressure from the claw increasing, Gray found it harder to breathe. Beside him, Calvin's face turned purple. He was on the verge of suffocating. It felt like a moment, yet also like an eternity. At one instant, the pressure on their necks suddenly vanished. Gray collapsed to the ground, greedily gasping for air. After catching his breath, He looked up and found that the terrifying creature had disappeared, and Calvin lay motionless on the ground, his chest no longer rising and falling. Calvin? Calvin! Wake up! He slapped Calvin's face twice, but it still didn't wake him. Hurriedly opening his small bag, Gray tried to take out a healing potion, but he was interrupted by the approaching creatures. Instinctively reaching for his sword, he remembered that only the broken sword was left on the ground beside him. He was quickly tied up. It would have been better if they had just killed me. As Gray contemplated how he might be killed, he saw one of the creatures extend a hollow mycelium tentacle and insert it into Calvin's mouth. The tentacle pulsed in and out along with the creature's body. Bound, Gray struggled, but could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Suddenly, Calvin's eyes widened as he desperately tore the tentacle out of his throat. Cough, 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 cough. Ugh. After coughing, Calvin collapsed on the ground, as if half his life had been drained away. His health indeed had dropped by half. Thump! The heavy footsteps approached, and the plump creature finally sauntered over. It rummaged through its belly and pulled out 4 items, tossing them in front of Gray. Then the creatures released Gray and turned to leave, disappearing into the mushroom forest shortly after. Gray looked at the ground, where the creature had left behind a long sword. A fruit core, a magic crystal, and a healing potion, momentarily stunned. Is this being rescued from monsters by the creature? Quickly gathering the items, Gray hoisted the weak and exhausted Calvin and hurried back to the tier passage. I forgot to tell Little Black that humans are not monsters. 51. Black eats black? Little Black, you can't just kill those with 2 hands and 2 feet. They're not monsters. Oh, but can I kill the green ones? Green ones? Are you referring to the flower demons on the 6th floor? After clearing the monsters on the 5th floor, whenever Little Black wanted to vent her energy, Lin Jun would let her go play downstairs. Lin Jun didn't know what she was playing with. The first few times she would get lost, and Lin Jun had to go down to fetch her. After getting familiar with the route, every time she went to play, she would bring back 1 or 2 monster corpses, including a green flower spirit. However, flower spirits don't have legs. Their lower bodies are connected to flower buds. What else could it be if not a flower spirit? Anyway, the green ones definitely aren't human. Green ones are fine, but next time like today, don't kill them. He pouted and nodded, and only then did Lin Jun give her a special spicy strip with strong, acid LV3. She had been craving sour things lately. The 2 humans had already hurriedly left, looking quite scared. Although they almost got killed, they weren't dead yet, and Lin Jun had already offered compensation. That sword was enchanted and much better than the broken one, so everything was settled. However, this reminded Lin Jun that if He frequently interacted with different human adventurers, conflicts were bound to arise. Today, it was He who attacked first. Tomorrow, it might be some reckless adventurer looking for trouble. The result would likely be He killing indiscriminately while she had to clean up the mess. This wouldn't do. She needed to think of a way to at least reduce the chances of human adventurers coming into contact with her. It was unrealistic to expect her to stay put. With her overflowing energy all day long, if she could stay calm for 2 days, it was entirely due to the affection bonus from parasitism. Unless she used force, it was impossible to keep her confined for long. As for using force, with her powerful background, Lin Jun didn't entertain such thoughts at all. But then again, while she couldn't restrict He, she could limit the adventurers. It's always best to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. From now on, the forest. No, it's a mushroom forest now. The mushroom forest would be designated as a restricted area, so at least there wouldn't be anyone disturbing He during her eating and sleeping times. As for other times, maybe she should level up Disguise LV2. Although there were no monsters nearby that could produce this skill, skills could also be leveled up through practice. She had leveled up through Pooty and then transmitted the experience back. Although the experience transmitted this way was significantly reduced. With more Pooty and the Disguise skill only being level 2, it should be easier to level up. Perhaps she could reach LV4 in a short time, and then see if this skill could conceal all of He's scales. Of course, adding skills to He would require a massive amount of magic power. Recently, she had a scrape by. With the plan set, a batch of Pooty carrying the Disguise skill began production. On the other hand, Lin Jun found it a bit strange. It seemed no other adventurers had entered the dungeon, so those 2 had sneaked away. Anyway, this was good news. She had more time to prepare. Speaking of which, since the Magic Tide incident, Dylan had been sent out and had not been heard from again. She had told him not to get involved with the Magic Tide, so he shouldn't be in danger if he listened. But it had been a month or so. She wondered if he had enough money for blue potions. She hoped her first human subordinate wouldn't starve to death out there. Dylan fumbled for the arrow shaft behind him, and suddenly pulled it out. The sharp pain made him grit his teeth, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Throwing aside the arrow covered in fungal filaments and blood, it took Dylan a while to recover. Praise the boss. As expected, the blood from the wound surged out a few times before gradually clogging up. Thanks to not being human anymore, many vital points were no longer vital. However, thinking back, if it weren't for the money from that magic potion, he wouldn't have taken on this hard job. The leader of this expedition was a guy from the tavern, a bald man reeking of fish, along with 3 workers like Dylan. The 4 of them each carried a bulging deerskin bag. They needed to cross the forest on the west side of Silent Wind Town to transport stolen goods to Fish Sail Harbor. In Dylan's view, the most dangerous part of the trip was that they had a certain probability of encountering monsters still wandering around after the magic tide. But he never expected that even this small-scale smuggling effort would encounter a black market ambush. The first dark arrow aimed straight for him. The sound of the arrow piercing his leather armor was lighter than he expected, and it struck him accurately in the back. Realizing what had happened as he fell, he deliberately broke off a few dry branches to let his body roll into the bushes down the slope. Soon, the sounds of clashing swords and knives echoed around him. At first, he was still guessing which of the other 3 was the traitor. But then he realized he was overthinking it. The group of black-robed attackers seemed intent on wiping out everyone. His death gave the other 3 a moment to react. Those who dared to do this couldn't be weaklings. Seeing that the attackers numbered 8, they were no match and immediately fought while retreating. After running a distance, they split up and fled. The black-clad people didn't seem willing to let anyone go, even abandoning their bags. Before the last black-robed person left, they didn't forget to pick up the bag next to Dylan. Not long after everyone left, a familiar scream echoed ahead. It was the voice of the leader. It seemed they couldn't hold out much longer, and he had to hurry to escape. Dylan would have liked to just lie there and wait for everything to end, but the half-burning log next to him indicated that there was a fire mage among the black-robed attackers. If they decided to burn everything and erase the evidence, he would definitely be done for. Pulling out the arrow and crawling out of the bushes, Dylan grimaced in pain from his back. It wasn't fatal, but it didn't mean he was fine either. So this is what heartache feels like. He had no time to care about the leaves and branches stuck to him and ran in the opposite direction, clutching the notebook in his arms. Wait a minute. When did I? The warm foreign object in his palm finally caught Dylan's attention. The wrinkled cover, made of some unknown material, felt uneven to the touch, and when held, he could sense a trace of warmth. Dylan had a vague impression of this notebook. It should be one of the items from his bag of stolen goods. But when exactly had he taken it out and held it in his hand? Did it fall into his arms when he collapsed? No clues, and no time to sort them out. Another scream echoed through the forest. Those 3 might have already been wiped out. If the attackers intended to destroy the evidence, they would definitely find out he was still alive. He had to run faster and farther. 52. Dylan was also escaping today. The leaden clouds hung low, and a few thunderclaps echoed in the sky. The black-robed person squatted next to the severed corpse, roughly tearing open a bag. After rummaging through it, the black-robed person simply grabbed the last half of the bag and shook it violently, dumping everything onto the muddy ground. The other attackers gradually gathered, pouring out the contents of the other 3 bags as well. The 8 black-robed figures squatted on the ground, searching diligently as if looking for soybeans in a pile of rice. However, they still couldn't find what they were looking for. One of them in the center, irritated, crushed a crystal in his hand, causing the others to back away, unsure if they were avoiding flying shards or the leader's anger. No. Why not? The suppressed voice was filled with anger, but what came out was not human language. The intelligence cannot be wrong. These inferior humans couldn't have discovered the anomaly so quickly. There must be something wrong. My lord, a figure in a black robe, stepped forward and cautiously reminded. Could it be on the corpse? Then why are you still wasting time here? Hurry up and find it. Yes. A few black-robed figures hurriedly scattered to search for the other 3 corpses. 10 minutes later, all the attackers arrived at the initial ambush site. Looking at the bloodied arrow on the ground, the leader picked up the arrow and said softly, "Ivina?" One of the black-robed figures immediately knelt down and hurriedly explained, "Lord Lakis, I swear that arrow definitely pierced his heart." Then how do you explain this? The arrow was pressed against Ivina's forehead, as if it would pierce her in the next second. Ivina dared not move, trembling as she pleaded for another chance. He must have had other means to save himself. I can track him. Please, my lord, let me redeem myself. After a brief yet suffocating silence, The arrow was plunged into the mud in front of Ivina. Chase. If you can't retrieve what the higher-ups want, just wait to become livestock. Hearing the word livestock, not only Ivina, but even the other black-robed figures shuddered and quickly responded. Yes. The patter of rain fell into the forest, and Dylan's shoes sank into the pile of rotten leaves. Each time he lifted his foot, sticky mud stuck to it. He leaned against a large tree, bent over, and gasped, trying to calm his violently rising chest. After running frantically for over 10 minutes, his stamina was almost depleted. Transforming into a half-mushroom person did not enhance his attributes, but his heart wasn't hurting as much now. Not sensing any movement behind him, he might have shaken off those attackers. Perhaps they hadn't even noticed he had run away. Dylan found a small slope with some cover, planning to take shelter from the rain. In fact, the raindrops on Dylan's face felt quite comfortable, but it would be uncomfortable if his clothes got soaked. And he still had this book. Right, this book. Dylan brought the book closer, gently stroking the wrinkles on the cover. What is written in this book? As he thought this, he naturally opened it. Blank, blank, blank. There was nothing on the leather pages. Dylan quickly flipped to the last page, but couldn't find a single note. So, is this a new book with nothing written in it? Good thing I didn't lose it while escaping. It was a waste of effort. Dylan thought this, but suddenly noticed that a line of delicate small characters had appeared on the pages. Aren't you going to keep running? You'll be caught, you know. After seeing the words, Dylan instantly felt a chill at the back of his neck. This world indeed has some advanced magical items with a certain level of intelligence. For example, magic rings that can autonomously cast shields or golems that can identify intruders. But they almost always have vague or relatively low intelligence. When a creation can converse with you, there must be a certain material involved in its making, soul, although not all soul items are equivalent to evil. Considering their cruel manufacturing methods, the creators are likely not benevolent individuals, making the possibility of dangerous items higher. In an instant, several terrifying stories related to soul items flashed through Dylan's mind. He immediately wanted to throw it away, but that line of text made him very concerned. What does it mean? Are those black-robed figures still chasing him? Ultimately, Dylan opened the book again, and the words had changed. 6 minutes left. What does 6 minutes mean? Dylan directly asked the book. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous text disappeared, and a new line appeared. In 5 minutes, they will catch up to you. Not daring to delay, Dylan rushed into the rain and continued to escape. He wasn't sure if the book was lying to him, but given the current situation, it was better to believe it. The rain hit him, soaking his clothes, but it didn't tee wet the book in his hands. No water could seep into its pages. While running, Dylan opened the book, wanting to ask something else, but saw a line of text already there. You can't escape like this. Run southeast. Dylan had no other choice now, quickly identified the direction, and fled southeast. He didn't know how long he had been running, but when his strength was about to run out, Dylan suddenly felt his feet slip. He suddenly lost weight, tumbling into the deep pit beneath him. Is this it? At the edge of the deep pit, a black-robed man called Lakis asked behind him. Ivina took a few steps forward to confirm. Yes. Although I don't know why the prey suddenly gave up resting and chose to continue running. But from the last footprints, it seems he is almost out of stamina and might have fallen in a daze. Turning to look at the deep pit in front of him, Lakis leapt in without hesitation, and the other black-robed figures followed closely behind. At the bottom of the deep pit, Lakis landed lightly, his boots barely causing a ripple. His subordinates, however, did not land as gracefully, with a few of them creating mud pits upon landing. Fortunately, no one was foolish enough to splash mud and water onto Lakis's robe. What appeared before the black-robed figures was a natural cave. These natural caves in the wild are far inferior in size and depth compared to the caves in the underground city. So there was no need to worry about the prey hiding there and being hard to find. Moreover, a streak of blood in the puddle at his feet caught Lakis's attention. Not just a single spot, the blood seemed to stretch faintly into the cave. Clearly, the prey was injured when it fell. Just by following this bloody scent, Lakis could track down the prey. His crimson tongue slowly licked his fangs. Little bug. Wasting so much of my time. I hope your blood isn't too hard to drink. The footsteps of the 8 black-robed figures echoed against the stone walls. And upon entering the cave, it was pitch black, yet no one lit a torch or cast a light spell, as if the darkness had no effect on them. Minutes later, Lakis, who was at the front of the line, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly in the shadow of his hood, besides the smell of blood. There was also a strong animal musk in the air. After a moment, Lakis let out a soft laugh. He saw through the prey's trick, but didn't care at all. Cleverness is abundant, but this isn't one of those true wilderness areas. What kind of monster could? While talking to himself, Lakis rounded the final corner and saw ahead a giant bear that was at least 2 stories tall, squinting its eyes and staring at them, slowly rising. Lakis, my lord. A hesitant voice came from behind, and Lakis's mind raced. This giant bear looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall what species it was. However, just by its size, it shouldn't be too weak. The holy relic must be found. Otherwise, forget about the promotion ceremony. He might even face severe punishment himself. There are no forks in this cave. That little thief must still be hiding somewhere inside. Ultimately, this is a wilderness area close to human activity, not a true wilderness or deep dungeon, so the level of monsters shouldn't be too high. With his own level 40 and 7 subordinates, Rakis was still trying to analyze the strengths of both sides when the giant bear couldn't wait any longer. Normally, it might hesitate when faced with so many people. But now, unnamed rage burned in its heart, and it wanted nothing more than to kill these intruders who disturbed its sleep. The giant bear roared, raising its paws high before slamming them down heavily, unleashing its skill. Gravity Field LV6. In an instant, nearly twice its weight pressed down on the black-robed figures present, catching everyone off guard and causing them to stumble. The signature skill made Rakis exclaim, "Tyrant Bear?" However, Rakis quickly regained his composure. Under the true adult Tyrant Bear's gravity field, he and his subordinates would never be able to stand so easily. This meant that this 2-story tall giant bear was actually just a cub. Realizing this, Rakis immediately spoke up to stabilize the shaken morale of his troops. He had already seen one guy trying to sneak away, and he would definitely deal with him later. Don't panic. This is just a cub or a subspecies. We could take it down with our strength. Don't forget, anyone who returns empty-handed will have a bad end. Rakis's words had an effect, and the black-robed people finally managed to calm down enough to prepare for a counterattack. Snap! The black-robed figure on the far right who had just raised his staff was flattened into a meat pie by the giant bear's paw. Although the LV6 gravity field couldn't directly kill them, it rendered several of them immobile. The stronger individuals could barely move under the weight, but the mages were completely exhausted just standing, let alone dodging the giant bear's paws. The team, which had just organized itself, fell into chaos again after one person was instantly taken out. Some, with red eyes, rushed forward recklessly, others tried to retreat, and the one who wanted to run earlier really took off. A bunch of useless fools. Amidst the curses, Rakis transformed into a bat wrapped in black mist and flew behind the fleeing black-robed figure. Transforming back, he grabbed the back of the man's head and bit down on his neck. The man tried to push Rakis away with both hands, but the difference in strength made it impossible. His resistance grew weaker until he let out a gurgling whimper as he drowned in his own blood. With blood in his mouth, Rakis threw aside the now lifeless corpse. "Charge! Whoever takes a step back, I will kill." His undeniable command crushed the last shred of hesitation in the others. With no choice left, even as another unlucky soul was sent flying into the wall, becoming a pile of groaning flesh, the remaining few steeled themselves and charged forward. Rakis didn't stay idle either. Raising his hand, he extracted the blood from his fallen subordinate's body, and the half-dead one naturally died after having their blood drained. A sphere of blood gathered in his hand, condensing into spikes that shot towards the giant bear, each one exploding into a bloody hole in its body. However, this damage was merely superficial compared to the bear's massive physique. As the battle continued and his subordinates fell one after another, only Rakis and the melee-inept Ivina remained. With no other choice, Rakis had to rely on repeatedly transforming into a bat to engage the already injured giant bear. After dodging another paw swipe, Rakis transformed the remaining blood in his palm into a spear, plunging down from midair to stab the giant bear in the eye. Beast, watch out behind you, sir." Rakis, now blinded by rage, completely overlooked Ivina's warning. The giant bear, severely wounded, used its acceleration skill, delivering a hate-fueled strike that hit Rakis before he could react, sending him crashing into the wall like a cannonball. After the strike, the giant bear could no longer support itself, letting out 2 mournful cries before collapsing heavily to the ground. "Sir, are you all right?" Ivina hurried over to check on Rakis. If the commander died, it would be a big problem for his subordinates. To her surprise, from the rubble, an arm suddenly pierced through Ivina's heart. "Hi, you!" The half-bat transformed Rakis, propping himself up, pounced on the critically injured Ivina, and began to drink her blood. He was gravely injured. Without replenishing fresh blood rich in life force, he would die. As her subordinate, it was only right that Ivina offered her life in this situation. Once he drained the last drop of blood from her, his broken spine barely reconnected. Now, his strength was only about 20% of his peak. Looking around the blood-soaked cave, now devoid of life, Rakus still dragged his weakened body to extract the giant bear's blood, which then exploded into countless tiny blood blades that shot out in all directions. After a brief but intense sound of collisions, the walls of the cave were covered in fine scratches. Scanning the area, Rakus found nothing unusual. He wasn't skilled in tracking, but he had no choice but to consume Ivina. That damned human likely slipped away during the chaos. Unwilling to accept this, Rakus searched again, only to let out an angry roar and transform into a bat to fly away. He now had to seek more living blood to heal his injuries. The cave fell silent once more. After waiting for the sun to rise outside, something of a stone-like color moved in a crevice between a rock wall and the ground. Returning to its original color, Dylan crawled out, half dead from lying there all day. I survived. Although he was lucky not to be directly attacked, the gravity field affected him too, nearly crushing his old bones. Thanks to leveling up to LV3 in mimicry, it was perfect for someone as weak as him. If you listen to me, you can definitely survive. Looking at the little book beside him, Dylan wanted to say something. These black-robed figures, or rather, the demon clan, led by vampires, were willing to fight the giant bear to find him? How could? Dylan's gaze on the book's pages gradually became vacant. Perhaps they really were looking for him. Thanks to this book's help, he was able to escape with his life. Lift me up, and I can help you. This time, Dylan didn't hesitate and directly lifted the yellow book in his hand. A faint sound of wind and mourning emanated from the cave, but Dylan felt nothing aside from the sounds. Then, a surge of power flowed from the book into Dylan's body. After a brief jolt, he found that he had actually regained his stamina. No, not just regained, but he felt even better than before, although not by much. This felt like an increase in attributes. Amazing. Of course, as long as I'm here, you can become even stronger. Become stronger. Yes. Now, we just need to find a secluded place where even if someone dies, it won't draw attention like a dungeon. The dungeon, that works too. Under the sunlight, a spirited Dylan emerged from the cave's exit. The pit he fell into was too hard to climb out of. Dylan oriented himself, tucking his faithful companion, the yellow book, close to his clothing, and headed towards the dungeon. 54. The treasure room again. Dungeon level 3. Unlike other layers themed around combat, this one is almost entirely focused on deciphering traps and hidden doors. It produces some wooden treasure chests, which are far less valuable than the stone chests behind hidden doors, but still hold some worth for regular adventurers. The few monsters in this layer mainly consist of triggered stone statue guardians, treasure chest monsters, or harmless monsters that feed on corpses. The dungeon has been closed for a while, so it naturally appears lifeless. However, today is a bit different. A group of Pudges has arrived here. Under the swinging, arc-shaped great sword, a bunch of scaly Pudges are passing through one by one. One not-so-smart Pudgy accidentally got its short leg stuck in the gap of the sword's path while stepping forward, and despite pulling hard, it couldn't get free. The returning great sword unsurprisingly struck the Pudgy. Surprisingly, the Pudgy was not cut in half, but was instead knocked against the wall like a baseball and fell down afterward. Although part of this is due to the sword not being sharp enough, the LV5 defense of the scales is already enough to satisfy Lin Jun. Of course, this Pudgy still met its end, as the scales do not protect against blunt force. After passing the swinging great sword, the Pudges continued forward. They used Assault Launch LV5 to get past the deadly jump platform and relied on their lightweight to bypass the trigger traps. Finally, they gathered in front of a stone door with one of the earliest Pudges that discovered it standing beside the door. This stone door looks familiar. Lin Jun was locked inside for 3 months, so she wouldn't mistake the design. This must be the treasure chest room. The reason for such a large operation is that this treasure chest room perfectly integrates with the rules of the third layer. There is a giant pressure plate in front of the door, a large stone pillar hanging from the ceiling, and a small stone tablet with a keyhole beside the door. It is obvious that a key needs to be found or a lock-picking skill used to lower the stone above, activate the pressure plate, and the door will open. However, can Pudges really handle lockpicking? In fact, they can, as Lin Jun has LV2 in lockpicking. But this requires producing the corresponding Pudges. And LV2 is clearly too low. With no other choice, they can only use some silly methods. After all, activating the pressure plate is all that matters. The Pudges lined up neatly on the pressure plate, and once one layer was filled, they stepped on their companions to form a second layer, stacking up like a pyramid. Thanks to the extra mass from their surface scales, when they stacked to the fourth layer, the mechanical device finally sank into place. Just as expected, The stone door smoothly slid open to both sides. The scene inside is quite similar to the treasure chest room Lin Jun had stayed in, but without the central pool. It is clearly not the same room. It is not surprising. It would be strange if there was only one treasure chest room in the entire dungeon. Now it's treasure chest time. A Pudgy quickly rushed forward, skillfully jumped, and kicked the lid of the stone treasure chest open. Let's see what's inside a scroll. Lin Jun recognized it. It was that escape. Escape scroll? Quickly, she controlled the Pudges to bring this treasure back, and along the way, any slime they encountered had to be blasted to ensure everything was secure. It's not that Lin Jun plans to use the escape scroll to exit with her main body. This scroll teleports randomly, only responsible for sending you out of the dungeon, and it might even get stuck inside. Too dangerous. It definitely can't be used by her main body. In Lin Jun's eyes, this is a sunshine experience voucher. Since it's not suitable for her main body, she can send a Pudgy to go. Let the Pudgy experience the sun, treating it as a preview of her future life under the sun. Of course, to ensure that this Pudgy won't die immediately upon teleportation, it's necessary to equip it with several life-saving skills. Rock-eating LV3 is used for digging, and underwater adaptation LV4 ensures it won't drown. As for how to land from the air, there are indeed flying monster skills, but their compatibility with Pudges is very low. Let's use Assimilation Absorption LV3. This skill was obtained from a flesh monster called Sagus Blood during the Magic Tide. Those monsters relied on this skill to continuously absorb surrounding flesh and blood to withstand the Pudge's bombardment. However, this skill has changed a bit in Lin Jun's hands. It can only absorb substances similar to itself to assemble a shell. In simple terms, Pudges can only absorb mycelium and cannot absorb flesh and blood like Sagus Blood. It feels a bit lackluster. It might have some use during defense battles, relying on the advantage of the mycelium-filled battlefield. However, it fits perfectly here, assembling a fluffy mycelium shell around the Pudgy. When it appears in the air, it can use it to cushion the impact upon landing. As for other combat defense skills, it would be good to have a few more. Otherwise, it would be funny if it got carried away by a stray dog after only a few minutes of sunbathing. In short, it can be considered a weakened version of a disposable night Pudgy. Let's call it Explorer number 1. Of course, Explorer No. 1 is still in the gestation stage, needing many more skills, so there's no rush. This precious escape scroll can only be hidden in Lin Jun's little treasury for a while. Boss. At this moment, only Little Black is chatting in the mycelium network, calling her boss. Although Lin Jun is very suspicious if she really understands what boss means. Right now, she looks like she just finished walking herself back. She is all wet, with water stains on her scales, occasionally dripping a few drops. In her hand, she is holding a corpse of a large turtle-like monster, with its head missing. It must have been caught from the waterway on the 7th layer. Little Black shouted upon returning for only one reason. That's right. Today's situation is quite rare. What flavor of Pudgy do you want to eat? I want to eat the stuffed one. Little Black answered immediately. All right, we have it. Upon hearing that there are stuffed Pudges, Little Black immediately dropped the turtle corpse in her hand and ran towards the mushroom forest. Her current nest is over there. Nearby, a few other Pudges came over to drag the fresh corpse to the swamp area. The so-called stuffed Pudgy is actually one that has been added with slime digestive fluid, the one used to stick mosquitoes back in the deep layers. It is one of the more popular combinations among Lin Jun's various chaotic mixtures. By the time Little Black entered the mushroom forest, 2 stuffed flavor Pudges were already waiting in her bedroom, next to a hollowed-out large mushroom. This dragon girl doesn't mind dirtying her sleeping area. She hugged the 2 Pudges and directly crawled into the mushroom, lying down to eat. Fortunately, the mycelium can decompose the remnants and slime. Otherwise, who knows how dirty this little nest would have become. After sending off Little Black, Lin Jun intended to focus her energy on her recent research, the skill combinations for melee Pudges. After digesting the skills from the Magic Tide, she could indeed produce decent melee Pudges, but she still needed to find the most cost-effective and suitable combination for mass production. However, it seems there is no time now, as images from the upper layer show that adventurers have finally started to enter the dungeon. The first batch of people is quite numerous. It seems they all want to be the first to try. Among the crowd, Lin Jun spotted a familiar figure. Dylan has finally returned. 55. Did you bump into a succubus outside? In a small safe area on the 3rd layer of the dungeon, there is a corridor paved with large light yellow bricks, over 100 meters long. Since traps do not spawn here and there aren't many wandering monsters in the 3rd layer, it has been designated as a safe zone. Many adventurers choose to rest here, and some even bring various supplies and potions to sell to others. After the dungeon opened, A considerable number of adventurers came in at once, resulting in a gathering of adventurers that was even larger than before the magic tide. Dylan was among them, chewing on some jerky while talking to his good companion, the Yellow Book. The third level is quite nice. There's so many traps and mechanisms to utilize here, so what should we do? Do whatever you want. When others walk into a trap, you help trigger it. Let the traps do all the work, and you just come out to collect the spoils. Trust me, you'll have a continuous source of power. But everyone has no grievances against each other. Dylan hesitated a bit, feeling that something was off. This is a dungeon. The law of the jungle is the rule here. Besides, don't you want to make money to send to your daughter? Not to mention that once you have power, you can personally protect your Bella from harm. The Yellow Book seemed to have figured out Dylan's soft spot during this time. Although he showed signs of hesitation, Dylan still nodded. Ouch! Dylan's outstretched foot was suddenly kicked by someone, causing him to retract it in pain. The corridor was not narrow, and even if he extended his foot, it wouldn't affect others. Dylan looked up and saw a face with a mocking smile. Oh, sorry for kicking you, old man. The person spoke without stopping, following his teammates out of the safe zone. Dylan vaguely heard a couple of exchanges between them. Wells, stop causing trouble all the time. Who told him to stretch his foot in front of me? He's just an old man. What's the trouble? Watching the backs of the departing adventurers, Dylan didn't feel any resentment. The quality of adventurers varies greatly, and he was already used to it. This could only be considered a naive newcomer who hadn't learned his lesson yet. He lowered his head and flipped open the book again. What are you still dazed about? Go after them. He just kicked you on purpose. You need to teach him how to respect his seniors. Hurry up, just give him a little lesson. Just a little, is that so? Dylan frowned and thought for a moment, feeling that the Yellow Book had a point. The Yellow Book was never wrong. It seemed he should go teach him a lesson. He packed up his belongings, took a sip of the mana potion, and left the safe zone. He followed the group from a distance, using camouflage to avoid detection. However, although he intended to teach them a lesson, the opportunity was not easy to find. Clearly, there was someone in their team who was good at dealing with traps, as they either avoided or dismantled all the traps along the way. Instead, Dylan accidentally triggered a mechanism himself. Fortunately, it was just a small trap, a short arrow shot through his palm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled the arrow out of his hand. Dylan poured a bit of mana potion on the wound. He had figured this out himself. Pouring mana potion could speed up the growth of mycelium to fill the wound. Your special physique is really convenient, just like that time you fell into a deep pit. Even with broken bones, you could do this. Dylan nodded in agreement. He felt that his current body was very useful, and he sighed, all thanks to the boss's gift. Boss, right? I should introduce you to the boss too. Wait. Puff, puff. The sudden rhythmic puffing sound interrupted their conversation. Around the corner, several creatures with tentacles and scales appeared in Dylan's line of sight. Seeing the unfamiliar creatures, Dylan wondered, are these new species? Is the boss here to pick me up? Dylan happily approached them. Something's off. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, Dylan was not paying attention to the book at that moment. He walked around the corner and came face to face with the creatures. In the next second, countless mycelium tendrils reached out to him, and before he could react, he was tied up like a dumpling, along with a Yellow Book. Fixed state, charm, moderate, complete trust in the caster. After entering the dungeon, Lin Jun quickly noticed the situation. So, Dylan, you old man, are you secretly going to play with a succubus without me? Soon, Dylan's other anomalies became apparent. It had been half a day since he entered the dungeon, and he showed no signs of wanting to come to the 5th level. After thinking it over, Lin Jun decided to play it safe and personally bring him back. Fortunately, most adventurers were not progressing that quickly. The creature successfully carried the big dumpling back to the 5th level without being noticed. In a mushroom forest, Dylan, tied up like a dumpling, was released. Ha! Ha! As soon as he came out, Dylan gasped for air, nearly suffocating during the journey. Looking up, he saw a circle of creatures. Boss, why? Why did you buy me here? Dylan was genuinely a bit confused. Then why were you wandering around the 3rd level instead of coming down quickly? I was because, right? Why? The answer that seemed to be in his mind just moments ago had vanished. Dylan fell into self-doubt. Right? Why not ask the Yellow Book? Dylan opened the Yellow Book and asked, what were we doing lingering on the 3rd level? The Yellow Book on the ground was unresponsive, like a lifeless object. No matter how Dylan inquired, it did not utter a single word. In Lin Jun's eyes, Dylan's current appearance resembled that of a mentally disturbed person whose mind had been messed up. Talking to a book, his emotions seemed very unstable, and he occasionally spaced out. The succubi in this world are terrifying. Of course, it could also be that the succubus was not the problem, but rather that this book truly had issues. A mycelium tendril suddenly shoved into Dylan's mouth while he was still talking to himself. Purple hallucinogenic spores rushed in, and Dylan quickly rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. In his current, disoriented state, he was unable to provide any useful information. It would be better to let him sleep for a while. As for the yellow book, since Dylan thought it could communicate, they might as well give it a try. The mycelium tendril wrapped around a page of the book. Rip. Huh. It didn't tear off. So it really is the book and not the succubus? Can a book also use charm skills? Is it trying to seduce Dylan with lewd illustrations? Xiaohong, come here. Before long, at Lin Jun's call, a draconian covered in slime came over, licking its mouth. Hear this. Xiaohong nodded and grabbed Dylan lying on the ground. Wait, not in this. Watching the yellow book being presented in front of him by the mycelium tendril, Xiaohong finally set Dylan down, grabbing the page with its claws under Lin Jun's direction. It pulled hard. Rip. Even with the draconian's great strength, it still couldn't tear the page off in one go. However, the leather page made a cracking sound as if it was about to be completely ripped apart. Countless repeated words frantically appeared on the page. Stop, 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 stop. I'm going to die. 56. Hardbone after taking back the yellow book from Xiaohong. Half of the page hung down limply. Although it sounds strange to say so, Lin Jun felt as if this page had lost its life. The words above keep popping up and disappearing, but unlike at the beginning, they're no longer densely packed with repeated lines. It's going to fall. The page is going to fall. It's so unfair to have a dragon person appear here. Communicate, communicate. No violence. No matter who you are, we can have a good chat. While typing, the yellow book also emitted a faint magical fluctuation, showcasing its unique ability. Lin Jun noticed the magical fluctuation, but it seemed like nothing happened. She thought this book wanted to charm her and Little Black too. But there were no changes on the panel. With nothing to discover, Lin Jun focused her attention back on the text itself. It has power. Very good. Great. The LV2 universal language skill is completely incomprehensible. Damn, I missed the days of being literate in my past life. If only there were more humans. Lin Jun. Oh, Lin Jun, how could you have fallen so low? Can't you learn on your own without greed? Once Dylan is back to normal, I'll start learning the universal language from him. She made a small resolution, but the issue with the book still needed to be resolved. Holding the book up to Little Black, she initially wanted to ask something. But looking into her clear eyes, Lin Jun felt it unnecessary to ask. It seemed she had to wait. The cultural representative of this area, literate Dylan, could only continue the research after he woke up. She tossed the yellow book on the ground, and a pudding sat down on it, suppressing it. After all, if it tries anything funny, pudding would blow it up. Several puddings lifted the unconscious Dylan and tossed him into another hollow mushroom. Inside, there were mycelium to help replenish his magical power. This mushroom room would be a dedicated employee dormitory in the future. Where am I? Everything feels soft, like a comfortable big bed. The mycelium inside feels well fed with magical power. I haven't felt this full in a long time. When outside, I could only drink magical potions bit by bit, never daring to drink too much at once. Opening my eyes, the ceiling looks strange. It doesn't look like stone or wood. It actually resembles a mushroom. Dylan suddenly widened his eyes, recalling the memories before he fainted. Although they were chaotic, he remembered a bit. He immediately turned over and climbed out of the big bed. Looking back, it really is a big mushroom. Awake? If you're awake, stay put. Receiving the boss's order, Dylan could only obediently stay in place. He wasn't quite sure what was going on, but it seemed he had made a mistake. After a while, several puddings rolled in with his good buddy, the yellow book. Also coming along was that humanoid creature covered in sharp, thick scales. A lizard man or something. Not quite like that. He had never seen a race like this, and the sense of oppression was stronger than that of diamond adventurers. There was no doubt that if a fight broke out, this guy, who was even shorter than him by a head, could crush him with a single punch, and his special physique wouldn't save him. As they approached, he could sense the other party within the mycelium. Was this a new little brother recruited by the boss? Truly worthy of the boss. But why is she eating the pudding in her arms? Slap. His good buddy was thrown in front of him. The boss's order came through the mycelium. Whatever it writes. You read out loud. Whatever I say, you repeat, got it? Is the boss preparing to talk with the good buddy? Great. Everyone should be able to get along through communication. Boss, no problem. Flipping to the good buddy, this page, why is it missing half? Lin Jun looked at the real-time translator, the muscle enforcer ready to go. So, let us begin the pleasant interrogation session. First, lift the enchantment. Dylan didn't understand what the boss meant, but still diligently completed his translation task. All right, I'll lift. After reading this line, Dylan suddenly felt a daze. And after a while, boss, what happened? Fixed date, enchanted, moderate, Before he could finish speaking, Little Black, under Lin Jun's instruction, stepped on the yellow book and grabbed the half-attached page. Before any words could appear, with a short hissing sound, that page completely detached from the yellow book. Ah! The leather page, after detaching from the book, slowly turned to flying ashes while a heavy, overlapping wailing sound faintly emerged. What the hell? This book seems to be even more sinister than expected. Lift the enchantment, Lin Jun said again. Dylan looked at his suffering good buddy, seemingly a bit at a loss. After Lin Jun repeated it once more, he finally spoke up. This time, the yellow book didn't respond, but Dylan suddenly clutched his head and cried out in pain. Watching Dylan rolling on the ground, Lin Jun simply instructed Little Black to grab all the pages, preparing to tear them all off. Fortunately, this time a yellow book didn't dare to play tricks. When Dylan finally stopped his agonizing screams, the enchantment on the panel had already disappeared. Sorry, boss. Although enchanted, Dylan's memory remained intact. Once the enchantment lifted, he naturally recalled everything that had happened to him. Thus, Dylan lay on the ground, recounting the entire process and sharing his understanding of soul items with Lin Jun. Throughout the process, the yellow book remained silent, not revealing what it was thinking. However, after hearing the story, Lin Jun was a bit surprised. She had thought Dylan was simply controlled by the evil book by accident. She didn't expect it to be related to vampires and the demon race. How about it? Do you need a rest? Lin Jun said this to Dylan, as he looked like he had just been on a long, bumpy ride and had thrown up all the way. No need, boss, you continue. Since that's the case, I advise you to confess honestly to make it less painful. The yellow book in the dragon person's claws didn't show a single word under Lin Jun's threat, appearing completely indifferent. Tough nut. Little Black continued to hold all the pages, pulling one out and tearing it little by little. The page was just like before. Once torn off, it turned to ashes accompanied by wailing sounds. What surprised Lin Jun was that this time the yellow book didn't even emit a textual scream. Impressive. Let us try tearing 2 more pages. Could it be that it has its neck grabbed? Dylan pointed uncertainly at the page that had been tightly gripped in Little Black's hand since earlier. A book can have a neck? Trying to let Little Black loosen its grip on the held page. Speak. I'll tell everything. I beg you to keep this black guy away from me. Duke St. Clair's mansion. Inanna rubbed her sleepy eyes and propped herself up from the down comforter. Seeing the blanket pushed to the side, she helplessly ran her fingers through her messy pink hair. During her sleep, she had transformed back from pudding form to human form, naturally pushing the blanket aside, and this had happened several times already. But she couldn't help it. She always cast a transformation spell on herself before sleeping. She felt that turning into pudding, where she could only vaguely sense her surroundings, was particularly suitable for relaxing and sleeping. I thought about it. Since I'm not really afraid of the cold, it shouldn't matter much. Although it's still a bit early, since I'm already awake, I might as well go to the teacher and start today as magic lessons. 57. What to summon? The silk shoes softly tread on the corridor's plush, dark red carpet, with exquisitely carved brass wall lamps lining the hallway. And on the right wall, various precious artworks are framed in gilded borders. If Lin Jun were here, she would surely mutter something about the evils of nobility, but to Inanna, all of this is just her familiar home. She made her way from the bedroom on the 3rd floor to the study on the 2nd floor. Her teacher, Julian Daniels, was invited by her father from the Relics Association. The butler said the compensation the teacher demanded was to peruse the family's collection of books in addition to teaching. In fact, ever since the teacher came to the mansion, he has almost lived in the study. Even when teaching her magic, aside from practical lessons in the training grounds, she attended classes in the study. However, today, it seems someone had arrived before her, as voices were coming from the study. Inanna would never do something so improper as eavesdropping outside the door. She gently pushed open one side of the door. You don't know. They stuffed such a thick one into my mouth and blew me awake. The speaking suddenly stopped when the study door was opened. Inanna looked up to see her teacher's other student, Calvin, who was gesturing animatedly and saying something outrageous, suddenly looking embarrassed when he saw her come in. A guy full of energy, Calvin was always either being punished by the teacher for his antics or on his way to cause trouble. Inanna, you're quite early today. Teacher Julian smiled and beckoned her to sit down. This man with 2 little mustaches would make anyone think he was a privileged middle-aged nobleman at first glance, completely unassuming of the fact that he was actually a nearly 50-year-old diamond-level mage. Good day, teacher. After Inanna sat down, Julian turned back to Calvin and asked, So what you said, what does it have to do with this failed potion of yours? I've never seen a truth potion turn this color. Saying that, he picked up the bottle on the table, which contained a pitch-black liquid like ink, and shook it. As soon as the topic of potions came up, Calvin's face turned into a bitter melon expression. That group of pudges rescued us and even gave us stuff. Teacher, don't look at me like that. I'm serious. The enchanted longsword Greg was given to us by them. They even sent a parasitic tree seed, so naturally, I came to brew potions. How was I to know it was a dead seed with no medicinal properties left after being picked for too long? Julian leaned on the table, rubbing his temples. All right, I want to question the truth of your pudge's story. Have I not taught you that before brewing a potion, you need to test the properties of all materials? Calvin opened his mouth, and after a long pause, he quietly said, You did teach that, but I was just in a hurry to turn my homework. Go copy the potion brewing regulations 30 times and bring it to me tomorrow. With no room for argument, Calvin could only hang his head and agree. At that moment, Inanna suddenly leaned in curiously and asked Calvin, So, what is this pudge's you mentioned? Can you tell me about it? The Duke's daughter's delicate little face was quite close, making Calvin feel a bit shy as he shifted back. And then he began to embellish and loudly recount his underground city adventure with Gray. He described how they relied on Calvin's wisdom to successfully reach the 5th level, how they fought a dragon man in a sudden battle for 300 rounds and narrowly escaped after a tough loss, only to be unexpectedly rescued by a group of glowing pudges while he was gravely injured. He emphasized that what he previously mentioned about being interrupted referred to the situation of being saved by the fungal tendrils, not any other strange matters. Inanna seemed to hear a fascinating story, occasionally gasping in surprise or nodding in agreement, which made Calvin even more animated in his storytelling. When Calvin finished, Inanna suddenly suggested, That's amazing. I really want to see it too. Teacher, can we go a bit further for our next practical lesson? Let us go check out the underground city. Julian looked at Inanna, who seemed a bit guilty, and stroked his chin, saying, It's not impossible, but this matter needs to be approved by Mr. Eric first. As soon as he finished speaking, Inanna cheered and threw aside the idea of class, running straight to find Eric for a permission slip, leaving behind a bewildered Calvin. Is my story really that captivating? I'm afraid I must decline your request, Miss Inanna. Why? Eric's unexpected refusal left Inanna confused. The teacher will be with me. It's only down to the 5th level. It won't be dangerous. Why don't you come along too, Eric? That would solve it. Eric sighed, furrowing his brows in thought. After a while, he took out a magic pendant from the drawer. As he activated the pendant, a semi-transparent membrane enveloped both him and Inanna. Inanna felt as if she had suddenly entered a soundproof room, unable to hear any outside noises. At this moment, Eric said, Miss Inanna, it's not that I want to stop you from going anywhere. It's just that the timing is too unfortunate right now. Just listen to what I say next, and make sure not to spread it. Eric looked at Inanna, who nodded slightly in confusion, and then continued. You may not be aware, but the Hermit Empire has been increasingly active at the border recently. There have even been reports of small groups of demons infiltrating. Everything indicates they are preparing to restart the war. The Supreme Council, under the pressure of war, has passed a resolution to summon heroes. Heroes? Inanna found it hard to believe. This word, like Demon King, was something she had only seen in legendary tales. They had been active 300 years ago, far removed from Inanna's time. Now, to suddenly hear that the United Kingdom was going to summon heroes? Although she didn't know what exactly was needed to summon heroes, it felt unreal. Eric continued speaking. Currently, they're still in the preparation stage, mobilizing resources nationwide under the pretext of war to get ready for the summoning. The real news is sealed within upper echelons. But can it really be kept from the Empire? Neither the Duke nor I are optimistic about it. There are always traitors among the nobility who betray for the sake of immortality. Whether it's traitors leaking information or clues emerging from resource mobilization. Once the Empire detects something unusual, they want to just sit back and do nothing. Assassinations, sabotage, or even launching a full-scale war ahead of time are all possibilities. You are the Duke's only heir. You should have known about this. I just didn't want it to affect your magic studies, so I didn't bring it up. In any case, please stay in the mansion during this time. I will ensure your safety. Hearing such unexpected reasons left Inanna feeling dazed, unable to say no. She only asked at the end, but the summoned heroes need time to grow, right? If the danger is so urgent, why not directly resurrect the hero from 300 years ago, Lord Link? Unfortunately, Eric shook his head, clearly not knowing everything. This question could only leave Inanna to ponder alone. Meanwhile, a certain hero, Hey, what else are you hiding? Little Black, put in more effort. I've really revealed everything. Please stop. Wah 58. Adventurer's paranoia. Give me a chance, I'll be honest. Don't put me in the Little Black room. I beg you. In the pleading of the Yellow Book, or the Holy Text, a specially made self-destructing pudding absorbed it into its belly. Subsequently, this pudding ran all the way to the deepest part of the mushroom forest under the rock wall, beginning to use the rock-eating skill to create a rock armor. In the end, it would turn into an inconspicuous stone pedestal, relying on the fungal blanket connected below for sustenance, temporarily sealing this book away. Although this book was evil, its functions were quite powerful. After the trio of Lin Jun interrogated it together, they understood its general functions. It absorbed the souls of the deceased to enhance the holder's base attributes, just like what Dylan had experienced. Of course, there were limitations. Excessive use would cause one's soul to become chaotic, ultimately leading to madness. Besides this core function, it also possessed considerable detection abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to help Dylan locate the cave where that bear lived. It also had the power to evoke certain emotions, such as suddenly filling you with rage. This trick worked well against instinct-driven monsters, but was less effective against intelligent beings. Not to mention, it could also charm others through words. To be honest, this kind of charm was far from what Lin Jun had imagined. As for why it was called a holy text, and why it didn't want to be obtained by the demon race, according to its statement, it didn't know why the demon race called it that. And although the demon race addressed it respectfully, they would take it back to the little black room. Lin Jun felt that the demon race's actions were not wrong. A book this dangerous would surely be a headache even for them. After all, Lin Jun's sealing, it was also a reluctant move. Although it had self-awareness, it belonged to a magical item, and Lin Jun couldn't see its panel. Many pieces of information it revealed could not be verified for authenticity, let alone about its most crucial origin and purpose. When asked, it would just say it didn't know and that it was naturally fond of souls. Even after having 2 pages torn by Little Black, it didn't change its story. Overall, it was quite a dangerous item. To use it well, one at least needed to understand a language. Yes, this book was also a language master, almost fluent in Elvish, Dwarven, Human, Demon Tongue, and Orc dialects. Unfortunately, Lin Jun didn't know any of them. The book definitely couldn't be handed over to Dylan. Who knew who would end up using it if it fell into his hands? If it charmed Dylan and then made off with him, far away from the Amethyst Dungeon. Lin Jun had no way of dealing with that. Therefore, until he learned the common language of humans, he could only let it stay in the little black room for now. On the other side, Dylan brought back news about Inanna. It was said that after the Duke's daughter was rescued, she had been living in seclusion, rarely leaving the Duke's mansion. This was good news for Lin Jun. He was worried about Inanna running around and being hard to find. Later, he planned to write a letter or use other means to try to contact her, asking for help in looking for knowledge related to the dungeon from the Relics Association. He had already thought of the reward, that relatively small S-class magic crystal. However, this matter wasn't urgent. He could wait until Dylan rested for a while before taking action. Dylan had truly suffered a lot this time. First, he didn't have enough gold coins. Then he had to sip the mana potion bit by bit, always in a state of hunger. Later, he was chased by the demon race and almost lost his mind due to the annoying yellow book. It was truly a miracle he returned alive. Lin Jun could only give him a short break, hoping that the mushroom cottage could help alleviate his fatigue. To this end, he even prepared some of his favorite special nutrition for him. However, before he could rest, Lin Jun had him help with a small task. At the entrance of the 5th floor, Wells and his 4 teammates looked at the sign in front of them, which nobody knew who had erected, with strange expressions. 5th floor rules. Do not actively attack anything. Monster corpses can distract blocking puddings for up to 10 minutes. Do not leave the glow mushroom path. There are more blocking puddings in the dark. You can find fat pudding along the small path at the edge of the mushroom forest. You can trade with it using monster corpses. Gray mushrooms are edible. Do not enter the mushroom forest nor the swamp area. You can dig in the cave area, but do not pick up the magic crystals knocked down by puddings. The poison of the poison lake is really powerful. If you see a completely black humanoid creature with wings, immediately flee back the way you came. What is this? Wells pointed at the wooden sign, asking for his companion's opinions. Is this a strategy left by other adventurers? From the second rule, it seems like an upgraded version of the strategies before the monster tide. But what is the mushroom forest? The dungeon has just opened. How could it be explored so quickly? I see this information is not just a little bit more. Yes, besides, who would be so kind as to provide strategies for free and even set up a sign here? It's most likely a trap or a cruel joke. But what if it's true? If it is true, I'll come back and eat this sign. There seemed to be a slight disagreement between the dwarven crossbowman and the human mage in the team. The captain rubbed his chin, looking as if he hadn't made up his mind either. This is how a temporarily formed team works. Lacking tacit understanding, it's easy to fall into disputes. What do you think? Wells poked the priestess genie in the team, wanting to see her opinion. Eep. The sudden high-pitched voice made several people look over in unison. Don't poke me suddenly, Wells, Jeannie pouted, softly scolding. Facing everyone's gaze, Wells could only awkwardly laugh twice. He clearly poked her shoulder, not her waist. Fortunately, Jeannie only complained once and then brought the topic back. I think the credibility of this sign is indeed low, given that the dungeon has just opened. Why not treat this sign as if it doesn't exist? We should explore how we want to explore and deal with any problems that arise. Don't worry, if anyone accidentally gets hurt, I will be responsible for healing, she said, raising the holy bell and staff in her hands. Her sunny smile eased the concerns of a few. The captain timely said, I think it's fine. Wells and the dwarf naturally had no objections. Only another human mage was somewhat unconvinced, but with his teammates agreeing, he had no choice. Thus, they decided to stick to their original plan, first exploring the forest to see what changes had occurred since the monster tide. Sigh, another group that doesn't listen to advice. The wooden sign was naturally erected by Lin Jun, but he didn't expect the adventurers to be so suspicious. This was already the third team to ignore the rules. It wouldn't be reasonable to just kill them, but he would definitely think of a way to teach them a lesson later, making them learn to follow the rules. With that in mind, Lin Jun casually glanced at this group's configuration. A group around LV30. Name, Jeannie Allison. Race, human. Level, LV42. Title, Human Slayer. Increases damage to humans by 10. Is this what adventurers' daily life is like? It seems that we need to focus more on the paranoia. 59. Testing the melee model. On the wasteland next to the Venom Lake. Apart from the occasional splash of water coming from the lake, it was as silent as a world of the dead. The ground beneath was dark green, and a foul, sour smell lingered in the air. This smell was too unbearable. The mage covered his nose and cast a purification spell on a few people. When the green-eyed frog was around, although there was only green toxic mist, at least it didn't have this pungent odor. Wells rubbed his nose. He thought it wasn't too bad, just slightly worse than the sour wine smell from the Rotten Willow Tavern. He was more concerned about the sound of splashes in the lake. Do you think there's anything in the lake now? Should we catch one to see if it's valuable? Wells' suggestion stirred some interest among everyone. Something they hadn't encountered before always represented more opportunities. However, Captain Ralph vetoed it. We probably won't have time. What do you mean won't have time? Wells didn't understand the captain's meaning. You may not have noticed, but in a few minutes we'll be barefoot. Wells looked down in confusion. What the hell? His standard adventurer's thick-soled shoes had only half of the sole left. The others quickly discovered that their shoe soles were in the same condition. I was wondering why my feet felt slippery. The worst off was Jeannie. Her shoes were the thinnest. Jeannie reached out, grabbing Wells' sleeve, pleading, Wells, can you carry me? The priestess was nervously shifting her feet, seemingly about to hurt them. But I'm still carrying these. Wells patted the 2 bags on his back, which were filled with monster corpses. Please, Wells, you're the strongest among us. Just let them divide the 2 bags. Don't worry, I'll help too. I won't let you get too tired, she said while shaking the staff in her hand. I'll carry her. Just as Wells was about to agree, Ralph suddenly intervened between the two. TSK. Wells frowned but said nothing, simply stepping aside. Jeannie blinked at Wells with a hint of regret, then climbed onto the captain's back. Then I'll trouble you, Captain Ralph. As she spoke, she waved her small staff, and a grayish-white light flashed by. Ralph, who had been struggling a bit, suddenly felt much lighter and set off first with Jeannie on his back. Let us quickly get out of this lake's area. Everyone hurried to follow. Only the mage seemed a bit puzzled. Was it really necessary to use potential activation here? Lin Jun's attention was no longer on the LV-42 human killer. What did a human killer have to do with him? A mushroom? Wasn't his newest mass-produced warrior putting more important? Dodge LV-7, Scale Armor LV-5, Acceleration LV-6, Blade Whip LV-5, Mycelium Recombination LV-3. In fact, the consumption of these 5 skills was a bit much. But now that the family business had grown, a little luxury was acceptable. The artillery puddings, while powerful and versatile, always left a mess after each battle. And the mycelium carpet took a long time to recover. At home, it was generally more suitable for the less destructive melee types to handle many tasks. This was also why Lin Jun had added self-explosion to the melee puddings. The main responsibility of these melee puddings was to deal with unruly adventurers within the 5 floors. If they encountered enemies they couldn't handle, they could deploy the large-scale mushroom artillery later. If suppression still failed, Lin Jun still had Little Black. This batch of security-focused puddings primarily relied on agility and evasion. Blade Whip was brought by the Dragon Beast during the Magic Tide, mainly represented by the blade-tailed whip dragon. This skill allowed puddings to generate blades on mycelium tentacles, which had considerable power when swept through. Unfortunately, the mycelium tentacles couldn't stretch from 2 meters to 10 meters like those dragon beast tails. The attack range of the tentacles was limited to 4 meters at most. The first batch of freshly produced long whip puddings consisted of 4. Their combat capabilities were yet to be tested. Since the hypothetical enemy was an adventurer, the most suitable candidate to help test them was, "Boss, what did you say?" Dylan, who had just been sound asleep, was pulled to a small clearing. He stared blankly at Lin Jun, who kindly handed him a steel longsword, and then looked at the 4 puddings opposite him with their 16 tentacles, the scales and blades gleaming coldly. A shiver ran down his spine. "Boss, I can't do this." "Don't be so negative. Aren't you a silver adventurer? An elite who survived the hands of a demon squad. That's because I could escape, not because I could fight." Dylan had a long face. "Boss, didn't you say I could take a break?" "I'm doing this for your own good, Dylan," Lin Jun earnestly advised. "Exercising is essential for health. If you keep indulging in special nutrition every day, you'll be useless eventually. Just consider it a way to stretch your muscles. Don't worry, it's not dangerous." "Really not dangerous? I guarantee you won't die." Before Dylan could continue to refuse, 2 of the puddings received attack orders and charged at him. "Damn! Dodge LV4. Just as Dylan raised a sword in front of him, a tentacle blade pierced through, colliding with a long sword and producing a clang. The next moment, 2 more tentacle blades whipped in from the side, and Dylan rolled on the ground to dodge, leaving 2 deep scratches on the large mushroom behind him. With 2 against 1, and the range advantage, Dylan, as a pure melee fighter, struggled to find a way to get close and could only keep dodging. After a while, he seemed to think of a solution. When another tentacle blade flew at him, Dylan surprisingly didn't retreat, but stepped forward at the right moment, slashing at the midsection of the tentacle. However, as soon as he struck, Dylan realized it was a mistake. The long sword couldn't completely split the tentacle covered in scales, and the tentacle blade used that point to wrap around and attack him from behind. Spiral /LV5. In a moment of desperation, Dylan used a combat skill, not only severing the tentacle, but also managing to slash down the tentacle blade behind him, barely neutralizing the attack. However, he couldn't feel proud. He had only taken out 1 tentacle, and the other 2 puddings still had 7 more waiting for him to deal with. What can I fight against? Dylan simply stopped thinking about offense and started circling around the large mushroom. Surprisingly, this method worked. Whenever a pudding swung its blade, it would get stuck in a large mushroom, allowing Dylan to escape far away. Continuing like this had no meaning, and Lin Jun decided not to keep tormenting Dylan. "All right, that's enough. You've worked hard, Dylan." Seeing the 2 puddings stop chasing him with their short legs, Dylan leaned against the nearby mushroom, softening and gasping for breath, wiping the sweat off his face. Even though the boss said he wouldn't die, getting a few cuts would still hurt his old bones. "Dylan, you can't do this. It's only 2. I'll get you an item to boost your strength later." Lin Jun was quite satisfied with this test. He didn't micromanage. The puddings fought based on instinct after receiving orders. Although Dylan was considered weak among silver adventurers, having 2 puddings able to suppress him was a bit beyond expectations. He had thought at least 3 would be needed. Of course, it could also be related to Dylan not taking it seriously, without the pressure of life and death. It was normal not to exert his full strength. Adventurers cooperate with each other, avoiding awkward situations like Dylan's inability to hit the Poochie's main body. Next time, let's try with a team of unruly adventurers. 60. Patching the mushroom garden. This is unbearable. Wells stood barefoot on the fungal carpet, feeling like he had stepped into a gelatinous honey. Every gap between his toes was filled with a slippery active substance. When he lifted his foot, it even stretched. The others were in a similar situation. Everyone's shoes had worn out in the venom lake. I said, "Why don't we go back to the mushroom road? There are no mycelia there." The captain interrupted Wells's complaint. "Show some determination. You're an adventurer too. We'll see the forest soon, and then we can change back on the road." TSK. Wells felt that the captain was subtly belittling him. What a petty guy. In frustration, he stomped hard on the fungal carpet ahead. Damn! A sharp stone pierced into Wells's soul, and he immediately crouched down in pain. "Are you okay? Let me take a look." Ginny, hearing the scream, came over and gently held Wells's sticky foot, showing no signs of disgust. "It's not a big deal. Just a small injury. I can handle it quickly." Saying this, she reached out and pulled out the stone, then used her staff to cast a potential activation spell on Wells. Sure enough, Wells's pain quickly subsided, and the wound gradually healed, even making him feel more energetic. "Thank you, Ginny." Hearing the thanks, Ginny gave Wells a smile. The captain couldn't stand it any longer. "If you're fine, hurry up and move. Don't do anything stupid like getting hurt by stones again." The mage, standing behind, wanted to say something, but some Poochie figures appeared in the distance. Another patrol team. About 10 Poochie were randomly wandering on the mycelium ground. Most of them were mutated varieties with tentacles, scales, or cannon mouths. This was already the third wave on the way. I wonder if going along the mushroom road would reduce the encounters? No one wanted to confront the Poochie. Adventurers before the magic tide already knew that the 5-layer Poochie were strong and didn't drop loot. After struggling out of a pile of Poochie, the only rewards were a couple of tougher mushroom slices to roast and eat. There was no other gain. It was a pure loss business, so naturally, they wanted to avoid it. The mage first extinguished the illumination spell and then cast an invisibility spell on the group. Like the previous times, everyone stayed still, waiting for the Poochie patrol to leave. However, this time seemed to have an unexpected turn. A Poochie that looked the most ordinary, without tentacles or scales, suddenly broke away from the group and walked a few steps towards them. Then the Poochie patrol team, which was supposed to leave, actually turned around and headed straight towards them, led by this ordinary Poochie. Seeing this, the captain cursed. What a piece of bad luck, Wells, throw out a monster's corpse. Wells took a bag off his back, selected a dog-like monster from inside, and threw it out. The monster's corpse immediately attracted the attention of the Poochie team, which surrounded it with their tentacles and changed direction towards the swamp. Seeing the Poochie disappear, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no more surprises on the subsequent path. Otherwise, the monster's corpse would have had to feed the patrol team. However, upon seeing the forest, or rather the mushroom forest, the team had to stop. What happened to this forest? What is this? Wells touched a giant mushroom, feeling the fluffy texture in his hand. I've never seen mushrooms grow this big. Such a large glowing mushroom. Shoo. What was that? The captain suddenly sneezed. The mage seemed to realize something and looked up. From under the cap of the large mushroom, light blue spores were continuously drifting down. Everyone, step back a bit. It might be toxic. Upon hearing this, the group retreated 30 steps before stopping. If the entire forest is like this, we wouldn't have enough antidotes. Should we still go in? Wells asked. I think we should skip it. Look at that. Following the dwarf's finger, Wells squinted but still saw nothing special. Isn't it just a corner of the mushroom forest? But the people beside him had already gasped in surprise. What is it? Wells whispered to Ginny. Ginny glanced at him and whispered, look closely under the mushroom tree. Wells suppressed the tingling sensation in his ears and looked again. This time, he seemed to see a Poochie that was the same color as the mushroom stalk. Standing under the mushroom tree, it was impossible to distinguish at a glance. Mimicry? The mage nodded. It should be. Who knows how many Poochie are inside? The information on that sign seems to be correct. I suggest we give up exploring here and head directly to the 6th layer. The captain seemed a bit reluctant. The sign also said there was a small path to find fat Poochie for trading, right? Upon hearing this, the group looked around and indeed saw a small dirt path. The captain's mood seemed to improve. Let's take this road and have a look. After all, Wells still has a few monster corpses. If we confirm we can trade, we can carry more back when we return from the 6th layer. Anyone who comes to the dungeon to adventure wants to earn more, so naturally, there's no objection. Wells even felt a bit excited. I wonder what we can exchange? It shouldn't be too bad, right? When they reached the entrance of the cave that was about 7 or 8 meters high, they found that someone had arrived first. A surprised voice came from inside the cave. A-grade magic crystal. Magic perception LV6. Airflow perception LV7. Light perception LV4. Soundwave detection LV6. Another reconnaissance Poochie had just landed. How could those who like to use invisibility sneak through now? If they have the ability, they should fly over the 5th layer. After patching up the security on the 5th layer, Lin Jun checked her own panel. Mimicry LV4. After tirelessly working with over 100 Poochie for several days, it finally leveled up, a few days later than expected. After little black disguises, she no longer has to be confined to the mushroom forest. She had been required to stay in the nest these days and was clearly getting more and more restless. Lin Jun even thought about having Dylan calm Little Black down. As someone with a daughter, he should know how to coax a little girl, right? But in the end, she gave up, fearing that Dylan might end up in her stomach while trying to soothe her. Fortunately, it was no longer necessary for Dylan. She could level up Little Black now. Just as Lin Jun was about to call Little Black, a preset message came through the fungal network, sent by the fat Poochie. The big prize has been drawn. The mushroom garden is reopening, and to create a promotional effect, Lin Jun stuffed an A-grade magic crystal into the fat Poochie. She just didn't expect it to come out so quickly. A truly random draw. She was too kind-hearted. Lin Jun shifted her gaze, curious about who was so lucky. Two teams? They're even arguing? How do they end up fighting? Damn it, don't hurt my fat poochie. 61. Thank you 3, isn't it 2 against 1 with the hunter and his dog? As long as I don't get kite to death, that will be good enough. The battle started too suddenly. Just a second ago, Ralph was still negotiating with the opposing team leader about buying their unused monster corpses, and they were arguing over the price. The next moment, the opponent suddenly attacked them. The dwarf was caught off guard and got his arm injured, putting the situation at a disadvantage for their side. Wells couldn't understand why they would choose to attack first. It wasn't like they had obtained that A-grade magic crystal. Moreover, although they were at a disadvantage, they were not without the power to resist. In the end, it would definitely lead to mutual destruction. That small piece of A-grade magic crystal was indeed precious, but it wasn't worth risking their lives over, right? Could it be that someone among them wanted to use them to take out a few teammates for a better share? No, that method was too risky and foolish. Tilting his head, he dodged an arrow that clearly had a spinning skill applied to it and glanced at his teammates. Ralph was entangled with the opposing team leader. Both sides being agile types, Wells felt that every strike was thrilling, yet no one was truly injured fatally. Jeannie's position was relatively safe. She was healing another dwarf. And after a grayish-white light, the dwarf's condition improved significantly. At this moment, Jeannie also noticed Wells, and, without favoritism, the grayish-white light also shone on him. In an instant, Wells felt a surge of continuous power within him. Now he felt he could do anything. The hound lunged at him again from the side, and at the same time, the hunter shot 2 arrows. One shot directly at Wells' face, while the other blocked his retreat. If it had been just moments ago, he might have been in real trouble under such an assault, but now, he flipped his long sword, deflected the arrow coming straight at him, and then performed a downward strike right against the oncoming hound. Wells displayed speed and strength far beyond before. With a single sword strike, the hound's howling turned into a mournful cry. A wound stretching from its shoulder down to its abdomen nearly took the beast's life, after suffering heavy damage. It could only flee in a panic. Wells' chest heaved slightly, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. He looked up again at the opposite side, filled with fighting spirit. This time, the hunter was about to become the prey. However, was there something he missed? Right, where's the mage? In the mushroom forest. The law enforcement team that Lin Jun had arrived with seemed to have missed their chance to intervene. The two teams of adventurers had not been fighting inside the cave the whole time, but had moved the battlefield outside. Since Fatty and whatever was in his belly were fine, this conflict between humans had nothing to do with him. It looked like both sides were about to determine a victor. Although the dwarf had been ambushed and the mage had slipped away, that woman named Jeannie had continuously tapped into her potential without regard for her teammates, directly boosting the squad's strength above the opposing side. These guys would probably be laid up for half a month after this fight. The opposing side wasn't losing unjustly. Clang. Once again, Ralph deflected the leader's blade, and the team leader suddenly retreated a few steps, pulling out that A-grade magic crystal from his bosom. We're not fighting anymore. We surrender. This magic crystal is yours. Let us go. Otherwise, I will detonate it. As he spoke, a surge of magic power flowed into it, causing the magic crystal to emit a blinding purple light. This leader actually had a skill to manipulate magic. He didn't want to give up such a large fortune so easily, but the situation left him no choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. Since midway through, they had been pressed and beaten, and he had nearly had his throat cut by the opponent wielding dual blades multiple times. Their hunter had lost his pet, forced to fight in close combat with a short axe, barely surviving. If he delayed his surrender any longer, the hunter might really lose his life. Fortunately, Ralph clearly didn't want to part with the magic crystal. As he saw the magic crystal nearing the critical point, he hurriedly stopped him. Wait, don't act impulsively. In fact, Ralph still hadn't figured out what the two sides were fighting over. He did covet that magic crystal, but these few people looked tough to deal with. He wouldn't be the one to initiate the fight. The opponent's sudden attack was even more puzzling. Aside from the equipment they had visibly displayed, they hadn't shown any wealth. So why had they drawn an attack? Of course, not understanding didn't prevent him from reaping the spoils of war. They had fought. So it would be a huge loss not to take the magic crystal. All right, give it to me, and let you go, Ralph said, extending his hand. The opposing leader was nearly amused to the point of anger. Do you think I'm an idiot? Step aside, and we will ensure our retreat is unobstructed. TCH. Ralph waved his hand, signaling his teammates to get closer to him, clearing a path. As the opposing side moved to the outer side, but hadn't yet put distance between them, Ralph called out to them. All right, give me the magic crystal, and I guarantee I won't pursue you. The leader clearly knew that this position was probably Ralph's bottom line, If they didn't give it, they might end up fighting again. Exchanging glances with his teammates, the A-grade magic crystal was thrown over with force, even flying past Ralph toward the mushroom forest. After throwing the A-grade magic crystal, they turned and ran at full speed, not even having time to take the unconscious hound with them. Fortunately, the magic crystal was only tossed to the edge of the mushroom forest. Ralph cursed as he went to retrieve it, as he truly had no intention of wiping them out. What a huge profit! With such an unexpected income, Wells nearly forgot about the unpleasantness with the captain. Unfortunately, a coward had abandoned his teammates and run away. Ralph was naturally referring to the mage, and the other few were equally furious. Wells directly said, "If we run into him next time, we will make him pay." "This fight really wore me out," Ralph complained, rubbing his shoulders. He felt more exhausted than if he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, and that feeling was only getting heavier. They still had quite a few monster corpses left in the cave, and they had some here too, who still had the energy to swap them out. "I need a rest for a bit." After Ralph said this, Wells and the dwarf also felt a bit drained. Ultimately, the task of swapping things out fell to Jeannie, who still seemed relatively energetic. The captain apologetically said, "Sorry, we have to trouble you, a priest, to do the heavy lifting." "Not all. You three are the ones who really worked hard. Just go rest assured, I'll move the stuff and help keep watch." Jeannie's smile was still so reassuring. The three simply rested behind a relatively concealed mushroom not far from the cave. It wasn't that they didn't want to find a safer place, but they were simply too exhausted to walk. They leaned back, and shortly after sitting down, all three fell asleep. Faint sounds reached Wells' ears, waking him up. "Huh? How long did I sleep?" Wells tried to get up, but found he couldn't move. He was actually tied up. Who did this, Ralph? He couldn't see anyone else around. "Damn it, where is this? Ralph? What the hell do you want to do?" The sudden scream startled Wells. "That voice is Ralph?" 62. Mysterious ritual at the entrance on the 5th floor. The mage stumbled into the stairway area. He looked absolutely wretched, wearing only his underwear. The robe and hat were nowhere to be found, and even the 2 equipment rings on his hands had vanished without a trace. As soon as he entered, he knelt down on the ground, lost and disheartened. He was actually robbed by the Pudges. During the conflict in the cave, only he, standing at the back, saw it. A faint glow flickered from the woman's sleeve. In an instant, he connected it to Jeannie's previous strange behavior. However, the battle had already begun. Even if he jumped out now to voice his suspicions, who would believe him? Would those dizzy temporary teammates believe him? Or would the group of adventurers he didn't even know believe him? More importantly, he saw Jeannie turn and smile at him. Without much hesitation, he quickly made a decision. Sell. After all, they were just a temporary team, and he wasn't willing to take risks over a few days of acquaintance. Besides, those fools who were charmed by the woman had it coming. Up to this point, the mage felt that his choices weren't wrong. The mistake was being too hasty when escaping. He hadn't thought to take one of the monster corpses that Wells was carrying with him. As a result, he was blocked by a group of Pudges who wouldn't let him pass. He tried to force his way through, barely managing to take down 2 before being ensnared by tentacles. He knew these Pudges weren't weak, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, the Pudges were magnanimous. They stripped him bare and then let him go. How infuriating. Woo-woo. What the mage didn't know was that he was actually quite lucky. Not far away, Ralph's screams stopped after a short while. Although Wells had a bad impression of this captain due to the events along the way, it was hard not to feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen. After a while, a figure pushed through the mushrooms and walked over under the glow. "Jeannie?" Jeannie glanced at him and smiled apologetically. "You're awake?" "Was that Ralph's scream?" "I'm sorry. I'm not very good at the sleep spell, and I didn't expect him to wake up halfway." "Don't worry. I'll cast a sleep spell on you in a bit. I promise it won't be painful." After saying that, Jeannie struggled to drag the bound Wells out. Due to her lack of strength, sweat dripped from her forehead. Wells felt that he couldn't fully comprehend what Jeannie was saying. He just felt that the current Jeannie was very different from his memory. There was no sweet smile. Instead, there was a kind of sincerity. Wells didn't know why he felt this way. But one thing he realized was that he was likely going to be killed. Being dragged out, Wells saw Ralph and the dwarf teammate. The 2 of them had no blood on them, just lying on the ground with peaceful faces, their chests not rising or falling at all. Wells wanted to struggle, but he had no strength left, and being bound, he could only try to plead for mercy. Jeannie, we have no grievances or grudges. Please let me go. I swear I won't say anything. I can testify that they both died from a monster attack. You don't need to kill me. I have savings in the Adventurers Guild that I can give you all." I. Wells couldn't continue because he noticed that Jeannie showed no sign of wavering. she just silently dragged him toward an unknown ritual array ahead. A cult? Placing Wells on the ritual array, Genie replaced the 8 cracked magic crystals around with new ones. Then she gently lifted Wells from behind, letting him lean against her. Wells's head sank into a soft embrace, but he couldn't muster any interest now. Despair and fear made him curse loudly. Genie, however, ignored him, merely holding up a small bell in front of Wells and gently shaking it. It seemed as if he saw layers of ripples, even though Wells was extremely unwilling. His eyelids gradually drooped. Before losing consciousness, Wells heard Genie whispering softly like telling a bedtime story. Silver light cleanses the soul and bones. The ritual solidifies the return journey. No need to worry. No need to fear. Neferila will embrace you and remove the shackles of the mortal world. Wells fell into a deep sleep. The ritual array lit up with silver light under Genie's control, and the surrounding magic crystals shattered one by one. Lin Jun, who had been observing them, saw this miraculous scene for the 3rd time. On Wells's panel, skills disappeared one after another, as if someone was using the backspace key to erase them. When the last skill disappeared, although Wells was still at full health, the panel just vanished. Or rather, he just died. After finishing everything, Genie kissed the serene Wells on the forehead and then dragged him aside. She then bent down to clean up all traces of the ritual. After that, she left directly, taking none of the 3's belongings. After she left, several Pudges crawled out from the mushroom forest, picking up all the unwanted items on the ground, the gear of the 3, a pile of monster corpses that hadn't been replaced in the cave, and a dog that had bled to death. The woman muttered something that was hard to understand. However, the entire ritual looked quite legitimate. So, did those people's skills really disappear? Driven by curiosity and not caring about wasting magic power, Lin Jun directly controlled the mycelium to accelerate the decomposition of the 3. Greed of the 7 deadly sins triggered. Plunder skill. Common tongue LV2 LV3. Plunder skill. Bite LV5 LV6, Bite? Oh, the dog's corpse was mixed in there too. Other than that, nothing else. The skills were really deleted. This is serious. This is no ordinary evil ritual. That woman will not be welcome in the 5th floor anymore. But this world really is full of strange things. After stuffing the recovered A-grade magic crystal back into the fat kid's belly, Lin Jun went to find the Pudges that sealed the little yellow book. The Pudges had completely petrified, but there was a small crack on the outside. At Lin Jun's command, the little yellow book was spat out from the crack. After finally seeing the light of day again, it immediately began to pledge its loyalty. You finally let me out. I can definitely help you. Please don't lock me up again. It's so dark in there. It seems like there are more words that can be understood. Not sure. I'll come back to check when I reach LV4. After testing the reading ability, Lin Jun stuffed the little yellow book back into the crack. The next thing was the big deal. In the mushroom forest, He was playing by stepping on mushrooms. Jumping up, he kicked a mushroom tree in half and then stomped it to pieces. Lin Jun watched in distress. This was the 3rd one today. He, do you want to go out to play? Yes. Hearing that he could finally go out, He immediately stopped. His 2 feet covered in black scales excitedly stomped back and forth, crushing the mushrooms on the ground even more. You need to go back and take a nap first. When you wake up, I'll let you go out. After hearing that he had to sleep first, the scales on He's face suddenly crumpled into a lump. After Lin Jun repeatedly assured him, he was coaxed back to sleep. The hallucinogenic spores continually poured in, giving Dylan a dosage of 14 times before the hallucinogenic coma status appeared on He's panel. After ensuring that she wouldn't suddenly jump up and move around, Lin Jun began to mobilize the energy stored in the entire 5 layers of mycelium. If someone were to activate magic perception now, they would see the magic in the entire 5 layers of the fungal blanket dissipating like a receding tide, continuously converging into the mushroom forest. To give Little Black the mimicry LV4, it would consume much more than last time with Dylan. 63. Thick, dark, and large. No, not that. It's a person. It should look like him. Lin Jun pointed at the bewildered Dylan with a tentacle. In front of Dylan, there was a large pudding creature with thick black scales, 2 arms, and a mycelium tail dragging behind. The wings on its back seemed to be stuffed into its chubby body. This pudding looked significantly fatter than Little Black's original form. Damn it! Why did it mimic into a pudding? What did I consume all this magic power for? No, wait. To say it disguised itself seems to have a little effect. At least the adventurers wouldn't know there's a dragon person on the 5th layer. Just an unusually conspicuous large pure black pudding. Compared to other puddings, but why is it black? It should be able to change colors. Does this guy even know how to use it? Wouldn't it be mistaken for an elite monster? attracting adventurers to fight it? Wouldn't that make conflicts easier to provoke? Lin Jun wanted to try harder. The mycelium tentacle stretched to the template tool Dylan's face, pulling his cheeks long. Little Black, take a good look. Mimic this. LV4 mimicry is no longer just about changing colors and smoothing wrinkles. It can change the real body shape to a certain extent without altering attributes. Just like Little Black now, turning into a special-tailed pudding. So changing back is also very laborious. After a flurry of futile efforts, Little Black not only failed to turn into a human form, but instead became a mishmash of a coal ball. At that moment, Lin Jun suddenly thought, this mimicry skill can't be tied to intelligence, right? Oh my god, thinking about it, it really could be. Sigh. Lin Jun had to temporarily give up, letting her return to the pudding form. Alright, it's better than looking like a dragon person. Just a bit better. Sigh, what's going on these days? Looking at Little Black, who was already getting impatient and eager to go out. Lin Jun could only fulfill her promise, but repeatedly reminded her not to attack humans first. Green ones, okay? Green ones? Ah, I guess that's fine. Watching the heavy black chubby pudding, clearly weighing much more than the others, Lin Jun still felt a bit uneasy. In the past, there was no one in the dungeon, so she could play freely, but now, the two puddings under Lin Jun's control quickly follow behind. One big and two small. It really looked like an elite monster leading its little brothers. Dylan, who stayed behind, looked around and saw they had all left. He wanted to go back to sleep, but it seemed he couldn't fall asleep. Even though he was on vacation recently, he always felt uneasy. After thinking for a while, it was because he had no alcohol. After applying for an outing from the mycelium network, Dylan took his gear, which included the phantom cloak that the boss had just given him. He decided to go to the Rotten Willow Tavern and directly find Cole to buy a whole barrel of wine. He should also discuss the matter of being chased by the demonic faction last time. That incident shouldn't be blamed on him. Rather, it was Cole's problem for leaking information. It almost cost him his life. He should ask for compensation instead. Oh, right, Dylan, help me send this out. Lin Jun's voice suddenly came from the mycelium network, and then a pudding came running over with a letter and an S-rank magic crystal. He knew the letter was something the boss dictated for him to write, asking Miss Inanna for help in checking the information about the dungeon. God knows how the boss knows the Duke's daughter. He heard that Miss Inanna had been trapped in the dungeon for a while, and he secretly guessed it might be related. As for the magic crystal, Dylan trembled as he took the magic crystal. He had to use his other hand to steady it so it wouldn't drop and break. In his entire life, he had never touched something so valuable, even though it was the size of a ring. It would be difficult for him to save enough money to buy it as a silver-level adventurer for 100 years. This thing is a treasure that is priceless. The boss. This is trusting me. For a moment, a warm current flowed through his heart. After being an adventurer for most of his life, when was he ever trusted like this? Although the boss isn't human. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely complete the task at all costs. Huh. Okay, safety first. I will not betray your trust. In fact, Lin Jun wanted to say it wasn't that serious. Although the S-rank magic crystal is valuable, she now has the crystal symbiosis skill, and once her level increases, she shouldn't lack high-level magic crystals. Losing such a small piece would only be a pity. Compared to that, having a human subordinate who has been around for a while, is trustworthy, and can reach out to the surface is much more important. But seeing Dylan so serious, with loyalty won from freeloading, Lin Jun could only cooperate with him a bit. Before leaving, Lin Jun also gave him 2 bottles of magic potions, considering it as reimbursement for his expenses. Watching Dylan disappear into the staircase, Lin Jun turned her attention back to Little Black, or rather the large black pudding. At this moment, she was playing with a poisonous slime. The 6th layer is a large botanical garden, most of which are plant monsters or related ecological monsters. Slimes barely count. In fact, most layers have slimes. Although the varieties differ, from the most basic slimes to strong acid slimes, to poison, metal, and various bizarre subspecies. Looking at it this way, they are somewhat similar to her puddings. However, Lin Jun particularly disliked slimes because other monsters would only eat the mushrooms that grew. Slimes would digest the entire fungal blanket clean. Lin Jun needed to find a way to clear the slimes to extend her perception to other layers without delay. At least, she had to clear most of them. Right now, Little Black was playing with a red slime that had neurotoxin. Little Black stretched her scaly, pudding hands into the slime's body, trying to grab that slippery core. As for the neurotoxin, with LV7 toxin resistance, unless consumed in large quantities, it wouldn't have any effect at all. After playing like this for half a day, it seemed the mimicked pudding hands weren't as useful as the original claws and couldn't catch the core, making Little Black anxious. Withdrawing her hands, she slammed down. The slime burst like a water balloon, splattering everywhere. One of the puddings following had a poor angle, standing too close and got drenched. If it were a strong acid slime, it would have definitely been finished. However, the neurotoxin pudding was immune and just got stained red. After bursting the slime, Little Black's previous bad mood disappeared. She looked around, seemingly trying to remember the way. Then she chose a direction with no path and burrowed in. The two puddings followed, passing through various plant-type monsters' territories. Little Black was very purposeful along the way, not disturbed by various monsters, seeming to really recognize the direction rather than wandering aimlessly. This genuinely surprised Lin Jun. After all, this wasn't just walking along a path. How could Little Black remember such a complex terrain? It may not be that they remember the terrain, but rather that they lock onto something through perception. Back then, I could be found even underground, and Xiaohei's various perception skills are not low level. After walking for half a day, Lin Jun finally reached Xiaohei's destination and learned what a green humanoid creature is. There are actually tree people in this underground city. 64. The news leaked without surprise. Race, Trant. It seems that these guys are not formally called tree people. The Trants are located very far from the routes commonly taken by adventurers. Lin Jun really didn't expect to find such a hidden green oasis deep in the 6th layer. Countless roots of old trees intertwine on the ground, with green moss covering the surface, spreading throughout the entire space. The Trants have also integrated their roots into it. It wasn't until a large and two small pudges suddenly barged in that they slowly pulled their feet out of the soil. Facing the intruders, the Trants showed a strong territorial awareness. Several Trants slowly surrounded them, their arms twisting with roots, looking ready to attack at any moment. The Trants' heights range from 2 to 3 meters, while ordinary pudges are only 80 centimeters tall, and Xiaohei's large mimic pudgy is only 5 meters. Being surrounded looked quite oppressive. Xiaohei showed no signs of being threatened. Instead, she eagerly pulled back one fist, her chubby body leaning back like drawing a bow. When she reached the limit, her short legs exerted force, propelling her forward with all her might. The spot she had been standing on exploded into a small pit, with a large amount of soil splattering onto the scales of the two pudges behind her. Before the sound of breaking air even reached them, the Trant opposite had already suffered a heavy blow. The Trant's torso instantly burst into powder, while its relatively intact limbs flew out in all directions. One severed arm piercing another Trant's chest. This was the first time Lin Jun saw a pudgy move so fast that it left after images. However, the Trants seemed to know no fear, and despite witnessing their companion being instantly killed by Xiaohei, their attacking actions showed no hesitation. 7 or 8 roots climbed up from the ground, wrapping around Xiaohei's short legs, trying to restrict her speed. Entangle. This move Lin Jun also knows. It's almost a standard skill for most plant-type monsters. The simultaneous entanglement by several Trants would have a limiting effect on their opponents if they were anyone else, even a werewolf on the 10th floor. Unfortunately, this time they were facing Xiaohei, who was a full 58 levels and had attributes far exceeding those of regular super elite monsters. Merely taking a normal step, the roots entangled around her completely snapped. One Trant clasped its hands together, intertwining branches to form a large hammer, smashing down on Xiaohei, who did not dodge. But it couldn't even leave a mark on her black scales. There was no technique, just a pure gap in stats. Xiaohei played with the Trants like a mischievous child, breaking them one by one without a hint of malice, simply satisfying her destructive urges. After the last Trant had its limbs removed, Xiaohei seemed to have had enough fun. She did not continue deeper into the Trant forest, but instead turned around and headed back the way she came. Lin Jun controlled one pudgy to follow closely, while the other pudgy stayed behind. It looked at the moss coexisting with the roots, then at the last Trant, which had lost its limbs but was still alive. The pudgy tried to spray spores around. Since there was currently no connection to the mycelium here, spreading spores would only allow them to grow on their own. Lin Jun just wanted to see if the mycelium could compete with the moss for living space. The Trants should not allow slimes to enter their territory. If her mushrooms could outcompete the moss, this would be a natural fungal patch node. Finding a few more such places would make it much easier for her to expand downwards later. After spraying the spores from its body, this pudgy also turned back to chase after Xiaohei. Xiaohei indeed relied on perception to find the Trants, rather than memorizing the path. This creature got lost after just a few steps back. In the end, it was still Lin Jun's pudgy that led the way back to the main road. Having had enough fun, Xiaohei rubbed her belly and looked at the two pudges beside her that did not have magic storage. It was time to go back and eat. What luck! She resolved that flower fairy before it could react, preventing it from spraying the paralysis liquid. That whole bottle is enough for us to trade for half a month's worth of wine. The voices of conversation grew louder as they approached, then abruptly stopped at the corner. For returning adventurers cautiously drew their weapons as they looked at the large black pudgy that should not be present on the 6th floor. Among them was a handsome young man in green clothes and a green hat, holding a short bow. Xiaohe looked at him, and her body began to stretch back. Xiaohe, stop. This one won't do either. Bang! In the heart of the Hermit Empire, within the Castle of Twilight. Pale fingers traced the armrest of the crystal throne, and on both sides of the hall, 12 large magic crystals lit up one by one. When the last crystal also emitted a ghostly glow, a giant prism suspended in the dome of the hall suddenly refracted 12 scarlet beams of light. Beneath each beam, a blurry shadow appeared, obscuring its true form. Eternal night, everyone. The voice of the person on the throne echoed beneath the blood-red marble dome. All the shadows bowed in salute and replied, "The Empire endures, my lord." The gaze of the Empire's ruler swept across the hall, noticing the only vacant light column. "What happened to Sigmund? Do you know, Eleanor? How could Sigmund let me know his movements, Your Majesty?" A lazy female voice came from the 3rd crystal on the right. The projection of Duchess Eleanor reclining on a couch made of pile bones. Her territory was adjacent to Sigmund's, but clearly their relationship was not good. Perhaps he foolishly fell into that human duke's trap again? Last time he lost half a night order. This time he might even be caught himself. No one took the latter half of Eleanor's words seriously. Everyone present knew it was just her hopeful wish. The last time an imperial high noble died at the hands of humans had to be traced back over 100 years. You may be disappointed. I was just delayed by a trivial matter. Unlike some people who managed to uncover the whereabouts of the lost Holy Scripture, such a big blunder. A robust figure that looked nothing like a vampire materialized under the vacant light column. Sigmund had clearly heard what Eleanor had just said. "You," ignoring the provoked Eleanor. Sigmund turned and bowed to the Emperor. "The Empire endures, my lord." Eleanor seemed to want to continue arguing, but was silenced by a light rap from the throne. "The Holy Scripture can be set aside for now. This matter is the priority." Saying this, a letter written on parchment floated to the center of the hall, displaying its contents to all the great nobles present, immediately sparking heated discussions. They are actually summoning heroes. The Western Islands are even helping them gather supplies. If they really summon it, the Demon Lord has already. We definitely cannot let them succeed. We should. As the discussions gradually subsided, the shadow closest to the left side of the throne timely asked, "My lord, may I ask how credible this news is? What are your plans?" The Emperor looked at his right-hand man, one of the 2 princes of the Empire, with satisfaction and replied, "There is no doubt about the authenticity. As for what to do, since humanity wants to summon a hero, let them do it. I want to see how desperate they will be when the hero, summoned with so much time and effort, is killed on the spot." "What do you mean?" "Eleanor, Knox fell. This task is not difficult for the 2 of you." "Yes." The 2 mentioned immediately stood up in response. Once they sat down, the Emperor continued, "At that time, the United Kingdom will expend massive resources only to obtain a hero's corpse, which will inevitably lead to discontent among the people. We will then divide and conquer, and they will collapse without a fight. Your Majesty is wise, but what if they fail?" The one who asked this question was still that prince. "What do you mean by that? Even as a prince, you cannot humiliate me like this." The 2 who felt insulted questioned simultaneously, but were pressed down by the Emperor's hand. "If they fail, then we will immediately go to war at any cost, and we will not allow humanity to survive until the hero rises." The cold tone, which brooked no dissent, left everyone without any objections. "We will comply with your will." 12 phantoms dissipated simultaneously, leaving only the original figures in the empty hall. The silence lasted for a long time. A faint whisper came from the throne. "The truth will eventually prove that I am the most perfect ruler of the demon race." 65. Is the Rotten Willow Tavern gone? Inside the rebuilt Golden Sunwood Tavern. Let me tell you, that big black mushroom man at the time, just one punch. One punch. It made such a huge pit in the ground. The green-clothed adventurer spoke, trying to illustrate the size of the pit with his hands. However, not everyone seemed to buy his story. A scruffy-bearded adventurer scoffed and questioned. "A large black mushroom is one thing. But there are indeed a bunch of strange walking mushrooms down there now, so it's not impossible. But you say 6 floors? Who doesn't know that walking mushrooms only go up to 5 floors? Not to mention, the power you describe clearly exceeds the range of 6th-floor monsters. It would be hard for even a 10-floor monster to create the kind of commotion you're talking about. Can you please tone down the boasting? Going overboard will only make it easy for people to see through it. The green-clothed adventurer's face turned red from being called out, and he stepped onto the table. Anxious. What I said is true. You can ask my teammates. You can still see that pit on the 6th floor. Do you dare to bet with me? Dylan dug at his ear, feeling that the big black mushroom described at the next table sounded a bit familiar. Could it be the one he was thinking of? Forget it, why bother with so much? Chewing his mouth, he drank down the rich and smooth wine in his hand. The taste was leagues better than the inferior wine at the Rotten Willow Tavern. But he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Dylan felt like he was being a bit too shameless, but this was not something he could control. It was already the 3rd day since he came up. The reason he was sitting in the Golden Sunwood Tavern instead of the Rotten Willow Tavern was that Cole, that fool, actually capsized in the gutter. The act of stealing the gear from dead adventurers was reported by someone. Now he had been taken away, and the tavern was closed. Although everyone disdained Cole's behavior, the one who was probably the happiest about it was the owner of the Golden Sunwood Tavern. Dylan even thought that maybe he was the one who reported him. Although the Rotten Willow Tavern was closed, not everyone could afford to drink long-term at the Golden Sunwood Tavern. For a time, the low-tier adventurers without a place to go were complaining, which put considerable pressure on the upper management. It seemed they were going to send someone from the guild to continue managing the Rotten Willow Tavern. However, everyone was not very confident that the guild members could run the tavern well. In fact, the reputation of the guild in Silent Wind Town had nearly hit rock bottom. Last time, they concealed the resonance, which caused heavy casualties among adventurers. Although they provided generous compensation afterward, it still failed to regain the trust of the adventurers. Not to mention, the one responsible for managing the Silent Wind Town branch was actually the instigator, Oberon. Many people did not understand what the higher-ups in the guild were thinking. Not only did they not lock this guy up, but they also reinstated him. Various rumors spread among the adventurers. Some said Oberon had a huge web of interests behind him that protected him. Others claimed that he had given a large piece of S-grade magic crystal to the higher-ups to escape disaster. Among these rumors, the most outrageous yet widely spread was Oberon sold hooks to the higher-ups for 10 consecutive days, relying on his exceptional skills to regain his position as branch leader. From the rumors, one could see how little the adventurers thought of this branch leader now. Dylan was not concerned about the dealings above. He only knew that this time, he might have to compromise and buy wine from the Golden Sunwood Tavern. After all, having something was better than nothing, and he wasn't very short on money right now. The letter from the boss and the S-grade magic crystal had already been sent out through the guild's letter network. He used the highest specification red letter, and just sending such a letter cost 3 gold coins. Correspondingly, if the letter did not reach the recipient, the guild would take full responsibility. After fulfilling the boss's request, Dylan went to find an information dealer. He paid a deposit of 10 silver and asked the other party to inquire about Bella's whereabouts. Since the boss paid well and awarded bonuses frequently, he was close to saving up 100 gold coins now. It was time to send this money, which he didn't really need, to his precious daughter. He had only inquired once before, confirming that his daughter had recovered. After that, he and T found an opportunity to learn about her recent situation, so he planned to take care of these matters this time. While no one was paying attention around him, he quietly took a sip of the magic potion. Dylan just hoped that those information dealers would act quickly. The reconstruction of the Silent Wind Town Adventurers Guild was a major project. Even though the magic tide had passed for some time, the guild had only been rebuilt halfway. Among the completed half was the branch leader's office. The door to the office was gently knocked on. "Come in." Oberon's slurred voice sounded as if his entire throat had been soaked in a vat of alcohol. Mirabelle frowned as she looked at the branch leader, who was drunk even in broad daylight. Oberon's body, corroded by 3-headed serpent venom, had long since fully recovered under the effects of regeneration potions. However, the new skin showed a noticeable color difference from the old skin, making it look very strange. People had already started privately calling him the Two-Faced Man. "Leader, this is the latest report on the changes in the dungeon." Mirabelle continued to fulfill her duties as always. Oberon glanced at it, burped, and asked, What changes?" "It's the ecological change report caused by the Poochie appearing in the first 5 floors. Again, it's Poochie, got it. You can leave." Seeing Oberon's appearance, Mirabelle knew that if she left now, this report would be written in vain. "Leader," she emphasized the 2 words. "Do you plan to remain in this state of despair? Shouldn't you be making achievements to prove yourself again now?" Mirabelle thought this might encourage Oberon to cheer up, but she clearly didn't understand enough. Oberon began to complain hysterically as if he had been poked in a sore spot. "Prove myself? Do you think they brought me back to this position because they still value me? Think. I still have a chance to make a comeback? Wrong. I'm just here to be a target. All the resentment from the Reconstruction period has been pushed onto me, and once order is restored here, I'll be kicked out immediately. Ha. Most likely, I'll be tossed to the islands. Who knows, I might die in the fog one day. I'm finished. My life is already over. After saying this, Oberon couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Mirabelle. He gulped down strong liquor to numb his nerves. Mirabelle looked at him and saw that he truly seemed hopeless, so she could only leave with her dissatisfaction. As for the report, Oberon never even glanced at it. He no longer cared about what would happen to Silent Wind Town or the Amethyst Underground City. He just wanted to indulge himself in drunkenness before being exiled to the islands. At the gate of the Duke of St. Clair's residence, Mr. Eric. This is a package addressed to Miss Anna. The speaker was a neatly dressed, polite young man. Eric recognized this young man as the new junior supervisor of the local guild's postal service, who had just started this year and personally delivered letters to the Duke's residence every time. Behind him were two guards, identifiable by the sword and shield insignia on their epaulets, indicating they were official personnel from the guild. The young man held a sealed small box with a red seal on one corner. This was the highest standard of correspondence from the guild's post station. For the lady? Eric confirmed with slight confusion. Yes, it's a package for Miss Anna. The young man wore a smile, and his hands holding the box remained still, showing no impatience. This was strange. At this time, who could be sending something to Miss Anna, especially with a red seal? Her social circle wasn't large, mostly limited to the noble circles of the kingdom, and in the past year, she had little interaction with the outside world. If it were a formal letter among nobles, it would use the exclusive sky blue seal. So it should be from the children of other noble families, right? Is it from the child of Count Roland's family? Although Eric thought of many possibilities, he didn't keep the young man waiting too long. He reached out to take the box. Thank you, Josh. Seeing his name remembered by Eric, Josh was visibly excited. But in an instant, he regained his composure and didn't linger. It's my honor to serve St. Clair. The package has been delivered, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, he left with the two guards. Upon bringing the package back, Eric did not hand it directly to Anna. Instead, he returned to his room and took out some magical tools. First, he tore open the red seal, causing a slight magical fluctuation to ripple out. Eric was not surprised. The seal was meant to ensure that the package had not been tampered with along the way. Opening the box, it was divided into two compartments. One contained a sealed letter, and the other held a magic crystal the size of a ring. Eric recognized its quality at a glance. Ensnared. This left him even more puzzled, and he dismissed his earlier speculation that it was a letter from other noble children. No child from any noble family would be extravagant enough to gift an S-grade magic crystal to a friend. Curious as he was, Eric did not make a point of investigating these questions. He didn't even look at the content of the letter. His only concern was to ensure the lady's safety. After several magical tools had been used to check, he confirmed that there were no dangers associated with the two items. What he did was not arbitrary. The Duke had granted him these permissions before he arrived. After completing everything, Eric packed the items back in a box. He then took the box and walked straight to the training ground. Inside the training ground, paved with obsidian and reinforced through enchantment, waves of magical fluctuations from battles echoed out. Two young people were engaged in a magical duel. Anna's magic teacher, Julian, stood at the edge of the field, observing their battle. Noticing the footsteps behind him, Julian turned to look. Good day, steward. Eric nodded in response. Good day, scholar. Scholar is Julian's title within the Relic Association. Steward, what brings you here to observe Miss Anna's class today? From Julian's own observations, this steward was quite a busy person, although he wasn't clear on what kept him occupied. Of course, this question was merely a formality. Julian had no interest in prying into the secrets of the Duke's residence. He was only interested in that study. Eric did not hide the reason. I have a package for the lady. Julian noticed the item in Eric's hand. Then I'll call her over. No need. Let them finish their match. Eric shook his head in refusal. Seeing this, Julian turned his attention back to the training ground. Several magical projectiles were launched by Calvin, arcing through the air toward Anna. However, Anna just stood in place, using the water mirror to refract and forming a rippling water mirror in front of her. She then ignored the incoming attacks and focused on casting her next skill. The water mirror moved nimbly around Anna, perfectly intercepting the projectiles each time. Two of the magical projectiles were even angled just right by the water mirror and rebounded back. To avoid the returning attacks, Calvin had to interrupt his next spell and take 2 steps to the left. Just as he steadied himself, Anna's water snake spell flew toward him again. Calvin wanted to retreat to escape the range of the water snake spell, but he did not expect its density to exceed his expectations. He had no choice but to use a magical shield to neutralize the water snake spell. However, this delay meant Inanna's next spell was ready. The scene in the training ground was almost like Inanna standing still, diligently casting spells while Calvin jumped around trying to fend off the constant attacks. Occasionally, when he tried to counterattack, it would rebound back from the still-present water mirror, making him even more embarrassed. By the end of it, Calvin was on the verge of tears, after Inanna finally remembered to use the mud trap to immobilize Calvin. Julian called an end to the duel. Looking at his exhausted apprentice, who emerged from the mud like a dead dog, Julian didn't think he had performed poorly. In fact, due to the constant interruptions, the frequency of successful spell casting was far less than Inanna's, and Julian had expected Calvin to be defeated much earlier. Unexpectedly, this apprentice of his managed to persist until now with a monkey-like agility, jumping around in a very unmagical manner. He didn't know whether to feel pleased or helpless. As for Inanna, all he could say was that the favor of elemental spirits was a talent that even he envied. Sometimes, fate just favors a person so much, not only giving her the best birth, but also the top talents. Calvin's loss is not unfair at all. All right, that's it for today. Everyone go rest. Calvin still seemed a bit unconvinced, muttering under his breath. If I could use rings and potions, I wouldn't lose so easily. Julian shot him a glance and asked, shouldn't Inanna also use her wand? Calvin immediately fell silent. Indeed, neither of them used any equipment during the duel. If Inanna had brought that staff embedded with a large A-grade magic crystal, Calvin knew he would only lose even faster. Ignoring his deeply affected disciple, Julian said to Inanna, Inanna, Eric has your package. Unlike the dead dog like Calvin, Inanna was now just slightly out of breath, as if she had just done a warm-up exercise. Hearing Julian's words, she looked towards the edge of the arena and immediately spotted Eric holding a box. She then asked in confusion, my package?